disappointed in every one of you.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I kiss you on the mouth.
No, I'm not cool with that. I'm sorry.
One more time.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I mean, I'm dealing with degenerate animals.
I'm disappointed in every one of you. Disappointed in every one of you.
All right, come on.
Honestly, I can't do it no more.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
Let me tell you why.
It's gonna be all right, Nicky. Go ahead, shoot.
We just killed those fucking men.
What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, because you got nothing. You don't got a thing. Yeah, because you got nothing. Lobito! Got nothing.
I want to get out of this rat hole. I want to get online. I need
BDA Boxing.
Alright, got the music. This is King Bucho. Welcome to BDA Boxing, the boxing debate arena. Stu will be hosting this show, so I'm just waiting for him to join us, and he'll take over after that. The phone lines will probably be open in about an hour, so if you want to call in, you're gonna have to wait just a little bit. Let's give a shout out to people who are in the chat right now. Stephen Lawler was the first one here. Pink Panther, Official Boxing Scorecard, Box. Stephen Lawler, yeah, I already said that. Nesmatic. Who else? And E.T. E.T. An alien. Nesmatic, I did say. What up? What up, Ness? Alright, waiting for Stu over here. Oh, there he is. Stu, what's up? Hold on. Can't hear Stu. What the hell? Stu, are you there?
I'm here, man. What you saying?
Oh, okay. Anyways, this is your show today, Stu. It says Stu Little Host.
30 seconds. I just want to get a page up. Just carry on talking for a bit.
Alright. Let's see what people are saying. The chat, Dead Game Boxing. Shout out to Dead Game Boxing. Says, Bomb Squad, let's go. Mexico, Andy Ruiz will win. I mean, I don't know if he's gonna win, to be honest. Not sure about that. Can I call from England? Umar, not yet. We need an 800 number for that, and we gotta pay extra. But eventually we'll get it. Don't you worry about that. Only calling if you're living in Canada or the United States, please. But the phone lines will be open in about an hour, so... Gonna have to wait, people. Mr. Pigeon, Mike Tyson, the chosen one, the one who will defeat the LDBC according to the prophecy, is in the chat. He says, E.T. phone home. That's right. You know, that movie scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. First of all, the alien looks like a turd, right? And then you remember that scene when he's running outside and then you only hear, like, you can only see his feet and you only hear, like, him exhaling and shit and doing all those fucking noises. That's fucking scary. Fucking alien. That was more scary than fucking it. Pennywise. Alright, what else? Stephen Lawler says E.T. phone home to admins Adam Smith. Man, these people were exaggerating. Did you guys see the open workout Alan Smith and all these guys. He looks great. He looks amazing. He looks leaner. Like, yes, he looks different, but I mean, they're trying to sell the fight, obviously, for the UK fan base. Go ahead, Stu. Okay, he's still getting ready. Let's see.
Yeah, man, I'm sorry about that. I thought I'd muted. Fucking dog. He wants to go outside. You open the door for him, and he takes about half an hour to get out the door. He don't fucking know one. Like, fucking get out the door, man. What's wrong with you?
He can make up his mind. Celtic67 says Adam Smith was salivating over AJ's body. I know, man. He kept talking about AJ's body. It was pretty gross. All right, go ahead, Sue. Take it away.
The dog's got Lewis Ortiz footwork, hasn't he?
Yeah. He does. AJ does look leaner, but like I told you earlier, Stu, his legs, they're still pretty big. But listen, there's some improvements, so we gotta give him credit. Now, the guys at Sky Sports were saying, "Oh, he definitely looks leaner, and he probably is weighing less than 17 stone." I think they said, and I checked that out. It's like 130, 135 or something like that. Let me check it out again.
200, it'd be more than that. 235, wouldn't it? No, it'd be more than that, surely. Well, 16 stones about 235.
238. 238. So
yeah,
there was...
because Wilder comes in just under 16 stone, and he's about 225, isn't he? Something like that.
Yo, but that's like less than 238. Come on, in his last fight he was at 253, I think.
I don't know that. I don't know if
that's too
right.
much.
I'd probably say 245, something like that.
Yeah, they're trying. I'm telling you, man. These Sky Sports, they're trying to sell you this fight. Like, they want to make you believe. I think a lot of people have lost hope on AJ.
It's not just that. To be fair, I mean, that fucking bulky muscle he had. I mean, let's be real. All you got to do is stop training for a couple of weeks, and you lose 40 pounds. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it's ridiculous the size he was. So, you know. This is what happens when you stop actually pumping weights. Your body actually trims up a little bit. So, and you know, when you're a boxer, it's not about looking good in front of the mirror. You know, looking all muscly and doing the weights. Why would you just do weights for a bit of strength and conditioning? Yeah, but why do you need to do weights to look in good shape?
Well, you know why. You know why.
You should be able to get in good shape without weights.
Yeah. It was for the photo shoots, man. That's why he was pumping weight and shit. It's,
you can imagine. I tell you, if he hadn't lost to Ruiz, he'd have probably been on the L'Oreal adverts, isn't it? Because I am worth it.
You know, that's actually, no, seriously speaking, that's kind of a good point, too, because I'd rather him lose to Ruiz and then probably beat Ruiz in a rematch than lose to Deontay Wilder. Because I hate that guy, man. I don't like him, what things he says. And so it's better for Wilder to lose against Ruiz, get himself like focused again in boxing, defeat Ruiz, and then come back and defeat Deontay Wilder. Yeah. But Tyson Fury is gonna knock Wilder out, so it doesn't really matter at this point. All right, I have to bounce, but Stu's gonna take over his show today.
Let me let Lewis Ortiz in the house, will you? 1 minute.
All right. Pete, are you there? All right, Pete is in, but no, we can't hear you, Pete. I can't hear shit.
What a fucking house! What a house!
Oh no, there he is. Sorry, there. All right, Pete, go ahead.
Yo, what's up, boys?
What up?
What up? You taking off, Bucho?
Yeah, I have to. I gotta keep working. But
Yeah,
still wanted to host, so I was
gotta go
okay.
on. I gotta go on. I'm gonna jump back on, but I'm doing the same thing. So
all right, Stu's gonna take over.
I'll be back. All
right.
So what's Pete doing then? Is Pete gonna be here with me or not?
Well, he's in and out. He said.
Yeah, Stu. I need 7 minutes.
Oh man, no problem. I got this.
Well, Stu, listen, I sent the invite to everybody else, so I guess people will start joining as we progress through this show.
All right, let's get on with it then.
I'm out.
All right. Thank God for that. I thought Butcher's never going to shut up. Let's get on with this show. Right. Apologise for that. The bloody dog, Lewis. I call him Lewis Ortiz now because he's getting a bit old. And he's fucking slow as fuck, man. Don't rush for no one. Just stands at the door and lets all the heat out, you know. So I call him Luis Ortiz. My mum's got a little French bulldog that, because it's got a problem with its back, or so it's on steroids. And the fucking thing, we call her Drago because she fucking flies at everything. She's roided up to the max and she attacks everything. She's ever so tiny, bless her. But yeah, we've got some right fucking characters in our family. But I do apologise. Right, we've got a boxing show on tonight. It's the Anthony Joshua Ruiz fight week. I want you guys to give me your top 5 heavyweights. And the reason I want you to do that is because I want to see where it is after the Ruiz Anthony Joshua fight, because I've got a feeling there's going to be a few changes on the list, let's say, and I want to see where people are now. It's all good, well and good. Oh, I'm gonna have to take on a sec. 10 seconds. I need to take this call. This is important. Sorry about this, guys. Right, sorry about that. That was an important call. I had to take that. But yeah, I want you guys to give me your top 5 heavyweights, because I want to see where you are Sunday, because I've got a feeling the list will change, and I just want to see where you rate Joshua in that top 5 for now, because there's going to be a few people that are going to have him at the lower end, shall I say. There might be a few that still have him at the top, but we'll see how it changes. But let's have a read of the comments section, because I'm here on my own at the moment. Hopefully the boys will send some links. To the bronze dosser, says the Quags. Mr. Pidgey, Mike Tyson. I got AJ unanimous decision. Robbery. BDA Boxing says Stu's a busy man, taking calls at all times. That's me, man. The ladies never sleep when my name's in their phone book. Just put it that way. 50 Shades of Stu. The hand history vault's got Wilder 1, Wilder 2. Oh, that guy's a fucking idiot. Here, have a timeout for being a moron. Done with you spamming fools, man. Santos Romo, or Romo, I don't know how you spell it. It's got Fury 1, Ruiz 2, AJ 3, Wilder 4, White 5. That's a very good list. Box says Salido. Yeah, the fucking didn't want any of that smoke again, did he? Got away with coming in as a welterweight, hitting low blows all night, you know, getting a gift decision. Yeah. He ran away with that. He's been living off it ever since. I bet that's what Salido's going to have on his gravestone, isn't he? You know, God forbid nothing happens to him soon, but with the day when he gets too old and he dies, he's going to have on his gravestone, isn't it? Orlando Salido, the man that beat Lomachenko. I won't even tell you when he died, just the man that beat Lomachenko. I won't hear about fucking Salido anymore with his big fat ass, man. Put him in there with Lomo now and see what happens. Stephen Lawler's got White 5, Joshua 4, Wilder 3, Fury 2, Ruiz 1. I can see why that he's got that. I can see why. Quags, I got Ruiz number 1. He's the man until proven otherwise. Well, yeah, I suppose, but I don't like to give people like Ruiz the number 1 spot right now. If he does it again Saturday, then yeah. But I like it's like when Hasim Ratman beat Lennox Lewis. Are you telling me Hasim Ratman was the best heavyweight in the division at the time? No, no chance. He just got. Well, I'm not saying Ruiz got a lucky Hasim Ratman punch, because there's a bit more about that with Ruiz's performance. But it could be one of them days where it just clicked on the night and the other guy just didn't turn up. So I want to see if Ruiz has got another great performance in him, because we've not seen enough of Ruiz to know if he's got this in him all the time. You know, he had a tough fight with Parker that he lost. So this is the first time that he's really stepped up and put on a great performance, because that's why it shocked everyone. Who had him favourite against Anthony Joshua? I mean, believe nobody had him favourite. Well, a few people, like fucking Gonzalo probably did, but we all know why that was. But there's not many people that had Ruiz favourite. So, you know, I want to see how he gets on with Joshua on Saturday night, and then if he comes through that one, then yeah, for me, he's got to be number one. Stiff Idiot says Ruiz hasn't got a prayer if it goes the distance. I don't understand why everyone thinks that Eddie Hearn's got these judges in his pocket. And I don't know, man. Looked at the judges. I don't know, man. We'll see. I don't think I've ever seen a real terrible robbery on a matchroom card. I know that you might have thought that John Ryder was a robbery, but I didn't. I had Callum Smith winning that. And we're going to have to do a show about that one day because there's a lot of people upset on here about that fight. And all of a sudden turning on Callum Smith. The UK fans have become the Americans. The thing with the UK, we always follow the American trends. Why can't we just be ourselves and do our own thing? Always do what the Americans do. You know, they turn on anyone that puts in a bad performance, don't they? They're first to fucking throw them under the bus, and that's what we've become. I mean, look at Callum Smith's getting all sorts of shit. He was a hero last year, or even a few months ago. Let's be real. He was a fucking hero. Yeah, Callum Smith beats Golovkin, Canelo, all of them. Yeah, you fucking guys, man. Mr. Pigeon Mike Tyson says, is Stu in the UK or abducted by the cartels and doing this show in a basement in Juarez? Yeah, whatever, Mr. Pigeon. And the show has not started. Don't know what the fuck is he on about. Box says Triple J stop capping. Yes, no caps. What do you have to put cap locks in for? All right, we can see your comment. It's like, you know, don't worry, you'll be seen. You might as well fucking stand up and do jumping star jumps so I notice you. Come on, man. I'm reading it out here. I've got no one to fucking talk to, so I might as well read the chat. John Doe says Wilder's the best heavyweight of all time. Come on, Stu, with a smile on his face, and I hope that is a sarcastic smile, should we say? Because we've actually got people that believe that shit, you know, that don't put the smiley faces next to it, that actually believe it with conviction in their heart. Justice says Ruiz at 1, Wilder 2, Joshua 3, Fury 4, White 5. All decent lists. I mean, you could always. I mean, I'd probably swap that round a little bit. I mean, I don't see where Wilder can be ahead of Fury. I can't see that. How does Wilder get ahead of Fury when he lost to him in most people's eyes, and an out of shape one as well? You know, the worst Fury Wilder could have fought, and he lost. So I don't see where you can put Wilder. And let's be real, the Luis Ortiz win, that's no Vladimir Klitschko win in Germany. So I know it's a long time ago, but it's still on the resume. Right, let's see what we've got here. It's Matic says Ruiz 1, Wilder 2, Fury 3, AJ 4, Usyk 5. See, that's Usyk's the first mention. I suppose with Usyk, no one's quite sure what you're going to get with him yet. Because I'm quite sure that he's going to do very well. I've seen enough. You've only got to see how well Hunter's doing. If Hunter can do well, then surely the man that beat him up can also do well. And I just think he might shock a lot of people. I'd like to see him. I see him work on his punching power a little bit, but I don't think that's the way he fights. I don't think because the way he fights, I don't think he's going to be one that's planting his feet, hanging around long enough to launch that sort of power into shots. I think he's just going to wear you down slowly and take your heart, like he did Tony Bellew. Because Tony Bellew was actually saying that Usyk brings such a pace that after 4 or 5, because you're constantly thinking, it's more like mental tiredness as well, as long as with physical tiredness. He sort of drains you in both fucking categories, sort of thing, because you're constantly thinking what he's going to do and trying to react to him, and then you're constantly on the move because he's constantly coming in your face and he's throwing shots. So you're just constantly thinking, and he reckons that's what because Tony Bellew can usually do 12 rounds quite comfortably. I've never seen him blowing real hard, but in that fight he was blowing because he was taking a lot of punishment, big shots, and it was just the mental pressure that Usyk piles on you. It's not even about his skills sometimes. It's just the mental side, and I think that's what he did with Bellew. So I've got, like I said, the only thing that worries me about Usyk is one of these big fucking heavyweights lands on him. I just don't know. Yeah, like I said, the speed is so frightening. Compared to Hunter's speed, sorry, is so frightening compared to some of these big lumps that he's fighting. I mean, he just looks head and shoulders above these guys. So for me, look, we might be in an era where the cruiserweights start coming up and taking over, sort of thing. I'm saying that's going to happen, but I wouldn't be surprised because they just look. I mean, Hunter's looked a much better fighter at heavyweight. He really has because he's got that cruiserweight speed still. And let's be real, cruiserweights are much better fighters than the most heavyweights because they've got to box more. They've got to learn the trade a bit better. But heavyweights, you can just come in lumpy, can't you? And just throw looping shots and hope one lands. I mean, but look how many heavyweights are out of shape. I mean, just go down the fucking list. It's like a fucking Weight Watchers program, isn't it? When you look at the Box Rec heavyweight list. I mean, look, they're all fucking fat. Guy Wilder's the only one that keeps himself in any sort of fucking shape. And Usyk. He's a cruiserweight. Yeah, that's why I wanted to know what your guys' top 5 was. BDA says, "Come on, Stu, Gonzalez. I always call him Gonzalez. Gonzalo is unbiased. Yeah, I suppose. When there's not a Mexican on the card, quite unbiased. No, I'm only joking. I like Gonzalo. Well, if you get Gonzalo on here and get him to help me out, man, I'm fucking struggling here. The fucking computer's freezing on me, and it's echoing a little bit. I'm hearing myself. It's confusing me. Right, Mr. Pigeon Mike Tyson says Rotman was terrible. His son's got their ass kicked out of them in the Mayweather gym, and it all kicked off. The pit of something is called all out sparring. Yeah, that thing that Mayweather does. I can't remember what he calls it, but I remember how that started because I think there was a UK guy that went over there, and one of the UK guys beat up one of Hassie Ratman's sons, I believe.
Yep.
And is that true? I think he battered
him.
Did. And then
he did.
I recognise. Yes, what you're saying, brother. I think he battered him, and then Floyd made him fight the other Ratman. But obviously, the guy just had a fight, and then he had to go in again. I mean, it's fucking should be allowed, really. But I remember that sort of kicking off, and I've never really liked Ratman.
That was pretty tough of the UK guy. He goes over. He comes to America, comes to Mayweather's gym. Yeah, obviously he was invited. And he goes in there, he kicks Rahman's. I guess Rahman has two of them, two sons. And he beat up, I believe, the younger one. Then the older brother wanted it. He gave him a good fight. He gave the older brother a good fight until he ran out of gas. I mean, remember, he did fight Mayweather's little brother. It's not like he took him out right away. I mean, Rahman's youngest son. He beat him up. Let's say he beat him up within a minute and a half of the first round. That's when he started really kicking his ass, and then fought the older brother, and that was a good fight until he just ran out of gas.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, that's not a way to what's going on here? That's not a way to
run a gym. Definitely not.
Run a boxing gym and build young fighters. Fucking
no, you don't do that.
Confidence. Well, how's a young fighter going to learn by doing 50 rounds? Getting their ass whooped.
Yeah, you don't. No, you don't. That's dumb.
Go to some of these comments quickly. Recognise because I just got it then. Right, ET says, Stu, can AJ keep Ruiz on the outside? I mean, yeah, of course he can. I mean, if you can keep someone coming in by hitting them with clean shots as they're coming in, then they're going to think twice. It's like if you go to throw a shot at, say if I'm Ruiz and I go to throw a shot at Joshua and Joshua counters with a big straight right hand down the middle and fucking rocks my world, then obviously I'm going to think twice about doing that again. So you can.
Establishing range is a great idea. It's a skill to do. It's not easy.
It's not easy, but it's the same with the jab. The jab's all about timing. You don't have to hit the jab. You don't have to throw all your weight into the jab and hit the jab out with full force. The jab can be there just to take the guy off his timing and his balance. And sometimes it's enough. You can just flick the jab out, and because they telegraph the shots, you can basically work out when they're going to throw the shot. So as they do that, you pop the jab out, and it takes them off their rhythm. It messes their footwork up, and they have to reset again. And that's why the jab's so important.
Yep.
But
that's true.
Yeah, AJ's more than capable of doing it. It's whether he's going to get dragged into a dogfight, because when he does that, he loses the exchanges. Because Ruiz is the quicker fighter in the arms for a start. So he's throwing the shorter hooks. They're getting there first and a bit quicker as well. And every time like Joshua's throwing one shot, he's getting countered with 2 or 3, and that was the problem. But if you keep him at range and time him as he's coming in and get his respect early, then yeah, you can keep him on the outside. What do you think, Recognize?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Let's see him too, Pete. Yeah, you could keep your... Yeah, I mean, listen, it's important to keep, as the big man, as Anthony Joshua, that's where you want to keep Ruiz. You want to keep him frustrated. You want to keep him at bay. You don't want him on the inside. That takes away the AJ's biggest weapon, his long jab, the long overhand right. Make sure he doesn't overshoot that and develop timing. When you develop that timing, you start catching him. We know that Ruiz wants you to exchange as the smaller guy. That's what he do. That's what he's best at, counterpunching. Right? He's a great counterpuncher, especially off. He's one of the best counterpunchers off the lean. Like when he's trying to evade a punch, he comes back fast, quick.
I tell you what he's got a bit of him in what I've seen. You know how Canelo throws the counter shots, where he just makes a little slight body movements and comes through with a counter.
Yeah,
just like back or just a little tad or whatever, whichever way it is he goes. But he always comes with a counter afterwards, and I think that's what Ruiz was doing nicely. He was, because Joshua was just lunging in desperation. I think he wasn't getting his range probably, so he was lunging in with shots, and Ruiz was just seeing them coming and just pulling back a little bit and following through with the right hand or whatever. But he was countering Joshua all night, and that's why I think Joshua has to keep it to the straight punches. But let's go through the chat quickly because I'm getting behind now.
Sure.
Michael Cooper says, Stu, do you think there's a good possibility Luis Ortiz Wilder fight was fixed? The punch didn't seem to land clean. Luis too much money lost if Wilder loses. Listen, if that's an act from Luis Ortiz, then he should play fucking Steve Hawkins in a Steve Hawkins movie, mate. Because he played that role to a fucking T. Look, come on now. Do you know what I mean?
You should tell her. You should be asking. Recognize that.
Yeah, why are you asking me for? Ask Recognize. He probably thinks Luis Ortiz. No, man, I didn't see the punch land. Lewis was playing on it. Took his time. The phantom punch.
I don't think that was a fix. Is anything possible in this world? Sure, but if I had to guess, that wasn't a fix. He just got caught, man. He would have never got up so many times. It was a fucking fix, He would have been like, "Fuck this."
Yeah, no, it's definitely not a fix for me. And like I said, I don't think there was no point in the fix, if you get what I'm saying. Like I said, just look at the bookies' odds. I mean, the money these guys were getting as well. If Luis Ortiz is getting 6-7 million, what I'm hearing, 5 million, whatever it was, even if it was 5, who's going to pay him more than that to take a dive?
Well, I've heard this theory that, well, look how much money he's getting now. I'm like, okay, so you're saying, this is what you're basically saying, that he knew if he lost this fight was going to Saudi Arabia, the rematch, right? Because the Saudis are overpaying, is what they're doing, right? They turned this into $100 million.
I got a feeling Heyman's going to take Wilder over there.
Probably he should. Maybe
It's the only way they can get his wages back or his paycheck back. Because, like I said, they didn't make their money back on Saturday night, did they?
Let me ask you a question. What was I don't really think the number is quite that bad. I don't believe that. 2,500.
No, that's bullshit, man. That's
that's
fucking
got to be bullshit. That's a typo error. Somebody spreading a bad rumor.
Come on, man. I mean, you could fucking put Malinaji v Frankie Gavin on it and get more than that.
Yeah, you're gonna come on. There's way more.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna say okay.
I'd guess 100,000. That'd be my guess. 125,000.
Right. So it flopped in terms of what they were expecting, right? Like maybe they were expecting 200 buys, and they definitely got under that. So yeah, you if you're Al Heyman, why wouldn't you want to put him over there? Because they obviously want to become like they want Saudi Arabia to become like a sporting event. Remember, the whole cruiserweight tournament was going to end in Jeddah and Saudi Arabia. Remember that whole thing? You remember that, right, Stu? It never happened. Never happened. So, I would think that they want to make after this event. They want to make more fights over there.
Listen, I just see an interview with Eddie Hearn, and he's been in talks with them today, and they're saying that they've got a lot of ideas for next year. There's going to be a lot of fights going over there. They want to bring boxing to Saudi Arabia, but Eddie Hearn wants them to fund the youth coming through as well. Fund the.
I'm sorry, Eddie Hearn wants to do what? Stu?
He's gone.
Oh, he's gone.
The Saudis cut his line, cut his internet off.
So that money Saudi has, they'll cut you off, Pete.
Yeah, they'll cut you right off. Did you see the workout today? I didn't even see it, man.
I didn't get to check it out, man. No, I didn't. I haven't checked out really much of anything. I took a nice long nap. Can't you tell in my voice?
Yeah, you sound very refreshed.
Oh, I do.
I need to take a fucking nap. That's what I need to do. Stewie.
Yeah, man. So
I'm back.
yeah, I mean, look. With Deontay Wilder, when it comes to Al Heyman, he's just doing a fucking banged up job. I mean, come on. The guy, he's doing like pay-per-view, bro. Pay-per-view is dying.
Listen,
then you're gonna put him on pay-per-view with Ortiz. It's like you're setting him up to fail.
Listen, this is probably why Al Heyman. I mean, most people think he's a promoter, but he's actually not. And the reason he's not a promoter because this guy's making all his money by taking his share out the manager's fees and stuff like that. And obviously, he's got the guys. He's got his minions working for him and promoters working for him, like Lou DiBella that's making these fights and Finkel and all them.
Oh, he's both.
Sorry.
Man. I said he's both.
He is, but he's not really. Yeah, but he's not. What a promoter goes out and tries to make money for the company and build the company. It's about making money. It's not about socialism, giving away freebies.
Exactly.
And this is the thing with Heyman, because it's not his money. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it goes down the fucking toilet as long as he gets his 10-20% of each fight. And you got to remember, because he's putting his own fighters in with each other, he's getting a percentage of both fighters on the card. And all that cards is. So can you imagine if he put 6 fights on, there's 12 fighters' purses he's gotten a piece of. And he doesn't care if the guy who funded this fucking shit is losing money or not. Like I said, it's socialism. It's socialism, mate. Keep spending the money until there's nothing left.
You have to forgive me if I come across choppy because it's been a long day. But there's kind of different phases to, Heyman's involvement in boxing. So starting off, definitely he was more like an extortion type of unionization, almost probably put these guys on strike. Then when he got funded by Waddell and Reed, it's exactly what you're saying right now, Stu, which is he don't have no fucking. He is acting as the promoter, but when he got that funding, it was more about pay these guys as much as humanly fucking possible.
Exactly.
I take a manager's cut. Yeah, it's a total.
That's
That was a
not
total
promotion.
Yeah, right. No, you're right. You're right. Now that's ended. That's ended. And so now he's in a position where he doesn't have any he doesn't have any buyers. He doesn't have any buyers. He never had any buyers in terms of TV rights. I mean, Showtime was in there for a little bit. CBS, Fox is now in there, but on Fox, free Fox, cable Fox, and pay-per-view. So all he's got, I've been tracking this for a while. All he's got right now, all he has, if he wants to put on fights in terms of TV, in terms of income revenue, is a site fee, if there is one, and pay-per-view. There is no more TV for him because he's pissed everybody off and he's fucked everybody around.
I mean, Pete, pay-per-view is such a risky business today. That's not the way to go.
It's their only option.
Like I said, it's not about promotion with him. Do you think he gives a toss if his promotion goes down? He's not even classed as a promoter. He's classed as a manager. That's why no one's.
Did you know he had Mayweather
taking him to? Sorry.
Did you know, Stu, that he had Mayweather promoting the fight with Wilder and Ortiz?
Of course he did. He'll use Finkel. He'll use DeBella. But the thing is, this is why.
Mayweather.
Yeah, but this is why. Recognize. Why do you think he paid Luis Collazo $2.5 million? I think it was to fight Keith Thurman.
He paid Collazo.
That wasn't his money. That wasn't his money.
Exactly. But what does he? Why did he pay him that? Because he's the manager and he gets 20%.
Correct.
So
that's right.
200 fucking grand. That's why he's paying him. And that's where
all
all the money
for him.
He's skimming off the top. That is Meyer Lansky shit. Skimming off the top. That's
it's Don King. It's the Ali Act. It's what Don King got in trouble. It's what Don King did, but reversed. He's not a promoter double dipping as a manager, which what Don King was doing. Don King was a promoter, obviously. He had his son-in-law as the manager, but he was running that. He was pulling the string on that puppet. That manager did whatever Don King wanted him to do.
The thing is, Don King made money from his fights. That's why he was able to carry on being the man of boxing. He ran boxing for years because he made money. He had money. He was a powerful man.
I know, but unfortunately, he double dipped. Unfortunately, he double dipped. In other words, he did what he was supposed to do as a promoter. He also, though, double dipped as the manager. Now, the Ali Act was created because of that, but what Heyman has done, coming in as an advisor, let's just call him a manager, advisor, is he's double dipping from the bottom. He's coming in as a manager, cutting out the promoters, and he's pulling the strings on the puppet promoters like Don King. It's the reverse. It's the same thing. But unfortunately, now,
Don King was taking two purses. Don King was taking two purses where Heyman wasn't. That's the difference.
Right.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, Heyman's doing a shitty job of promotion in terms of at least King, double dipping from the top. At least he was a fucking fight promoter. Heyman's not really doing much promoting of anything. There's no upcoming talent. There's nothing.
Don King's got a resume.
Yes.
Look at the fights that guys put on, man. Whether he skimmed off the top or not, whether he ripped off Larry Holmes, whether he ripped off Mike Tyson. I heard he was charging Mike Tyson a fucking $1,000 for towels and stuff. But that's the sort of thing he used to do. But he made money from boxing because he was putting on big fights. Where Al Heyman's got someone else's money.
That's right.
He's meant to be making money with this money, but he's just pissing it up the wall because he knows he's going to get the manager's fees, and that's all it's down to. So.
There's really no more. That's really over, though.
Al Heyman don't care if the PBC goes under.
Yeah, the thing is, though, that's over with now. So now you're seeing this pay-per-view push. Like Matrix said, the model's dead, so on and so forth. I agree. Unfortunately, though, in terms of revenue for a boxing promotion, and it's what he is, a boxing promoter. In terms of revenue for a promotion, you really only have site fees and TV rights. That's pretty much it. I mean, you have Live Gate, and he's taking all that too. Don't get it twisted. DeBella gets his little fee just for putting up his license. But when I say he's a promoter, he's a manager and a promoter. He's both, because he is taking that. He is taking whatever income is there. But unfortunately, now you're seeing him with nothing left but pay-per-view. HBO is out of the game. Showtime is all but out of the game. He's not working with any of the zone fighters. And you see like Spence Porter getting paid
he's a parasite.
What, $2 million?
Heyman is a parasite to boxing. That's what he is. He's not getting with the pro. First of all, he doesn't want to get with the program. The program is where the apps are. That's where it's going. Look, could it be improved? The apps a little bit, sure. But you cannot compare making me pay for one event $85 when I could pay for 1 year $120 for the zone. Okay, and get all these fights whenever I want. The zone also is pretty smart. They got baseball on that. Baseball is so popular in America. Okay, then you got and Latin America. That's where boxing is watched at in places like it's not the only place I'm saying, but Latin America loves boxing and they love baseball. Okay, so I'm sure their subscriber list, there's the amount of subscribers they're getting per month is probably off the charts. It's probably growing every month. Then you got your boxing, right? Of course.
They're also
ESPN
very lucky.
Plus, it's the same thing.
Yeah, they're also very lucky though to have. They are being packaged and funded by sports networks or apps, if you want to call it that, platforms that have a large amount of other sports business going on. In other words, they're just picking them up like along with,
Pete, that was going to be my next point.
Yeah.
My next point was that.
Listen,
but PBC could do the same with Fox, bro.
No.
Recognize. Listen, how much money does Heyman spend on his fighters, promoting them, putting them on billboards?
$0.
Zero.
He pays
$0
$0
because he's not in it for the fighters. He's not in it for anyone else but himself. This guy is a music man. He's a businessman, very smart guy. You don't go to fucking Harvard if you're a thicko. So he's obviously a very smart guy, and he's a multimillionaire. So he's doing something right. But this is, like I said, this is a guy that's got no love for boxing at all. And once he's bled it dry as much as he can, he's gone. And these clowns at the LWC that said
he was a live event.
He was the savior. He's the savior, and Eddie Hearn's the fucking slave master. I mean,
remember, you got to understand something. Al Heyman's background was he was a promoter. As a promoter, he was promoting some of the biggest acts when he was doing that. So he didn't know how to go out there and advertise for those guys. Those guys brought their own advertisement. They had their own people taking care of that at that time. So I think he's bringing that same ethical background to boxing, right? Where he's doing the same thing. He's not really, like you said, Stu, he's not going out of his way putting billboards up, spending some money, because you're going to have to spend some money. Say what you want about Bob Arum and Don King. Those guys know how to promote a fighter.
Dude, listen, recognize, right? I was watching an interview with Frank Warren the other day, and he was talking about when Nassim Hamed fought Kevin Kelly in New York. And you're being a New York guy, I bet you remember that.
I remember that.
That. Well, he was saying the part of the deal to get Naz over. I'm getting an echo. Has someone got that? Fucking hell. And part of the deal of getting Naz over to New York, Frank Warren said that you have to promote this fight. He said he wants billboards up. He wants the name of the fight being shown everywhere around the radio stations and on TV. And they agreed to that to get Naz over. And he reckons it's the best thing he ever put in the contract because that fight did very well. Apparently, the Americans really got behind that fight.
They did.
Because, and they will do when you fucking let them know. That you got to remember, it's a busy place, New York. You've got so much to do. You can barely fucking think where you're going. You could quite easily forget that there's a fight on if you're not really a big boxing fan. But if you've got a big fucking billboard in front of you,
you know what's funny, Stu? So Madison Square Garden's on 33rd Street and 7th Avenue. Okay, it's a pretty busy area, right? Madison, and if you passed it, and if you have like the right kind of billboard up, people will stop and look at it. That's what Frank Warren did for Prince Nassim. I remember around that time, it was Nassim Conquers New York, but it's fucking like Nassim conquers New York, but he has to get through the son of Queens.
Yeah. See, the thing is, they built that up so good. It was like this arrogant fucking Arab Brits coming over that's knocking everyone out, and yet he's coming to fight one of our American heroes, sort of thing. They sort of built up. And let's be real, Kevin Kelly was about 50-1 at the time.
Kevin Kelly was very good, man. He only had lost to that kid on points.
50-1 at the time, and he's like, I think he had about 40 odd KOs.
Don't quote me on this. This record was like 50 wins, 1 loss, and like 40 plus knockouts.
It was, but I can remember it.
Yeah.
Because I actually speak to Kevin Kelly on Facebook. He's actually sent me videos on my birthday and stuff, wishing me happy birthday. I get on quite well with him. I've spoke to him a few times, and his wife Dee. Unfortunately, they've split up now. He had a fucking tidy wife with kids, and she was a very nice girl. I spoke to her as well, but they've split up. But I've always spoke to Kelly, and we speak about that Prince Nassim Hamid fight. We spoke about it a couple of times, and I said to him, do you think where you went wrong is when you started neglecting the jab and trying to get in a war with him? Because Kelly was actually dominating that fight with the jab, weren't he, if you remember?
Yeah, at the beginning he was. It was quite easy to catch him.
He said what it was, right? He said he was so keen to get fucking a knockout that he just sort of like, the game plan went out the window. And then before you know it, he said Hamid caught him with a big shot. And then, then after that, it's fucking blurry, isn't it?
He deceived Kevin Kelly. He let Kelly get comfortable so he could hit him.
That's what he said. He said, though, Prince Nassim Hamid's the best fighter he's ever fought. He says they get on to this day, sort of thing. They're still good friends, and he always talks about the fight. And he said what a fight Hamid was. But I said, man, I go, you had that fight in the bag, Kev. I go, all you had to do was keep doing what you were doing. And he,
sounds like AJ.
But this is what I'm saying. You can easily go off your game plan when you go in there with an angry. And I got a feeling Joshua could have come and stuck against Jared Miller, because the way Jared Miller got underneath his skin, wound him up. Joshua was an angry man. I think that could have cost him, because when Joshua's fighting angry, I think that's when the mistakes start. I mean, I know he wasn't angry against Ruiz. That's a different reason. But when Joshua went in there angry, who was it he got caught? Dillian White, when he was gritting his teeth and throwing bombs. He nearly got fucking sparked out, didn't he, with the left hook?
Yeah, I remember that. I thought he was in big trouble when he got hit with that.
And that's what Josh, because Josh was angry, he was just coming forward with his teeth gritting, weren't he? Smiling at him, getting really not thinking about anything, just throwing bombs, and he nearly got knocked out doing it.
Yeah.
So
I think it's really more like a false sense, like just overestimating how damaged the other guy is, and going for it too soon. Not taking him seriously, thinking, look, I knocked him down in the 3rd round, and now I'm going to fucking finish this thing. And he wound up running into a punch. You know what I mean? The first fight, it's got. I agree. He came out looking a little lethargic or something. Something wasn't right, maybe, but maybe it's just distraction. He's a young kid. He's trying to make his American debut, and he's trying to do it in a way. Go ahead.
I just like T-Tone Toledo to stick his little Mexican weenie back in his pants, because he's going on about Prince found out about top Mexican fighters. Let's be real. Yes, he did on the night, but that was not that was a shot. Prince Nassim Hamid. He was looking very poor before that. I mean, he was on his way out when he fought Kevin Kelly. The training stopped. I mean, he started getting caught with big shots. He weren't sharp. He was sloppy. He was throwing these ridiculous uppercuts, lunging in with them, missing by miles.
Yeah, he lost to an all-time great. Like, let's keep that in mind.
He did. But what I'm saying is, I still think, I'm not saying Prince would have won the fight, but I think a prime Prince Nassim Hamid would have been a much closer fight. Because let's be real, if you want to talk about prime Marco Antonio Barrera, he got beat by Junior Jones fights. And Junior Jones is a guy that had one of the worst chins I've ever seen in the boxing ring. I mean, the fucking air conditioner could knock that cunt out. But
Hey, Matrix, what do you?
This guy found a way both times. He found a way both times to get a win. So sometimes, you know what I mean, it just don't work on the day, and that's what happened with Prince. Just in with a better guy, and was nowhere near the fighter he used to be. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. What are you gonna say, Pete?
I was gonna say, what are you on your phone or are you on a computer or what?
No, I'm on my phone.
You got the YouTube in the background or something? What's going on with that? You got like an echo every time you come on.
You serious? How about now?
You're good now.
Yeah, Boxing Archives and Facts says Junior Jones was a good though. Yeah, Junior Jones was a good fighter. Yeah, he was, but he had a terrible chin.
He had a terrible chin. I thought Marco Antonio Barrera was gonna kill him. And
So did I. I thought it was going to be.
He got stopped.
It was going to be a massacre.
No, he didn't get stopped in both fights. Excuse me. I think he. What was the first time he lost? No, he got. Did he get knocked out on both fights? Stu.
Barrett. I think Barrett. Do you know what? It's such a long time ago. I think one of them might have been on points, but I know.
And then the other one was.
It was a stoppage win, I think. When he stopped him, didn't he? Did he? I'm so you. You got to remember, I've not watched his fight since I watched it live on
he got
TV.
disqualified because his corner jumped in the ring. I think they went to stop it, and that was technically the way they did it was a disqualification. But it's a knock. It's a stop.
Yeah,
it's corner. It's corner was gonna stop.
Yeah. But yeah, Junior Jones was a very good fighter, but had a terrible chin. That's what I remember about him.
I remember Eric Morales kicking his fucking ass. God damn.
Eric Morales was my favorite out of Marquez, Barrera, and Morales. Morales was my favorite. El Terrible.
The three amigos, they're all Hall of Famers.
Hey mate, Barrera Morales was actually pay-per-view in the UK back in the day. I don't know what year it was, but I remember me and my friend, we got it. We was around his place and we ordered it. It was like 4 a.m. It was about £15-16 back then, which is like probably about $23, something like that. I don't know, but it was that back then. I remember we ordered that fight. It was very rare you'd pay pay-per-view for a featherweight fight, but they put that one on because
it was a different world. Boxing was a different world back then. That's how you would market your fighters. You could market them, put them on pay-per-view for a decent price, and make some money. Today, pay-per-view is an option that boxing fans don't really want to take. They don't want to take. That's why you're getting these low numbers, and that's why the expectations are, if this guy does 200,000 buys, is a success. Listen, Mayweather was a different ballgame. He came at the right time. Guys like him came at the right time. De La Hoya, Manny Pacquiao.
The thing is, though, bro, he was there, right? That division below him, because he was a division above Morales, Hamid, and Barrera, right? I believe he was a super featherweight at the time. He was at that, and because they were talking about him and them guys fighting, he could have hung around a bit longer and had a fight with one of them, but he moved up. He ducked all the big guys, and he could have beat them guys. Let's be real, he could have done, but he didn't. He didn't fight them guys. Just like there's so many guys we can name that he didn't fight. Do you know what I mean? And them three there, like Prime Barrera, Prime Morales, Prime Hamed, even a Prime Marquez, man. I mean, that Marquez he fought was fucking man.
Fucking catch weight, blew his catch weight. Bullshit.
He looked terrible.
That shit too. He started all this bullshit.
Just go and look at the shape of that Marquez, and then go and look at the one that knocked Manny Pacquiao out. It's actually like it's like Bruce Banner and the Hulk.
Yeah. He was fucking. Yeah, I listen. I know. I would bet he did something, but he still caught him. Like, let's be fair. He was in bad shape in that fight. It didn't matter what he was taking. Manny Pacquiao was hurting him, and I get it that maybe it allowed him to withstand those punches and knock him out. But yeah, I would agree that they're more likely he was taking something And let's face it, Manny Pacquiao was always accused of taking something too. So
yeah, they're all taking shit.
So hang on a second. They're talking in the chat about the Eubank Nas rivalry. I don't know if you guys know about that.
yes, I heard about it. When Eubank,
Well, I actually know. I actually remember what happened there.
what happened? Refresh my memory because I don't remember.
It started all over about Nas. You know the ring entrance, the jump over the ropes.
Right.
Yeah.
He stole that. He stole that off Chris Eubank. And Nas and Chris Eubank said that because Nas was like, "Oh, that's my move and all that. That's my move." And Eubank said, "No, you stole it off me." And Nas wouldn't have it. And Eubank showed a clip. He showed a clip of Nas. What? Because Eubank knocked this guy out the first punch of the fight, right? Just walks up to him, knocks him clean out. And a little Nas is about 8 or 9. Is in.
Yeah, he's got his mouth open.
He's in the crowd with his fucking mouth open, right, in shock. So he'd been watching Eubank and I think when Eubank mentioned that, because Nas had an ego, he didn't like it. And I remember there was at an airport and Nas was getting in Eubank's face, so he's going to knock him out. I thought, Nas, move away, mate, because you'll get fucking serious. Go and ask fucking Michael Watson how it went for him.
Is he crazy? Eubank would have destroyed him.
Yeah.
You had these fucking clowns. Oh, Hammond would do Eubank. Oh, get the fuck out of here.
Get
man.
the fuck out of here. Do him what?
Nigel, if Nigel Ben can't knock the guy out, fucking Hamid's got no chance.
No chance. The thing is,
Eubank was a very good fighter. Very good fighter. You know,
I heard Hamed going off, kind of like, giving a hard time to Eubank's son, rightfully so. You know what I'm saying? Like, but there's a clip. There's a clip also of
Pete. That was petty, man. Like I said, Eubank was poor that night, but he weren't that poor. Come on, where he should hang the gloves up, never fight again. It was a disgrace. That was all to get at his dad, bro. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Now it makes
this
better
is
sense
Eubank
now.
Senior getting in Junior's face. Did you see that? Did you see that Eubank Senior was? I don't know what happened with Junior. He was with Mayweather, and he stopped him, and they were like.
I see that. Recognize.
You seen it, right? They were like in a lobby somewhere.
What it was, I think. No, what it was, he was basically because he's a weird motherfucker. Eubank. It's hard to fucking work him out, isn't it? He was just telling his son when he was putting his hand down, like, you should go with that guy. Basically saying, you should listen to him. You should go with him. That's what he was trying to say. Like he's telling Chris Eubank to go with.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But Floyd Mayweather can barely string a fucking sentence together. You need an interpretator every time he wants you to throw a combination. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, Senior, I got you.
Yeah, Mayweather Senior, man. He's seen his better days, man. I kind of feel bad for him.
I'm sorry to get back into the old fights, but that's what.
Let's have some parliamentary procedure here. Let's have some parliamentary.
Yeah, well, that's when I fucking really enjoyed my boxing back then. When you had Nas and Eubank, and don't have that spark like it used to for me.
Yeah. Look, man. I mean, boxing's a hard business, man. I think that if, like you were saying, Pete, if you have no other choice as of right now, and you're gonna do pay-per-view events for Wilder, you need to start looking at the opponents and what they bring to the table, because Wilder's not gonna do it by himself. Okay, whatever number it did, Wilder versus Ortiz rematch, you better believe that was all Wilder. Ortiz, he can't sell shit. He's not a product to sell. Okay. Now, if it would have been Wilder, Dillian White, the guy that doesn't want to fight for whatever reason,
Wilder Fury. Fury fucking did a great job promoting that fight.
Those type of numbers will do better, right? I mean, what did Wilder Fury did in the first fight? What was it, 300K? And they consider that as
all I know is that Deontay Wilder is a bizarre motherfucker when he starts talking, and Tyson Fury can promote a fight. That's one thing. I don't know his style, his fucking coke problems, whatever.
He can sell a fight.
When he gets on a promotion, that guy's promoting a fucking fight now.
And not only that, he brings a market with him. He's from the UK. Listen, I don't understand why Americans are having a hard time understanding this. being from the UK and being a good fighter brings fans. It's one of their biggest. Like Stu, you know this. This is one of their biggest sport. It's not like America where they would choose college football, and you know this, Pete, over a boxing fight. Okay,
Boxing, the thing with the UK, we've always respected our warriors, and I think it's in our genes. We've been fucking fighting for centuries, been wars for centuries, and we've just always respected our warriors, no matter where they come from. Because if you look at when Mike Tyson came to Brixton, the place was closed down. They had to get him out of there. There were fucking fans everywhere mobbing him. Mike Tyson was in town. Floyd Mayweather the same. When he first came, before he became such a douche, he went to the UK and he got a real good reception. They fucking blocked off all the streets. I mean, you just wouldn't see that in America. It's just boxing is still big, you see, and especially when you've got a big British star. Like, that's why Joshua. What do you think Joshua's so big for? Makes as much money as he does. Because I think if he was American, I don't think he would be the star he is in the UK.
No.
I just don't think he is. I don't care how handsome he is
the
or how much muscles he's got. There's fucking thousands of them over there. They're not gonna. Do you know what I mean? It's just I don't think he'd be the same guy over there. I don't.
No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't be as big. I'm not saying he wouldn't do okay for himself, but he just wouldn't be as big as he is right now in the UK. So that's the reason why the guy could get so much. You know, he gets so much promotion out there. He's big over there, and like I have a friend from the UK, right? This kid named Aaron. That me and him still keep in contact with each other. He was telling me, dude, Joshua is huge over here. I mean, what is the what is the UK population? What is it? 70 million?
I reckon it's about 64, 65, but I reckon if you count the illegal immigrants, probably 70.
Okay. So about 60 to 70 million people, right? He was telling me like definitely like at least half the population know who he is.
Hey, listen to this, right? Recognize in the 90s, right? The population was 60 million. It was definitely around that, probably 58, 60 million, because this was before Tony Blair opened the borders. And Nigel Benn fought Chris Eubank, right? In the second fight, the rematch. 21 million views live on TV.
Okay, look at that. 21 million views in a country.
You don't believe Pete's finding that hard to believe. But go and check.
I'm not, Stu. I'm reading a fucking email from some fucking asshole. I'm sorry.
Don't get me wrong. This was not pay-per-view, so I'm not. 21 million people didn't get the money out. This was on ITV, a normal. Back then, you only had
means that if you would have put it on pay-per-view.
Stu, what
did you say?
10% of those views. Back then, there was only 3 channels. Back then, there was only 3 or 4 channels on the normal TV, and it was on ITV, and it had 21 million views.
Let's say 10% of those views say it's on pay-per-view, and 10% said, "I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna buy that fight." You got 2 million people buying the fight.
What fight are we talking about, Stu? I'm sorry.
Eubanks versus Nigel Benn.
Eubank Ben 2. Eubank Ben 2 did 21 million views in a country of 60 million.
Listen, it's why the fight's in Saudi. I mean, they're bringing the site fee, but also when you have a fight over here in the States, to expect these UK fans to order the pay-per-view, I know they're hardcore boxing, but it's just so fucking late at night. You guys got to put in some serious hours to watch boxing.
Listen, the problem with that is, right, you've got you don't feel you got to make a night of it when you're going to pay for an event. You got to have your mates around getting on it, and have a drink and a smoke and a few fucking lines, whatever you do. But you got to do something, or have a girl around. Like sometimes I watch it with girls. And time 4 or 5 o'clock in the mornings come, you're just sitting there all monged out, and you really can't. And just is it something you really want to pay for? Do you know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. This is a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer because we're on a subscription over here with DAZN, so we're gonna get that fight. We either have DAZN or we don't over here. No one's gonna fucking. I don't know what this bullshit is with Canelo and Kovalev about last minute fucking subscription orders coming in. Bullshit. You either have DAZN or you don't over here. Over there, to have the fight over here in the States, it's going to limit the amount of pay-per-views that they're going to sell in the UK. They're going to sell 3-4 times as many pay-per-views on Sky Sports pay-per-view, doing it in Saudi as they will in the States, because it's going to be about 9 o'clock at night for you guys, right? In other words, Saudi's 3 hours ahead.
The Saudi fight, it's not going to be too bad. It's not going to be too bad. It's a bit earlier for us. So it's
You're
about
going to
9
have a lot
o'clock.
more buys, man.
Yeah, well, 9 o'clock. Oh, yeah, we'll do. I mean, how they had the cheek to put Tyson Fury on pay-per-view in the UK at that time against that bum, I'll never know. But it was pay-per-view.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
but I bet you they did a lot of views on that app. I bet Tyson Fury versus Wallin, who turned out to be a tough opponent for Fury. I bet it did pretty well on the app because it's worldwide. That app is worldwide. This is where I think if you're not in, if you're a big promoter and you got some big fighters that you can you can package a deal and say, look, man, I want an app. This is what we can do, etc. If you're not seeking that option, you're doing something wrong. Deontay Wilder should be a bigger star. He should be a bigger look. America's a tricky place. Wilder may not have the personality to gain the attentions of millions of Americans, right? Which is something that Tyson had. Okay, Tyson had millions of fans in America, millions across the world. Wilder doesn't have that. Okay.
The thing with Tyson, do you know what I think? Why Tyson had that back, and obviously it's a different era as well. But I think Tyson was quite simple. Everything he did was quite simple. He wasn't when he first come through. He was very quiet. He just went about business, didn't he? Come in with his black shorts, no socks, just Jack Dempsey style, just all about business. And I think they took that because he got this reputation as the baddest man on the planet, right? And at the time, Mike Tyson actually, I read in a magazine, whether you believe this or not, but Mike Tyson at the time, popular in the world, more popular around the world than the president of the United States of America. That's how big Mike Tyson was.
This is true. At one point of Mike Tyson's career, you can say he was the most. Look, you can go up to a fan and say, who was one of the greatest fighters? Who was one of the greatest heavyweight fighters in the '80s and the very early '90s, right? You get a lot of people say Mike Tyson. Then you say who was the president in the '80s for the United States? They'll be like, oh shit, I'm not sure.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not lying, because at the time, I'm talking about at the time when Tyson, because I used to get all the magazines, all the boxing magazines, because the UK used to do quite a few boxing magazines, and I was reading in it where there was actually, because at the time I think the president might have been Reagan or Bush Senior, one of the two.
Right.
And
it was both of them.
Around the world, more people knew Mike Tyson was than they did who the president was, which is amazing to think when you think how unpopular Wilder is right now. But my mother, just like I said, my mother don't like boxing. She doesn't watch boxing. She hates boxing. She thinks it's violent sport. You know what women are like. She's a bit of a snowflake. But whenever I mention fucking boxing, all she ever mentions, it's the only thing she ever says is, I like that Tyson. Oh, I like that Tyson. He was an animal. He was an animal.
They talk about them like this. They're still fighting, right? Like sometimes.
Because my mum remembers the aura that Tyson had even back then. She hasn't watched boxing in all them years, but she'll still mention to this day, "Oh, I like that Tyson. He was an animal." I said, "Mum, he's fucking well gone now, mate. Is he still fighting?"
It was an event. The fucking Bob Costas is fucking doing the pay-per-view with a tuxedo on and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it was a fucking event, man.
And like I said, the thing is though, Mike Tyson went and knocked out Larry Holmes, a big name in America. You know, a guy that had went 49-0 and got robbed for his 50-0 fight. In my eyes, You know, then you've got Spinks. I mean, I'm not a great lover of Spinks at heavyweight, but a light heavyweight is very good. Olympic gold medalist, big star. Tyson was knocking these guys out at 20 years old. You start getting attention when you knock out them big names. Now let's go to Wilder. Where's the big names? The fucking Cuban exile that was part of Operation Mongoose in the 60s, like I said the other day. That guy was smuggling. That guy was smuggling arms with Dave Ferrer and all them guys.
He was definitely born in the 60s. I'll say that.
The fucking guy was fighting Operation Mongoose. He was the one that invaded Cuba with the fucking mafia, weren't he?
Nobody was, Stu, nobody was interested in that rematch. I mean, it's just, this is the thing that gets me about Wilder fans on social media, okay? There's two realities, right? There's the world, the outside of social media. I'm sure there's Wilder fans that can keep it real. They're like, look, I can't imagine he did well against Ortiz pay-per-view wise. But look, he fights Ortiz, a fighter that we already seen him beat. Goes in there, fights an older Ortiz who looked like he struggled in his last couple of fights going into the rematch. It was obvious. It was obvious what was going to happen.
As an American, right? And Pete, I'm asking you this as well, as Americans, right? Would you rather see your champion in there with Luis Ortiz or Dillian White?
That's easy. Dillian White for me.
Yeah, of course, Dillian White.
Well, there you go. So if you guys are saying that, there's going to be a lot more other American boxing fans thinking the same, and them numbers would have been better. That was a fight he had no business taking. Now, if he'd have beat Dillian White, imagine if he'd knocked Dillian White clean out cold, right?
Do you understand they're trying to keep these guys fucking from ruining themselves? They need to make both sides, but more so Wilder especially, they need to make Wilder Joshua. They don't need Joshua taking any more losses. They don't need to fucking jeopardize Wilder. They just won't hurry up and fucking make it already.
I think you're right.
Heyman's a pain in the fucking ass to deal with.
Listen, that embarrassment the other night with the pay-per-views didn't need to happen, right?
It's been happening. It's fucking
Dillian White would,
for 3 years.
Dillian White would have tanked as well. Dillian White would have tanked as well. Let's be real. Just Wilder just doesn't have that likability for some reason, right? Well, I know why, but he doesn't have that likability. So it would have tanked, but it would have done better numbers. But then it's momentum. He goes, knocks Tyson Fury out. Then he managed to get a Joshua fight. I'm telling you now, if that happened, he knocks out Tyson Fury, Joshua comes through this, them two fight, I think it would do 1.5 million views.
I agree. I agree with that. If you could put that on pay-per-view and you might you might get the million mark. Because he's saying that
Wilder has to do something first, though. That's my point. Recognize Wilder has to do something.
He has to do something, of course. He has to.
What fight will do $1.5 million?
There's no fight right now I can't see doing $1.5 million.
But what did Stu just say? What did Stu just say?
I just said if Deontay Wilder fought Dillian White, knocked him out, then went and beat Fury, and then fought Anthony Joshua in a big match, I think it would do 1.5 million buys. I think.
Yeah. They don't trust Wilder to not get fucking.
They don't. They
don't trust him to follow any kind of game plan or not get fucking.
This safety shit's costing him because you've got to take risks in boxing.
That's what I'm saying. They should make the fucking AJ fight already. They see what can happen. I mean, you see what can happen. He can get clipped. That's why these guys talking about unifying. You know, now that they're both in house, PBC, Ruiz and Wilder are both in house. Fuck, if they wanted to fucking unify, they would have done it right after the fucking AJ fight. They would have given Wilder and Ruiz the fight and let one of the two PBCs have all the belts, but they didn't they don't want that. They want Wilder and AJ. They need each other.
Right. That's one. They wanted that. But also AJ and Eddie Hearn was smart enough to have an immediate rematch. So in other words, in the contract, Ruiz couldn't opt out. In other words, he couldn't take another fight like Wilder and then go and say, I'll fight you in the rematch. And also smart on them. They said, listen, we'll get you big time money. We'll get you 15 million like he's getting right now, right? We'll get you that 15 million. I really doubt Wilder will be able to get you that. You know, as much as they love you and they're happy, and now all Wilder fans are all of a sudden Ruiz fans. You know, they're not going to get you 15 million. We could do that.
No, you're right. You're right. There was a
recognised.
rematch. Every mandatory, every volunteer's got a rematch clause. You're right.
The thing is recognised, right? I think where boxing suffers is now with American football. I'm not a big American football fan. I know the Patriots are probably the best side in American football. They consistently. They might not be this, but
They've been like the last 20 years, yeah.
I mean, I'd just say that I'd say the Steelers are probably around somewhere around there. Let's
Oh,
just
you're
say,
talking about fan base, yeah. Overall
no,
fan
I'm on
base.
about the best sides. I'm on about the best sides. Talk about the best sides. Now, can you imagine if the Patriots, right, didn't have to play the Steelers? They didn't to win the Super Bowl. Or I'm not saying that because the Steelers might not have got through, but you know what I'm saying. The second best team or third best team, then they've got to play these guys to win the Super Bowl. You can't just pick your opponents. Well, because they're going to pick the Cleveland Browns, the Cincinnati Bengals, and teams like that.
You see, that's the problem. Stu, that is the problem with boxing. It's making a mockery of how competitive sports are built. You're supposed to fight the next best guy to settle. Okay.
Can you imagine the Detroit Red Wings and the New York Giants? What are they called? The New York Rangers. Can you imagine?
Right.
Yeah, the New York Rangers. Can you imagine if they didn't have to play each other? I mean,
right. It's like the Yankees and the Red Sox say, "Look, we're going to avoid each other." You know,
I use the same analogy. A couple of shows
that's
ago.
That's what makes boxing, Pete. That's what makes boxing a joke of a sport. This is why people laugh. They like, your sport is a joke. The two most famous guys should be fighting each other. Okay? No matter what. The two most popular guys should be in the ring. Nobody cares about how much money and this and that. This is a sport. This is what happens when you have a sport that's not governed by anything. They're not governed by anybody. It's promoters. Promoters are the ones that are like have more say in boxing. Boxing is a joke of a sport. We love it. Look,
you know what it is. You know what it is.
I love boxing because of its technique. Pete. To this day. To this day.
Still, we have a phone call. 484, you're on the air. 484.
484, you're on the air.
484.
How we doing?
Was this Jackson?
State your name.
This is Jackson.
Yeah, this is Action Jackson.
Miss Jackson.
Yeah, what's up, Pete? What, would you play some college football? All roided up there?
Yeah.
They used to call him Pete.
Recognize sent me a cycle. He got 2 cycles from that Dr. Deca.
I call him Pete. Call him Pete Benoit, isn't it? Pete Benoit.
Pete
Sapp. Call him Pete Sapp.
Come on then, Jackson. What do you want to
Come on, Jackson. Come on, man. Come down from orbit.
Come on, man. You're wasting
Come
your
on,
time.
OG Kush. Put the fucking bong down. Just kidding.
Okay, Pete, Mr. Hulk Hogan, relax. I'm going to go with Ruiz in about, I think, 9 rounds. I like AJ as a fighter, but I just don't think he has the right style to deal with Ruiz. If you look, in history, there's not a lot of fighters that have gotten up from 4 knockdowns to win the rematch. I'm waiting for somebody to give me a couple of fights or a couple of series of fights where that's happened.
Good point.
Yeah, but also remember, he almost knocked out Ruiz at the same time. So you got to keep that in mind.
Do you think he almost knocked him out, or he just dropped him?
Well, I mean, had he hit him a little harder, he might have not gotten up. And he could, at least for the early going of that fight, he showed that he can land leather.
The thing is, though, it's all about adjustments recognized, right? You've only got to look at when Margarito beat Cotto up, right? Now, everyone was telling me after that, Margarito's all wrong for Cotto. Cotto will never beat Margarito if they fought 10 times, and it looked like that. But look at the adjustments Cotto made in the second fight, and look how he changed things around and ended up winning the fight. So I'm not saying Josh. Before one of you guys get tampons out, I'm not saying Joshua's Cotto, or but I'm just saying if you make the right adjustments, even if the style's all wrong for you, you can still pull it off. It's
Well,
more about.
I kind
It's not just styles that wins your fights. You've got to have the talent, and you've got to have the fucking game plan to go with it. Do you know what I mean?
I think we give Joshua a little too much. Man.
On Jackson.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jackson.
I want to say something to Stu because I heard what AJ is trying to do in training. They're trying to get a points victory, basically, just like tie him up, get him back to the center of the ring, tie him up, keep him in the center of the ring. Like if you saw Frazier Ali 2, that's basically the game plan, like repeated clinches, which I have no problem with. This fight is going to look a lot like Canelo Kovalev, honestly, in my opinion.
Yeah, but you know something? We got to stop these.
Not.
Look, and I'm guilty of it too. Like these conspiracy theories. Like we don't know what's going to happen. Like
exactly.
At the end of the day, Jackson,
It's
we
a
don't know how that
heavyweight
fight's
fight.
going to turn out.
It's a heavyweight fight, man.
It's a heavyweight fight.
I've been on a few shows, but look, yesterday we're talking about Leonard Duran. I mean, AJ's not going to fucking float around like Sugar Ray fucking Leonard. Okay, he's not going to do that. And
well, Pete,
to
you
say
want to know something?
they're heavyweights, so they're
almost even.
But I don't think you got the point of that. I don't think you got the point of that. My point when I mentioned that was if AJ goes and does something like, in other words, stink the joint out. I don't mean go on his because he ain't got the footwork of Sugar Ray Leonard. Let's be right. Of course he hasn't. He hasn't got the speed or the ability. He never will have as long as there's fucking hole in his backside. But he could stink the joint out like Leonard did. In other words, not worry about what the fans wanted from him. Just to get the win.
Right. He needs.
Stu,
if they're working on anything, we don't know what's going on in their training camp. They can say whatever the fuck they want. No one's inside their training camp. But if he wanted to work on anything, it would be not completely running away. You know, let's not play Mayweather here. Let's not play Klitschko. Let's not play Duran in that second. Let's not play Sugar Ray Leonard in that second Duran fight. Stu, I know you brought that up originally yesterday. I'm talking about subsequent to you saying that, people are talking about him running away, basically completely running away. He didn't have to run away. He doesn't have to clinch.
I disagree with that.
He just needs to.
Think he has to get Ruiz's respect early. He has to engage when the time's right. He has to be throwing straight punches constantly. He has to probably neglect the hook for a little while until he can get.
Yeah, be a fucking tall heavyweight. Yeah, don't go in there jumping around.
Be a tall heavyweight.
Yeah,
be fighting Eastern European style.
That's what his trainer was telling him to do.
Even an Eastern European style, that sort of stuff.
His trainer was telling him.
Yeah, you're right. The trainer was trying to tell him in the corner.
1-2.
He got carried away. He got some early success. He caught him. He knocked him down. He was less hurt than AJ thought he was. AJ thought it was just another hurt him this round, finish him off later in the round or the next round. He ran into a fucking punch. He ran into a punch that concussed him. But now
I don't buy that.
To what Jackson was saying, though, he got up. He tried to get back up. I can't fault him for that. So I don't know.
But Jackson, let me ask you a question. You said you don't buy that, but here's my question. Then what led up to the early success for Joshua? He did drop him. He obviously made a mistake.
I didn't think it was that. I didn't think it was that successful. I thought he was like moving around. He was jabbing good. I thought the rounds could have gone either way. I thought it was pretty even. I thought Ruiz was counterpunching pretty well, actually. Anytime Joshua was throwing a crooked punch, Ruiz was fucking on him. So I don't think AJ was like doing this master class. I think.
No, he wasn't doing a master class, but he.
I don't know anyone that saw a master class from AJ.
Yeah,
no one saw a master class. What we saw was a very. The word inexperienced. I thought he was more inexperienced than I thought he was. If you get what I'm saying,
I think he didn't understand how experienced Ruiz was.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say. I just don't. I didn't realize how inexperienced the guy was because he'd masked it in other fights. Maybe because the other guys didn't come with anything to. Well, apart from Klitschko, who was old on the night. Let's just put it that way. But no one else probably brought that out of him. But as soon as someone came in with a game plan that he didn't really understand, he just went into shock. What do I do now, Rob McCracken? Just sitting there looking at his fucking trainer, don't know what to do. And every time he tried something, he was getting countered with big shots. And he just fell to pieces mentally. I'm not having it that Ruiz hit him with this Mike Tyson, Trevor Berbick shot. And, I'm not having that. I think he was hurt. Don't get me wrong, but I think he did recover. But the tank had gone. That fucking muscle mass he had was an absolute joke. I mean, like I said, he looked like the Black Dorian Yates in there. Absolute.
I mean, they are heavyweights. He took some serious fucking body shots in that fight too. He took his eye off the fucking ball and he got blindsided. It happens in football. It happens anytime you get
Literally
distracted.
the ball, because
Yeah,
Ruiz
he
was
got
the ball.
distracted. He got distracted. If he had entered that fight the way I'm sure he got ready for Klitschko, mentally got ready for Klitschko and went into that fight, you know, he went through some shit in that fight. They both took some fucking shots.
And Jackson, what I mean by, I don't mean he was pitching a masterclass until he got dropped. No, I'm saying he was obviously successful. The most successful thing you could do in boxing is knock out your opponent, right? He came close to that. He dropped his opponent, right? Ruiz got back up. So there was some success there because he had to throw the punch that would get through the guard of Ruiz and knock him down, right? So he did that. What happened was, at that moment, I think he went for the kill because his mind is focused on, wow, look at Ruiz down. That means I could drop him. Let me try it again. Not realizing that Ruiz was prepared for this. And he did exactly what Ruiz may have thought he was going to do at that moment. I think that's what it was.
There was recognized, bro. There was an arrogance to Joshua's work on the night.
Yes.
The way he was strolling around, there was an arrogance that when he dropped Ruiz, he just thought, here we go, throw a couple of shots, it's over, innit? Take my fucking top off for the ladies tonight in the celebration party. Job done. You know, that's the way he's thinking.
The guy, man, for his listen, he got a strength and conditioning coach. He just did fucking. He's not shooting any magazine article, man. They give him whatever they give him, and they put him on a fucking workout plan. I can't fault the guy for, you know, I don't know. He looks like a goddamn NFL defensive end or something, to be honest with you.
You don't need to do them photo shoots. When you're earning 70 million for a fight, do you need to be sitting in magazines, Pete? Come on now.
That's my point. I'm just saying, I don't think he's in front of the mirror. I know he gets a lot of flack for the fucking physique, and Matrix is talking about he's got his shirt off last night. I don't know what the fuck that was going. I don't know. I was half.
He always does, man.
Always with the shirt off. But look,
Eddie Hearn was saying that he did some training near this athletics track, and there's a block of offices in it. And obviously, there's one of them offices where a load of females work. One of them fucking places. Well, Joshua's decided that he's going to train near the windows, isn't it? I guess the first thing he did before he even put his trainers was take the top off, isn't it? So next minute, he's got all the ladies with their cameras out, looking out the fucking window. Josh is sitting there doing press-ups, loving it. Get out of here, man.
All right. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, in all seriousness, though, he underestimated his opponent. He overestimated the damage that he did. I can't put too much more onto it. We just saw it in this fucking last John Pascal fight we're all watching. Remember this? Who's this young kid? What's his name?
Marcus Brown.
Yeah. He thought he stunned fucking Pascal a few times. He thought he had the thing. He could go in there and just not come in behind the jab. He can come in hook first, like Stu's saying. You can't come in hook first when the guy's not hurt enough to do that.
Hooks, leading with flying.
You want to go in there and hook off with this guy. You don't know that Pascal's he's always got one more full speed, full power punch in him.
But listen,
and he's going to throw it as he's getting knocked out, and he caught him.
That's the arrogance of the ground camp. They've obviously not watched enough of Pascal, because anyone that watches John Pascal will know that he's actually at his most dangerous when he's hurt. He just starts swinging bombs.
Yeah, but what do you do with this young kid when there's fucking kids in the ring and you can't control them? Like Action Jackson saying, what's AJ's trainer's name? McCracken, Bernie McCracken.
Robert McCracken.
Yeah, he's in the corner telling him. He's in the corner fucking explaining it to him, man. But
name me one fighter, guys, that came from New York besides Mike Tyson that was disciplined in the ring. Name me one fighter. Maybe Kevin Kelly in his prime.
From New York?
Kevin Kelly, one thing's for sure, it's not Riddick Bowe.
Right. That's just what I'm saying. You see, look, this kid, Marcus Brown, is a prodigy of New York. I know. I'm from New York. From New York, I boxed. And one thing that I could say, noticing boxers from New York as in compared to like when I boxed in Florida, the discipline has always been a problem for New York fighters. They get you hurt, they go for the kill, and they leave themselves open.
It's
Okay,
a
they beat themselves.
lifestyle disciplines as well. You've only got to look at John Jones. I mean, he's from New York, isn't he? Look at his.
Yeah, is he from New York? I didn't even know that. Yeah,
Yeah, John Jones is. Yeah.
that's a good point. Okay, so a lot of these New York fighters are trained in the gym to go for the kill. A lot of the trainers don't teach them, like, okay, you invest on you getting your opponent hurt, but stay disciplined. You know, just stay disciplined. Remember, a guy's at his most deadliest is when he's hurt. Pascal has shown you this. Marcus Brown, like an idiot, is obviously not paying attention, right? He didn't study Pascal.
Go and watch Pascal v. Froch. Froch must have hurt Pascal. I can think 5 or 6 times where he hurt him quite badly. And Froch is going in for the kill, landing these bombs, and all of a sudden Pascal's throwing combinations of bombs himself, and they're landing on the button. He's still very, very dead. It was a bit like when Holyfield got hurt. He was at his most dangerous when he was hurt, Holyfield. And I think Lennox Lewis, I think that's probably why in the first fight he was a bit negative when he going for the kill sort of thing when he had him hurt. I think that's probably why, because Holyfield was like that. But...
To this day! Alright, still we have another phone call. 484, you on the air, 484.
Don't interrupt me again, Bucci.
Yeah, sorry guys. I don't know what happened. It's Vinny Mac. How you doing, Mr. Recognize?
I'm leaving now. No, you're here.
Who's that? Is that fucking? Is that
That's Jackson.
Mr. Stuart. Let me finish my point. All I was saying is, I watched a bunch of Ruiz's fights, and he fought Kevin Johnson. Who's the big Russian dude? Chenko.
Rudenko, who's from the Ukraine, yeah. Ukrainian
got a good
fighter.
right hand though.
One of the worst ones I've seen.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jackson.
Yeah, but so my point is, and I think he beat Joseph Parker's ass. Like, I don't even think that was close.
All right,
so
come on.
My point
beat his
is,
ass?
come
on, man.
Come on, Jackson.
What?
Ooh, are you for real?
I thought he edged out the fight, but I don't think he beat Parker's ass. Parker could have won that fight. He could have won.
I think he beat Parker convincingly.
Okay, but you would say that Parker had his moments, right?
Yeah, definitely. Later rounds, yeah.
I think Jackson's was still wearing them fucking Obama guy, thick lenses on. He's in the moon with. I mean, what is he?
What?
Fucking watching?
So you're back in the 80s.
Fucking Obama.
You wear the barber jackets with the thick
thick lenses. So you
Did
can see craters in the moon with them. You must. What's he on about?
Jackson, you still do the moonwalk.
Jackson, listen, mate. I can't calm down when I hear nonsense. Listen, if you said Ruiz won the fight, fair enough, but beat the shit out of Joseph Parker, what was you watching? Well, do you actually just come on here just to be? Say again.
Oh, okay. So he counterpunched well and won most of the exchanges. What I saw.
And I don't mind that, but you're saying he beat the shit out of Joseph Parker. Now, I watched that fight twice, and I didn't see that. I saw a dog fight.
Yeah,
that could have gone either way.
Beat the shit out, but you know what I'm saying.
Okay,
No,
fair enough. Go ahead, Jackson. Just go ahead.
What's up, Pete?
Go ahead with your point, man. Go ahead.
No, I wanted your point.
I'm waiting for you to finish, my man. You said you want to finish your point. You watched Ruiz's fights.
Okay,
you watched the Parker fight. You thought he beat the shit out of him. Go ahead.
Parker by 2 or 3 rounds. I thought Ruiz beat Parker, but it was in New Zealand, so he didn't get the victory. But I've seen Ruiz fight similar opponents to Parker, and he's made for those kind of guys. AJ, big right hand. That's why I said it's going to look a lot like Canelo Kovalev. I don't think AJ, unless he really stinks the joint out. I mean, maybe that's what he has to do, but I don't think AJ can win this because the style is wrong. I mean,
maybe you're right.
Okay,
Jackson, let's just ask the chat here because I want to ask you as well, Pete, and you recognise about this Joseph Parker Ruiz. I want to get this clear. Who won? Because I've not really asked people. So what's your opinion on that one, Pete? Quickly. Let's just see how it goes, Jackson. See if you're right and see if I'm right. Come on.
Okay, it's about 50-50, I bet. So
Not you,
don't
Jackson.
even need to fuck that.
Pete.
I don't even see the guy. I don't even see the goddamn fight, and if I did, I don't remember it.
Oh well, that's no
Recognize.
fucking good to me.
Apologize. Apologize.
Recognize.
Who won?
Yes. Yes, Stu.
Parker Ruiz. Who'd you have in Parker Ruiz?
I gave it slight edge to Ruiz. He could have lost that fight. So to me, honestly, I had it a draw. When you look at it from that, because there was some rounds where scoring it while I watched it, I had it for Ruiz 7-5.
Ruiz, yep.
Yeah, but it wasn't definitely not no beatdown. It was not a beatdown.
But he counterpunched pretty well in the early round.
He did. He definitely did. But Parker picked it up in those mid rounds. I started seeing him picking it up.
Boxing. Parker's a really good ring IQ. That's what we give Parker. He can box, but AJ doesn't have that.
Well, look, you could be, you could beat an opponent in a boxing ring because of other reasons, like you're much bigger than them. This happens.
Let me have a dig at Butcher here when you're finished as well. I want to get in a King Butcher.
No, I would just say that you can beat it. Look, this is all. You can beat an opponent. We've seen it throughout boxing, where it just comes down to other reasons why you won the fight. Like, look, Vladimir Klitschko is even when he fought AJ, he was the better boxer, but he lost because he got old. He's old. He's an old man. He still dropped him. He still dropped AJ. AJ got back up because and Klitschko couldn't finish him because he had nothing left. Had nothing left.
I thought Klitschko actually fought pretty nice in that fight.
Klitschko, right?
Actually, so let me read out some of these. Let me read out some of these guys that who won the fight. Let me see now. Uncle Burn Astrophy, Parker 5, Butcho says, who cares? The fight was shit. But you butted in on our conversation, Butcho, to put a caller on who wanted to talk about Ruiz and Parker. So you can take the blame for that one. I want to know, because I can't have that. I keep hearing about Ruiz beating Parker's ass, but I want to know what the
Del Boy, who's a good Del Boy, who calls it.
Jimmy Nealon says Parker.
Del Boy has
Shepherd says Parker. Blue Collar Sports TV says Parker beat Ruiz. I gave it to Parker. Quags.
Shut up.
I mean,
bullshit. No.
This is what the guys are saying. I'm just reading the comments here.
No, Lennox Lewis won. Fuck it.
But what he's pointing out, Jackson, is that other people disagree. I agree with you that he won. Not that
it was about 50-50.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the chat has a different opinion. There's a lot of people that thought Parker won the fight. They didn't have a problem with the decision.
But I've seen.
Let's move on. Anyway, Jackson, you got anything else to ask? Because I don't want to talk. Jackson, you got anything else to ask? Because I don't want to talk about Parker and Ruiz anymore. I think we've cleared up who won the fight in the BDA's eyes.
Let me say one thing. Let me say one last thing.
Go ahead, bro.
I just think the style. I think AJ's a great fighter, great champion. I just think the style might be a little off, and I think if he gets in that same situation, if he gets hit with a hard punch, I don't know. They say, Stu, who's the trainer for AJ?
McCracken. McCracken.
And there's been a lot of people calling for his head. A lot of people calling for his head. Go ahead, Jackson.
I think the guy was saying all the right stuff, but they're changing the sparring to way more intense, like gym wars, and I've been in those before, and that's different than technical sparring, like what AJ usually does. So it's going to be interesting. So they want to get him used to taking the shot. So once he gets that shot,
that's exactly what it's for.
He's good.
That's exactly what it's for.
That's what it's for. Yeah.
He's not doing that. He's not getting that sort of sparring to learn his game plan sort of thing and polish up on a few things and just stroll around at a nice pace. He's in there to take punishment, because that's what's going to come his way on Saturday night. He's going to get punched in the face whether he likes it or not. He's not good enough to stay away from Ruiz for fucking 36 minutes, like a Vladimir Klitschko would do. Like, you know, that like he would do. He'd find a way of winning that fight without getting caught. Where I don't think Joshua's got that boxing IQ. Joshua is going to have to stay in shape behind that guard, and he's going to have to keep it tight, and he's going to have to. But he's going to have to also work when the time's right. He can't be having Canelo Alvarez moments when you just don't do anything for fucking 2.5 minutes of a round. You know, he needs to be getting Ruiz's respect, because I think as the fight goes on, and there's no pace to the fight, it's going to suit Ruiz, because the tank will empty eventually, and that's when Ruiz will start to come through, I think, and take over. So I think Joshua has to get him out there earlier, but you just don't go in there stupid. I'm not expecting him to go in there and start doing fucking Arturo Gatti shit. I'm just asking him to go in there, be smart, and put it on Ruiz early, get his respect. Make Ruiz think, fuck me, I don't want to go in there again because I got caught with that right hand. Make him change his game plan. But what Joshua was doing, it was easy for Ruiz, because Joshua was just lunging in with leading left hooks.
Yeah,
and he was coming underneath him, weren't he, Pete? Do you know what I mean?
So bringing himself right into his wheelhouse is stupid. The thing is this: did you guys go back and watch Ruiz's? I'm not talking about any specific fight, but let's just say, for instance, the Parker fight. Did y'all see that in the normal course of his career, or did you go back and watch it because of the announcement that he was AJ's opponent?
Well,
was that to me or Jackson?
Yeah, all of you. Did Ruiz fight? Did Ruiz fight Parker? He fought before he fought AJ. He fought Parker, right?
I always, Pete. To be fair, I always thought, look, going into that fight, I had AJ winning the fight by stoppage. I actually had it where he would stop him in the 7th. Okay.
Yeah, me too. Everybody did, right? Everybody did.
I had him, but what I always said was,
except for Gonzalo. Shout out to Gonzalo.
What I've always said was, you got to be. AJ has to be careful not getting into his fight, which would obviously mean giving up his height, brawling with him, because Andy Ruiz, is a great counterpuncher. He got hands. He could let 2-3 go at any point. And that's what ended up happening.
Did you go back and watch this Ruiz Parker fight?
No, we watched it before.
No, I don't need to watch that fight. I just remember seeing Ruiz fight.
Okay, yeah, so you had seen him previous, right? You had seen him previous.
I watched Ruiz Parker live on TV, so I'd seen the fight.
Okay,
so
okay.
I'd already seen it before. I knew. Listen, but the thing is with Joseph Parker, it's hard to judge a fight with Joseph Parker, because he's a different fighter in nearly every fight he's in.
Yeah.
One minute he's busy and looking exciting, the next minute he's terrible, heartless, and you just don't know what Joseph. So it's hard.
You don't know what JP is.
It's hard to gauge with Parker. So right. I didn't take. I went for a Joshua knockout, because that's what was happening. He was getting people on the chin and they were going down. That's what I expected. Again, I underestimated Ruiz. I knew he was a good fight. I just didn't. But then again, I wasn't expecting Joshua to be that bad. I mean, that's probably one of the worst performances I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you look back and you look at the age and you look at the context of it, I mean, he just took he lost his concentration, man, and it's fucking boxing. It's in any sport. I don't know if you guys played any other sports, but you could you got a head-to-head matchup. You can be whipping a guy's ass all night, or you could be having your way all day. And as soon as you want to get cocky and think you're, get distracted with it, they'll fucking, they call it getting ear-holed in football. You fucking just jogging around like a dumbass and you get blindsided. You be on your ass.
This is the thing, though, because I used to play football myself, or soccer as you guys call it.
Yeah.
I was a youth player at Nottingham Forest for a few years. I was a very good player. Had England trials and all sorts. And there'd be times when I'd turn up and just everything went right. I was you're playing well. Everything was working. Everything you did, the flicks were coming off. But then there'd be another day where you turn up and nothing went right. Bounce off your fucking shin. And it's all about the mind. You've just got to, if you're that's where confidence comes in the sport. If you're in a run of form and you're confident, you play well, don't you? But if you start to suffer and you fucking start losing, and this is what we're talking about. But so it's a very it's impossible for a boxer to be on the ball for 36 minutes concentrating in a fight. Just impossible.
It is. And to stay disciplined, avoid certain exchanges at the wrong time. It's hard to do. Listen, we can
It's hard to
here.
do, but it's possible. I mean, he did
No,
it
you
against
could do it, of
Klitschko.
course.
You know what I'm saying? He did it against Klitschko. Ate some big shots, gave some big shots.
No,
got off the canvas.
You're right, Pete. It's doable.
That's not the perfect fight, Pete. That's not the perfect fight. You do not.
Even in that fight,
perfect.
Even in that fight, he faced adversity. I would bet him staying disciplined and calm is what got him out, right? Like he obviously didn't panic and do unnecessary stuff to get himself back.
He approached it seriously. He took Klitschko seriously. He approached the fight seriously. He stayed on target. He looked better physically than he did against, I don't know if, talking about getting dropped in sparring, or he looked concussed, or he looked out of it or whatever against Ruiz. He looked better in the Klitschko fight. I don't know if his preparation might have been better. I'm not saying it was a perfect fight. He did not.
He had the right mindset going into that fight.
But when you're mentally prepared to deal with it, you can say to yourself, all right, I got clipped. Let me be calm. When you go into a fight against Ruiz, a last minute replacement, you clip him in the third round. You think this is just another fucking, I'm trying to figure out if I'm gonna knock him out with an uppercut or with a hook here for these fans trying to figure this out. This guy's still got steam in him. He clips you with a shot that you never recover from. You're trying to get up. I mean, listen, the third round is not the time. He made a fucking mistake and he got clipped for it. Getting up and getting knocked down 3 subsequent times looked bad, but I can't fault him for that.
But the recovery thing, Pete, see, I'm not buying where he was still hurt badly from the shot that Ruiz dropped him with. I think he was fully recovered from that. It was the tank that didn't recover. And that is down to weightlifting and putting on loads of muscle. He looks huge in there. I mean, I just see him on. I don't know. I had to check my screen to see if it weren't in fucking. It'd been zoomed in or something because he looked fucking massive, man.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
You know what I mean?
Big kid.
Yeah, there's no need to look like that in a boxing ring, and I think that's what cost him. Because if you look, he's still got his wits about him. He just hasn't got no tank left. And when the energy's gone, it don't matter how fucking awake you are. It's not happening.
What was that? The fourth? When did he drop Ruiz in the third round and he got clipped in the fourth? Is that what happened? I don't.
No, he got clipped in the same round.
The same round.
What round was that?
Third, wasn't it?
Yeah, the third round. I mean.
Then
and then what? It went on for what? 2 more rounds? Three more rounds after that? How many more rounds did it go?
Did it get stopped in the 7th or something?
Stopped in round 7.
7, okay. It's about how Joshua approaches this fight mentally. I'm saying, I thought he handled it well after the fight. Honestly, I did. I thought the day after, I thought it was sincere that, listen, I took a loss. I'm going to come back. He approached it to me like Lomachenko took that loss with Salido. He just said, look, it is what it is.
I didn't like that at all, Pete.
What's that?
I didn't like that at all.
I know you didn't. I know you did. I remember the show we had post fight or the next day. I remember you were not impressed with Joshua or his performance or his fucking way he handled it so I remember after that fight, I remember what you were saying. I remember you were pissed off about it. But all I'm saying is that until last night I listened and you mentioned that this trainer was Froch's trainer. I overheard you say that last night. It's probably a fucking damn good. It's probably a damn good trainer because psychologically, after a loss like this is like Froch dealt with who's the kid that Froch fought twice, shaved head, blonde.
Kessler. I mean, not Kessler.
George
Groves.
George Groves.
So if I'm not mistaken, in that first fight, Froch wasn't all there mentally, and he had to do some rebuilding in between the
That was a tough camp for him. As a trainer, that would have been hard to rebuild Joshua after that. I totally agree with that. I don't think he's as bad a trainer as people are saying.
No.
He's the Team GB trainer. He did a good job. I just think with some trainers, don't matter how good they are, I think they just go stale with fighters. I just think the ideas just get a bit stale. They don't work anymore. And sometimes fighters need some fresh ideas, should we say. And I just think probably with Josh, sometimes you can only take a fighter as far as you can take him. It's like Abel Sanchez. He started taking Golovkin backwards for me. Do you know what I mean? So when that starts to happen, you start to have to look elsewhere. And even the best of trainers, they get sacked in the end, don't they? Because the bond goes. And I just think that might be the case with McCracken. I think this could be his last camp if Joshua don't pull this one through.
I mean, you got a guy, too. I don't know if you've ever been coached or been mentored. When you're successful early and you start this stuff your coaches try to tell you starts ringing in your ears that 5 years down the road. I'm trying to say the stuff they were trying to explain to you, and you blew them off, or you nodded your head, yeah. In other words, you might find yourself repeating the same thing to a younger guy down the road someday too. So again, it's a young kid, very successful. Shit. After that Klitschko fight, they could have done a goddamn commercial media package just based on the footage of that fight, post fight.
They did.
They've already
They
done
did.
that, mate.
Yeah, okay. I mean, he was like the goddamn
They market. Listen,
the face of
they
boxing.
market.
Really.
They market him very well. AJ became famous, like pretty quick after that fight because.
Well, listen, with Sky Sports, right? Sky Sports are the best in the world at promoting their box office events. There's just non-stop. It's in your face. It gets to the time you just buy it to shut the fuckers up, sort of thing. It's one of them ones. But honestly, it's great. It's great promotion the way they do it, and that's why they get big buys. I mean, Americans have gone about it the wrong way. You don't see any of the. I mean, sometimes there's fights in America, and I don't even realise it's on until you guys or Butcho's doing a show about the fight that week.
Yeah, same here.
Because obviously I haven't got time to keep checking boxing all the time at the moment. But there's times I don't even know these fights are on. I mean, that can't be right.
To this day. Still, I think Jackson's calling back again.
I do have to listen to him again.
Go ahead, Jackson.
All
What do you want?
I'm sorry, guys. I hang up.
Go ahead, Jackson. Go ahead, man.
Go ahead, Jackson. I'm joking, brother. I'm joking. Go ahead.
Stu, I liked it better when you weren't here, bro.
You see, this is you're calling it start problems now. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, because there was a little safe space for you when I went here. I've closed the safe space down. I'm back. Guess what? There's no safe space here anymore.
Stu's the alpha male.
I'm the alpha around here.
Anything else you got to say, Jackson?
All right.
Before we hang up on you.
No, I wanted to say about his trainer. They've been doing real fucking intense sparring. Do you think AJ might possibly be concussed or
no?
Didn't they say he got clipped before the last fight? Didn't he say he got clipped in sparring up to during the last fight? Well, that was the rumor after the fact.
Jackson, you got to understand what gym warrior training and just polishing up on your skills. There's two different things. He can be doing both, a mixture of both. Okay, it's easy. All right, I'm nowhere near that level, but I used to train like that. I would have a gym war, and then I would have just touching up on my skills, and you could do both on the same night. You could do one round.
What was your
my amateur record? I don't remember. I'll be honest with you. I don't remember, but I didn't lose many.
Because I do remember. Yeah, I had a couple fights back in the day, but I was a better hockey player. But I remember doing these gym wars, and you take thudding punches. It's not punches that'll knock you out, but you're getting used to like
the big
right
yeah.
hand,
You're getting used to fighting without headgear.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Recognize you hit them on the forehead, and you get used to that.
Yeah, no, what it does is it prepares you for. Look, the people that usually do gym wars are professional boxers already. But that doesn't mean that if you're there's guys I know that never boxed. They just gym warriors. They do this all the time. They like this.
Yep.
They like that kind of fighting. You know, there's guys who never fought amateurs, not even an amateur fight. Going there, been sparring, been sparring since they were 15, 16. They're in their 30s now. And these guys, they're gym warriors.
He recognised. I was watching an interview with Pat Miletich. Can you remember Pat Miletich, the UFC fighter? Yeah.
Pat Miletich.
He was saying that in this gym, they had this fucking guy, right? Never been in a mixed martial arts fight or a boxing fight in his life, right? But he was just a naturally strong man, but always in the gym, training and messing about. And they reckon this guy used to fucking smash world champions to pieces. Every time they'd spar, he'd beat them all up. But he'd never, ever got in a fight. He'd never, just did it for fun.
But
so it's proof there's people out there that you could just go to a boxing gym. You might not be under Eddie Hearn's banner or might not have a record, but you could go in there and get your fucking ass whooped because you don't know who you're dealing with.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I've seen a few guys like that come into a gym. A lot of them have size to them, whether they're tall, big, or short and stout. And they'll go. It's mainly those guys, and they'll fuck your ass up, man. They'll beat the shit out of you.
Puerto Ricans.
And they're Puerto Rican. That's true. Yeah.
Jackson, don't take to heart what I say, man.
Whoop your ass.
Don't take to heart what I say, Jackson. It's all a bit of banter here, man.
No, I know.
Whenever I sparred with another Puerto Rican, and knives almost came out.
Again, Jackson.
I said, like, if you see a Puerto Rican, he usually beat the shit out of you in the gym. I mean,
I just don't think that AJ at this point in time needs to feel what it feels like to get a punch without headgear, or I just don't think they're. I don't know where the information's coming from, Jackson, but based upon what I heard so far, and based upon
he's fine.
That's not about being hurt in sparring. Is that what he's talking about?
No, I said no. Jackson said that he heard that this training camp
he got
AJ's
hurt.
doing a lot of full speed fucking sparring. Full speed fucking sparring, right? James Tony type of sparring. I said we're not in the camp. A. B. I thought they said something about him getting clipped in sparring prior to the last fight. He did get clipped in the last fight. And D. I just don't think that he needs that kind of. Look, can I see if I can take a punch or not? What does it feel like to get punched without headgear? I think he knows what it is.
When there's that sort of money on the line, it's a silly thing to do. But let's be real. He needs to toughen up. He needs to be prepared for a doctor.
Absolutely. That's why he's having gym wars. Jackson, he's having a gym war, and I'm sure he's had a pussy. No, it's not your pussy. How can you be Jackson? Jackson, how can you be a pussy?
Yeah, I didn't mean a pussy
and get
like
up
that.
4 times.
I didn't mean like that.
The guy's not. Come on, man. That's underestimating your opponent.
That was energy. Listen, I'm telling you now, Anthony Joshua was not hurt when he was stopped. It was just no energy left. You know when you're training in the gym, recognizing, and they want you to do that extra fucking press up or that extra lift of the weights, and you just haven't got it in you anymore. You just flop to the ground. That's what it was like, man. He just had nothing. And
Stu, what do you think? What do you think about the Povetkin fight? I thought Povetkin almost stopped him.
Listen, Joshua's had problems. Joshua's had a few problems recently, and he's been on the slide for a while now. Like I said, I think half of it's arrogance and half of it's taking his eye off the ball with Deontay Wilder, thinking it's all roads lead to Wilder, when unfortunately your roads led to fucking Saudi Arabia now. Do you know what I mean? So, and if it weren't for the loss with Ruiz, that fight wouldn't be in Saudi Arabia now. So, this is what happens. You know, he's had to change a lot of things up. He's had to realise. I think he got a bit above his stations. Started to believe all the casuals that was bigging him up on Twitter and that are telling him how great he was.
Right.
You know, and forgot that this is a inexperienced guy that's got barely any amateur background. A guy that
he forgot that. He also forgot
if
Stu, that his opponent doesn't give a fuck what his fans think about him.
Exactly. And
You
but
know?
let's be real, he should have known. The Vladimir should have been enough signs for him. You know, if Vladimir was 2 years younger and had a little bit more in the tank, he wouldn't have made it through that. The only reason he made it through that is because Vladimir couldn't cut off the ring and couldn't catch up to him. Sort of thing. Gave him time to take breathers.
If it was the Vladimir that knocked out Pulev, he kills AJ.
Kills him.
He kills AJ that night.
Well, let me say one more thing, guys, because I think there's somebody else on the phone. But I've been in these kinds of fights, and like there's some kind like little fat guys that you just can't move out of the center of the ring, and it's difficult. And if they have fast hands, it's like it's terrible. Like
you might be right. You
you're
might be
trying to
right,
move.
Jackson. Jackson, you might be right. He might be all wrong.
You know what I'm saying?
But
Recognize like the fast
no, of course.
little guys.
I hated
center of the
fighting
ring.
short guys. I did not like fighting short guys with fast hands. I didn't like it. I love fighting guys about 2 inches shorter than me and about 3 to 4 inches taller than me. I always anywhere within that range. That's perfect.
That Joshua fight, recognised the first one with Ruiz, proof that Joshua didn't have the right sparring. He should have been fighting smaller guys in there. He couldn't get the timing right with the hook. Yes, the hook landed. The hook landed. Sorry, the hook landed that knocked him down. I remember that one, but that was in an exchange. Got a lucky shot in. After that,
like a little, not lucky, but like it just landed. It got there.
Yeah, but after that, didn't land all night. Ruiz was reading it, ducking underneath it. You know, that's the wrong sparring. He wasn't fighting the right size guys. Now,
and shout out to Ruiz, man. He capitalized, man. I've never look, man. The one thing I gained respect for him. As soon as Joshua made a mistake, he was on his ass. It was amazing. He was on him and never kept off of him after that.
Proof that Wilder and Joshua just hate fighting small guys. Wilder punches up for a start. Wilder hasn't learned how to jab on downwards. Sorry, Wilder hasn't learned how to jab downwards. He jabs upwards.
That's why I say that's why I say Usyk is
Stu,
a nightmare
can I ask
for
you
these
a
guys.
question? Stu?
Go ahead.
Do you think Joshua would be better to try to get this guy out of here? Like this immovable object that's going to be in the center of the ring? Or do you think he should try to dance?
If he dances, he's going to be in a lot of trouble because he hasn't got the footwork for that for a start. Them big tree trunks. Do you want to be lumping them around for 36 minutes?
Well, he lost weight. He did lose a lot of weight.
So.
How much? Listen, here's the question. Here's a question for you guys. Here's a question for you guys. What weight do you think he's coming in? If you had to give a guess by looking at him so far.
245.
245?
I think like 239.
I say 238, 237. He looks that small.
Them fucking legs though are still.
It's like with fucking Wilder. Like when Wilder is above 220, he's gonna murder anybody. Like
I agree with Wilder, that. Here's the thing: he can still be outboxed.
He's a weapon.
But this is something that I agree with Jackson. I don't know what it is. I get it. Wilder could still knock you out under 220 because he does it, right? What was he, 220 for this fight? 219? Anyway.
Yeah, around that.
I think Wilder at 225, if he hits Fury may not get back up, bro. Or he might not get back up on time.
It's a fucking shotgun.
Yeah. Look,
that's not a normal punch.
I don't know why he's doing that. I don't know what's the thinking there, because I know he's been 225, 230 before in a fight. The only thing I could think of, maybe
he was roiding, honestly.
Well, no, I know that's for sure. Like I don't even doubt that for a second. But it's also, you got to ask yourself, why he stopped doing that and is targeting these
For the
weights
Fury
out.
fight. Oh yeah, for the Fury fight, he was like fucking 200 pounds, wasn't he?
Right, he was 212.
Wasn't he real light?
209.
He says he was 209, and I believe him because he had clothes on when he did the weigh-in. So, he had like he
Yeah, why
supposed to
was
have
he
clothes
like
on.
220?
But what I'm saying is he had like, you can tell he has weight on the clothes. Look, he's obviously trimmed down. I'm sure he's doing a lot of testing, right? I also think that he's a freak of nature, kind of. I mean, being 6'7", and the dude is six. Look, I'm 5 inches shorter than that dude, and I walk around at 225. If I let myself loose, I can go up to 235. I go up to 235 easy. So Wilder, who's 6'7",
he's pretty tall.
Yeah. I mean, he's listed. I think he's more like 6'6", but fuck it, let's go. 6'6" and 6'7" is basically the same shit, right?
Yeah.
It's basically the same fucking thing. Anyway, so he's a tall guy, and his weight in the ring is under 220. A lot of fights. It's pretty remarkable. He's built like a basketball player. He's
a
built like
natural
Jordan.
skin guy. He is like a
Jordan was
he's like
6'6".
he's like a forward. You're right.
6'6", 215.
Look at his legs,
Jordan
man.
was.
Look at his calves, bro. He's a skinny fucking dude. He just
Yeah.
He has to lift to keep that size on and to put it on, and his arm is his right hand is so fucked up every other fight with the pins and the rods and everything else. If he can't lift in between fights, he's gonna have atrophy. He can shoot all he wants, but if a lot of guys that shoot juice and don't lift, you know what I mean?
Recognize. Let me ask you a question.
What's his little brother?
Hang on a minute, Jackson. It's my turn. Let me ask you a question, Recognize.
All right, Stu.
Question.
What's his...
Wait, go ahead.
If he was gonna pick a perfect physique for a heavyweight, of all the fighters you've seen in history, what would that guy be? For a perfect physique for a heavyweight.
Oh, you mean today? Today's heavyweight?
Any era.
Andrew Galata.
Name one. Andrew, I thought Galata was a bit too muscly as well.
You know who was the perfect heavyweight for me? Perfect heavyweight was Evander Holyfield in terms of height and weight. I thought he was perfect. Now, it didn't work out where he was the best of his era. You would probably say Lennox Lewis was, but it wasn't by much. You see, he was what? Evander Holyfield is 6'3" or 6'2", 1 or 2, right? So he's 6'2", 6'3". He used to come in at 220, no more than that, 220 pounds. It allowed him the endurance, bro. That he had the endurance, and I know a lot of it is steroid, and I know the chat's probably like, oh, the guy was roided up. Nobody's talking about that. Like Stu asked, what's the perfect size and weight? I thought Evander Holyfield had that. He had that perfectly. So he would be faster than most heavyweights. He would have more stamina than most heavyweights, and he would have enough power to keep those heavyweights honest.
Yeah. I'm just going to go for the chat quickly. Recognize, just mix these opinions up, then you can carry on because Boxing Archive, in fact, it said Muhammad Ali, which I think was the young Cassius Clay would have been my choice. Matty
that's a nice one.
Matty says Butterbean. I'm not having that. Foul pole boxing, Larry Holmes. Yeah, Larry Holmes had a perfect.
I agree.
Not the Larry Holmes that fought Mike Tyson. Not that one. The one with the fucking world class jab and the decent.
The one that
footwork,
fought Shavers the second time.
Fraser. See, Joe Fraser for me, I don't think had the perfect size for a heavyweight. Too small. The reach not enough.
Ernie.
That's about it for now. But yeah, go on, Recognize. Lennox is perfect. Heights is Pink Panther. Evander Holyfield is finisher. Go on, Recognize.
Lennox Lewis was the perfect super heavyweight for me.
Yes.
Lennox Lewis at 6'5", 245, 250. And the way he boxed was to me was perfect at the time. But like, guys under 6'4", the Evander Holyfields was great. Yes, Larry Holmes. I totally agree. Was one of them.
Foreman, they're saying Foreman in the chat, bro. But I thought Foreman was a bit slow and clumsy. Do you?
Yeah, all the guys you're naming, all the guys that we're all naming here, they were all the perfect weight for them. So
no, I'm not about weight, perfect physique.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, all the guys that we're naming, you know, all the way up to Larry Holmes, all the way, you know, Lennox, all these guys were the
you
perfect.
go like Tim Witherspoon, like there's a lot of guys.
Yeah, Tim Witherspoon had a little bit of.
Stuart's point is that AJ might not ideal the optimum weight for him. Too much of the muscle, which is a fair point. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're that tall, what do you need? You'd figure.
It's the same with Vlad. It's the same with Vlad, Pete. When AJ fought Vlad, right? Vlad actually looked as good as AJ did in the fucking weigh-in. Vlad is a specimen of a man. I couldn't believe how the shape Vlad was in, but that cost him on the night as well. Because when he dug into the tank, there was fuck all there. He was coughing at fumes, and that's because. You know what I mean? He didn't see when you look at Vitali. Vitali had much more.
Vitali had the perfect build too, man.
Right.
All right, guys. We have a phone call. Who's this? Jackson, I think. Jackson, we're gonna move on.
That's not true, is it?
Yeah, I'm off, boys.
All right, take care. Thanks for the phone call. All right, 419. You're on the air. 419.
Hey, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just getting to the talk, you know, talking about Joshua and Parker and everything. And
you sound like LD.
Hey, it was a good fight. Hey, and it was an even fight. But man, Ruiz won the ring generalship, you know, easy. So, and then to make a long story short, hey, the New Zealand commissioner, he resigned after that fight. So, you know, that's that side of that.
That don't mean anything, though.
I don't mean anything.
Who resigned?
Yeah, well,
the New Zealand commissioner resigned.
Well, he was proud of it, right?
But why did he
You don't
resign?
resign
What's your theory? Why he resigned?
Yeah, it's not like there's a conspiracy here. Why would he resign? There must be another reason.
Hey, he resigned because it was a bad decision.
According to you, though, why is he going to resign? Because you said so. You told him so.
Stuart, are you working out like Matrix does? Are you eating?
I'm not the commissioner.
7 Chinese.
But that's what we're about.
I'm eating Monster Milk.
Nice.
Hey, can I get to the next thing?
Go ahead. Hey, you called him before, right? What's your name, man? Tell everybody who you are. You called him before.
Hey,
yeah, what's your name?
My name's Tony.
Yeah, Tony. He called him before. Go ahead, Tony.
I'm gonna call you El Tony.
Tony, like I said, it's your. The guy's not gonna.
Hey, look here.
That was a bad enough decision to resign.
Yeah, I can't talk no more on that because I'm not the commissioner. But that's what happened.
Brought him up,
I
brother.
know that. Hey, now getting back to you know, the Joshua Ruiz fight coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Man, hey, it was a simple thing, you know. Joshua got caught. You know, Joshua was going in for the kill, and he just simply got caught. You know, so it's going to be a good fight. I have it a 50-50 fight.
Definitely 50-50.
And,
definitely.
I think so too. Yep.
Yeah.
50-50.
And I hope the
Anyone
boxing
says
guys are Ruiz. But anyway, hey, I said this the night of the fight. In the first, on June 1st, you know, Joshua took some killer headshots after he got concussed. So, you know, that's big, man. Hey, in 2011, my son got recruited by D1 by the Toledo Rockets. He was a lineman, you know, and he got a bad concussion. It took him 8 months for him to recover to pass the NCAA concussion test.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Take you 2 years.
You know,
Take you 2 years.
Times, man. You know, so Joshua, when he got hurt, he kept on taking shots. And I kept asking the trainers, I go, why is it taking so long for my son to get better? And they would say, because he took shots after the concussion. So don't be surprised, you know, if Joshua just takes a regular shot on the head that, you know, he might get hurt, man.
Holy shit, it's true.
But hey, I'll tell you this.
The thing is, though,
Joshua wouldn't pass the
he wasn't showing
NCAA
signs.
concussion test. I'll tell you that.
The thing is,
You know,
fighter stuff.
I was just trying to put myself in on that.
Concussion.
And it's going to be a killer fight, man. So, you know, get ready. Because Ruiz is fighting for his people, so he's fighting. And then, you know, I'm hoping, you know, that, you know, because Joshua, you know, he slimmed down a little bit. And, you know, and if he wants to box it out, I hope they count ring generalship, you know, and if it goes a distance, you know. I hope it's a fair fight and they give Ruiz the respect of a champion in this fight. Hey, I'll let you guys
Ruiz is going to have to knock him out, bro, to win that decision. I'm more than sure. He's going to have to dominate him, put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't say nothing on that. But yeah, hey, I just had to give you a little talk on that concussion because I don't know what it is now. Is it the food or the? But hey, these are big guys taking big shots, man. Concussions don't last, 2, 3, 4, 6 months. They can last a long time.
It's a lot.
You know, Joshua's going full glory, man.
A lot to do with your training. You're
you're
losing a lot of weight. You're losing water, and you're losing a lot of the water around the brain. So that's why you get. I'm getting a terrible echo. Butcho, switch it over, man.
All right, hey.
All right, thanks for the phone call. Take care.
Good call. Good call, man.
Thanks for the call, El Tony.
Before you put the call on, remember to put the fucking thing over because every time I talk, it echoes.
You hear that? Bucho? Don't let it happen again.
But I can't. The thing is,
behind the scenes.
You do that again, Butcho. I'm timing you out.
He's gonna come give you a concussion, Bucho.
Wait, hold on. The thing is there echo now?
No.
Yeah, that's right now. It's all right now.
It's gone?
It's fine now.
That's fucking weird because it didn't change anything. All right.
Okay.
It's when the call is on. You said you had to switch something over.
Hey, Bucho, did you recognize the voice?
I think so.
That was Tony Guerrero.
No, I don't think it was him though.
That was Ruben Guerrero.
It's not El Dude, if that's what you're thinking.
No, that guy called him before. He's all right. He's good.
Okay.
What?
Hey, but what he said is like
recognize. I don't see any signs. With a concussion, you start to show signs. You can see the signs, and I don't think Josh was showing that. And go back and watch that fight again. I don't think he was really. I think it was just tiredness, just and give up. He sort of give up. Just didn't run out of ideas and run out of stamina. That's what I saw. I don't see a guy that's sitting there not knowing what fucking week it is and stuff like that. For me,
no.
Yes,
You're right. You're right. I mean, listen. A lot of times in boxing, knocked out. A knockout hurt, so to speak. Really, the issue is you can't recover. So it's I don't know about give up. I mean, fuck, man. He could have given up a lot. He could have given up and saved a lot of face. You know what I'm saying? Like he could have given up a lot smoother than that if he gave up. But he could not recover. And I think he came into the fight he looked foggy coming into the fight. So who knows, man? Hey, listen, this whole PED thing, I know I like cut people off sometimes when they talking about so-and-so's using or so-and-so. They're all fucking using, right? And they're not just shooting test before, willy-nilly like a bodybuilder. Although these heavyweights, to Stu's point, these heavyweights can gain as much weight as they want to gain, so therefore they can get a little carried away with the test. But it's a lot of man. This sports PEDs in sports is a lot deeper than just shooting tests. You know what I mean?
Josh has had, apparently, according to Eddie Hearn, Josh has had 26 drug tests.
Yeah, all right. I'm saying, let's be serious here. These guys are taking asthma medications and asthma, bronchial medications and stimulants and amphetamines and also insulin. You know what I'm saying? Like these guys all got TUEs for underactive the thyroid medications and stuff. And what I'm saying to you is that you get any of these things wrong, which you can get it wrong. You know what I'm trying to say? You give somebody, to me, it looked like he was in a fucking, like he had too much insulin or something, like he had a diabetic condition or something. And I'm not saying he's diabetic, but I'm saying though, all these guys are taking these heavy duty medications to enhance performance, and you get a bad mix or you get a bad dose or whatever the fuck, which is possible, then it could affect your performance. So we'll see how he bounces back, man. We'll see how he bounces back. Interesting fight. Damn good fight.
Agree. Agree, Pete the Greek.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. But we'll see how it plays out. But I just don't want to get into what's going to happen is, no, I don't know what's going to happen. We got to see when the fight happens.
It's guesswork, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just guesswork.
Well,
I'm guessing that Joshua cleans up his mistakes and wins the fight. Could be wrong.
Well, you know, got to take into account that Ruiz could also polish up on the things he did good with a full camp, and he could come in even better. So you have to take that into account as well. Everyone's, even including myself, concentrating what Joshua's going to do, but what's Ruiz going to do?
Yeah.
That's the big.
Well, I'll say this,
You know,
man. If you just look at it, more so than the winner or the scorecard, any of that kind of prediction, if you try to predict the style of the fight, you can look at track record and see what should happen. I'm not gonna equate this Ruiz to Povetkin or, he's not fucking smoking Joe Frazier with a peekaboo style. So he's gonna fight how he fights. And if you look at that last fight, it just seemed like Joshua brought himself stuck his head in the fucking gator's mouth for some reason. I don't know why he fucking did that. But
he did. Yep.
The point about the whole after the Vlad fight about, him having this superstardom type of lift after that fight is that sometimes as a trainer or as a coach, you're not going to tell a guy but so much when he's got that type of fucking early, that type of role that he's on.
I can't accept that, man. They're getting paid to do what then? What are they there for?
No, but what I'm saying is McCracken, fucking, Emmanuel Stewart, resurrected, fucking Customado couldn't fucking talk to a guy that's just not going to fucking, number one, that's just not going to, just not too young to understand, to accept the instruction. And B, I think a lot of times in these fights, man, during the fight is not the time to try to tell somebody to do something they're not accustomed to doing.
I'm not expecting you to go to your corner and hear fucking Joe Gallagher rambling on about doing this, then do that, then after about 2 minutes into the round, try this. I'm not expecting all these bullshit that no one's going to remember. Just simple instructions are the key, right? Just polish things up here. Change this. Look,
right.
You're leaning in. Look, you're leaning in with left hooks. You're lunging in. You're getting countered. Stop the left hook. Keep it to the jab. Keep it to the right hand. Hold him when he's in the whatever. But simple instructions. You're there to do a job. The thing is, all these fighters that say they don't need a trainer. I'll name two. I'll name a prime example. Joe McCullen was one of them. Now, he refused to get him because he did have Manuel Stuart and they fell out, and he refused to replace him with a proper trainer. He got some fucking clown that didn't even know how to wrap gloves that he met at a dog fight or something. A fucking right piece of shit to both of them, both scumbags. Well, I don't shed a tear for Joe McCann. If that makes me a scumbag, so be it.
Agreed.
I don't shed tears for people that do that to fucking any living fucking crew. He's a fucking piece of shit. Nigel Benn fucking brought karma to his world. Let's just say that. But he didn't want a trainer to replace me. He got that clown in. So when he's in there, Nigel Benn, right? And this is a funny thing because I think Kevin Sanders, who was Nigel Benn's trainer at the time, walked into the dressing room because obviously you got to watch them wrap their hands. And Joe McKellen's sitting there wrapping his own hands. So Kevin Sanders goes, what are you wrapping your own hands for, Joe? He goes, because none of these fucking clowns know how to do it. That's what Joe McCann turned around and said to Kevin Sanders, right? None of these clowns know how to do it. So he's sitting there wrapping his own hands. So when he's in there and he's real hurt, he's showing signs that the lack of oxygen going to his brain. He's blinking. His nose is broke. He's getting beat up. There's not a lot. No one's got the balls to say to him, there's the towel. We'll come back another day. We'll fight for another day. We're going to stop this. No one had the balls. You can get him, Gerald. He's nearly going, Gerald. Gerald was dying in the ring, and he's getting told in his corner. He's there for the taking, Gerald. Absolute gobshite instructions, right? So that's how important it is to have a decent trainer that's going to give you. And if you can't give those world
He almost died in that ring.
You don't have no business being there.
Because because of the people he had around him, he almost died in that fight. Look, if he gets hit a couple of more times, we could be talking about him dying.
Yeah, agreed. But I'm saying though, as far as this McCracken, did you in the first fight, the Ruiz fight, did you think that he was doing his job? I thought he was doing. No,
you could do your job as so you know, you can only do as a trainer so much. It's up to the dude in the ring. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you need a third party looking from the outside.
It's like
I don't know if you're, you've been coached before a million times. I don't know if you've ever someone's telling you something and you're not fucking. Not that you're not listening. It's just that you cannot see it until you watch it on film. From
my father used to tell me something. My father used to tell me something, right? And he kept it simple. He goes, "You're doing the wrong thing. Look where your foot is at every time you." This is when like I had a hard fight or whatever. He goes, "Look where your foot is at." I was like, "Dad, I don't have time for that." He goes, "Exactly. Because if you were doing it right, your foot's gonna land automatically in the right spot." And so I was like, "What the fuck does that mean?" Then I finally got it. When you're doing the right thing, everything is working. Everything is clicking. Okay? You don't have time in a boxing fight to understand where the fuck your foot is at. If you're throwing the right punches, right? If you're trained well enough, when you're throwing the right punches, when you use your feet to guide your punches, right? Everything's going to fall into the right place. So that's where an outside guy kind of tells you what you're doing wrong. Boxing is not that hard. It's not that hard. You can over advise somebody. You could say, "Well, Pete, I need you to watch where your feet is at, and then you punch." I mean, that's stupid. You're going to be like, "What? What do you mean?"
Yeah, right. I mean, it's not the time
throwing
to get
punches.
complicated.
This dude is throwing. Here's my point, Pete. The guy's not giving me time to think. What are you talking? I don't have time to be doing that. Right?
That's right.
If I'm fighting you, I don't give a fuck about you getting your timing right. I'm trying to take your timing off, and I'm trying to beat you up. I'm trying to suffocate you, and so you don't have time for that. What you have to do is make sure you're doing everything right.
Someone in the chat just let me just get his name right because I want to say. I think it might have been saying, but someone said boxing is not that difficult or something like that. But in other words, he's right because the simple things in boxing can work. Like Emmanuel Stewart didn't come with this Lomachenko style,
right?
He didn't come with a Usyk style. He didn't come with a Prime Roy Jones Jr. Or he didn't come with a James Toney sort of style. He just came with a basic style that was going to work using his attributes. And it's just simple stuff. You don't have to have Vladimir doing Ali shuffles and stuff like that, doing the rope-a-dope. Because his fucking chin wouldn't have that. If George Foreman was teeing up on the ropes, he'd fucking be over the ropes, landing on his head. So that's not. He has to do what he does best, which is the straight right, the jab, the fucking hold, and he had a nice left hook on him as well. If you come flying in, that left hook landed, you're fucking asleep. Pulev will tell you that. So he just did what he did good. Emmanuel Stewart just gathered it into one package, and that's you can't try to change too much from fighters. It's like getting Roberto Duran. I mean, who was it who Roberto Duran went with? A real good trainer. I can't remember now. And he couldn't change anything with the guy. How can you?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, as a guy's already got his style established.
Sorry, Pete. 1 second. When Prince Nassim Hamid went to Emmanuel Stewart, what could Emmanuel Stewart do with Prince Nassim Hamid? Because he was a fighter that you couldn't, because the attributes that Klitschko could use, Hamid didn't have that. Hamid was doing what he did best anyway, and that was it. You couldn't change Hamid. If you try to get him into a fundamental fighter that stood behind the guard and fucking flicked the jab out, it's not going to work. He comes with unorthodox uppercuts and these lunging left hooks and stuff.
Emmanuel Stewart would have been great with guys like Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder. He would have been fucking fantastic for those dudes.
Yeah.
Those were his kind of guys.
Yeah, definitely. And I thought Vlad was, like I said, you can see why he took Vlad on. Vlad was perfect for it.
And let's face it, what did he turn Vlad into? He turned Vlad into one of the best heavyweights of all time.
But he did it with Lennox Lewis. Lennox Lewis didn't fight like that because Americans got on his back because he was boring. But he never fought like that really before he got knocked out. It's only when he went to Emmanuel Stewart. Emmanuel Stewart saw the attributes that Lewis had. Why take risks? He built a package that was suitable for Lewis. Yes, it stunk the joint out now and again, but he's arguably one of the greatest heavyweights of all time now.
Yep. That's exactly.
Vladimir Klitschko's also in that fucking that chat in the top 10, top 20, whatever you want to put.
I agree with that.
I mean, you get a guy like Emmanuel Stewart that can take on a Prince Nassim and take on a Emmanuel Stewart. I mean, take on a Vladimir Klitschko. The good trainers don't try to fucking reinvent the wheel with these guys. You know what I mean?
I guarantee you, Pete, had Emmanuel Stewart been around, still alive, and would have been healthy enough, sharp enough to train Deontay Wilder, he would have Wilder fighting similar to Tommy Hearns. Similar to Tommy Hearns.
What I'm saying though is that the times when we see them, which is the 3 minutes in between, the 1 minute in between rounds, and the limited time that we do get to see it because they don't get the fucking camera in there as much as I want them to. The 1 minute in between rounds, a good gonna tell you what he's seeing that you might not be seeing because you are the heat of the battle, and it might be in the 6th or 7th round, and you might be fucking tired. So you can't bombard him with information, but to my recollection, I don't go back and watch these fights over. I watch them live, and I take, for better or for worse, I take what I'm saying off of my memory of the fight. It seemed like McCracken was trying to explain to him, get back to your jab and quit diving in with this guy, Ruiz. Quit bringing yourself. You keep sticking your head in the fucking lines.
I watched it the other day, Pete, and the thing is, what I heard was that he was telling Joshua to put it on Ruiz and start working, and he never said anything about the left hook. He never said anything about the jab, really. He just said put it on him, and I think that's when Joshua started to go toe to toe with Ruiz and started to come unstuck again.
Well, there you go. Yeah, see, there you go.
Well, it's fresh in my mind. I watched it the other day, mate. I mean, when you see it again, you'll see it for yourself. Like I said, I didn't remember that either. It's only when I saw it the other day, it all clicked in because he was getting a lot of stick, and I couldn't understand why. And then when I saw, because Joshua, like I said, because he was flagging, he probably would have been better off trying to play it safe and nick it on the cards. But he went in there for the kill, instructions from the trainer. But he was, like you said, he was lunging in with single shots, and that's you can't do that with Ruiz.
Yeah. No, I mean, you're right about Lennox Lewis. They call him boring. I mean, listen, the guy's, how tall was he? 6 foot? Was he 6 foot?
6'5". He was 6'5", 6'6".
What do you want him to fucking do? What do you want him to? Everybody wants to see Tyson.
Go and see Lennox Lewis. Go and see Lennox Lewis, right? Versus Razor Ruddock. Tell me that was boring. Go and
exactly.
Go and see him fight. Go and watch Lennox Lewis v Andrew Galotta.
Go watch.
Tell me that.
What
about Michael Brand? What about Shannon Briggs? Ray Mercer. He nearly lost that fight.
Yeah.
When you're
Ray
6'5"
Mercer.
or 6'6", I'm saying
Didn't Lennox Lewis show a chin in that fight against Ray Mercer?
A tremendous chin. I tell you what.
He showed a tremendous chin.
Few people had Mercer winning that.
I'm just saying, no matter who you are, when you're tall, you're typically taller than the guys you're fighting, whether you're Lewis or whether you're Klitschko. What do you want to do? Fucking get into a peekaboo style and fucking hook off with these guys like they're Mike Tyson? I mean, it's just not going to happen. They're just too tall.
Yeah, Mike Tyson was different. Mike Tyson had to fight perfect.
That's what I'm saying. Mike Tyson, if they're getting on Lewis at the time and he's boring, well, they all want to see Tyson, right? The seek and destroy, but he's 5 foot tall.
I was saying Lennox Lewis wasn't boring. That's what I'm trying to say, brother.
I agree with you. My point is I agree with you. I'm saying to the people that say that you brought up earlier, I'm trying to say they're fighting the best style that they could possibly fight.
To win the fight. Yeah,
Well,
I
like I
agree.
said, that's what Manny Stewart does. He puts a package together, which is the best way for that fighter to win a fight, using his best attributes. That's what he did with changed Lennox Lewis' fighting style all around, because Lennox Lewis was a very come forward, put it on you sort of fight, very like Joshua at first, and that's why he was getting caught. It was never that defensive style that used to hold and jab. That was only when a Manny Stewart turned up. But he also had very exciting moments in him, like Andrew Galotta. I mean, a destruction in a round. It don't get no more exciting than that. You've got the Ratman knockout in the second fight.
Oh, that was one of the greatest heavyweight knockouts I've seen.
I mean, look at Tommy Morrison, what he did at Tommy Morrison, Shannon Briggs, Michael Grant, Razor Ruddock. I mean, even Holyfield was exciting at times. I mean, it wasn't a great fight, but they had little moments where it was quite exciting.
The second fight was really good between them.
Yeah.
They can get their knockouts, but it's just not going to be like a seek and destroy type of.
Well, remember, this is one of the arguments that I had, Pete, with one of these guys who said that Deontay Wilder has the most power in heavyweight history. Now, I'm saying to myself, what are you comparing that on? Look, I agree he has a lot of fucking power. Are you comparing that to the level of opponents he's had? Because if you look at guys like Lennox Lewis, because we're talking about him, right? Lennox Lewis knocked out great fighters. I'm not going to say great fighters in terms of like they were legendary fighters, but he did it against better opposition than Wilder, right? So don't get too carried away because of the numbers. They're just going by the very numbers. 43 fights for Wilder, 41 ended by knockout. That number could be deceiving, right? It's the reason why you get a fighter who goes into the ring, 20 wins, 20 knockouts, no defeats, goes into a fight with a guy who's had 30 fights. In 30 fights, he's 27 wins, 2 losses, 1 draw, and fucking 16 knockouts, and beat the guy who's 20-0 with 20 knockouts. Beat him by knockout. Because when you dissect the resume, you'll be like, oh, he didn't really fight nobody. He didn't really fight anybody, and this is why he ends up losing to the guy who already lost a couple of fights, doesn't have a high percentage knockout. And then you go look at the guy who beat him, and you'll see his resume, and in between, you'll see those knockouts. You'll say, wow, that's a good fighter, and he stopped him. That's another good fighter, and he stopped him. That's another good fighter, and he beat him in a convincing 12-round unanimous decision. Oh, he lost a close fight.
That's why I've got so much respect for Carl Froch. He gets a lot of stick because his commentary is a bit dull, and he's an arrogant fucker. I know that. But when you go down his resume, look at his resume. There's great wins there.
I love Carl Froch's fights. I can watch his fights all day long.
Yeah, me too, bro. Sometimes when I'm doing anything, I'll get a few cans out and watch Froch nights. I will, our little Froch nights, especially his fight with Jermaine Taylor. I love that. That's a great win. Jermaine Taylor was a great win at the time. I mean, he beat an unbeaten John Pascal, who was a very dangerous man at the time. He really was. And Mikhail Kessler, George Groves. Andre Durrell. I mean, Lucian Boutte. I mean, the fucking list, they just start rolling.
Yeah, he's got a good list. He's got a good list.
Yeah, isn't he? When you look at that, you can't not respect Carl Froch.
The fights themselves are fucking good too. He fucking put it on the line. I don't give a shit.
Wars.
The thing,
Carl Froch was fun to watch. He was.
Yeah, hell yeah, he's fun to watch. These knockouts with a number one with a heavyweight and number two with a big tall heavyweight, they're not going to come. If you don't understand that though, if the fight understand that and they get too carried away, you can get clipped, man. It's just if it's too soon. Lennox had plenty of knockouts. So did Vlad.
Hey, Jason Bourne, if you're listening, that should be the fighter you be talking about. Isn't he Polish background?
Who's that?
Carl Froch.
He's got a Polish grandmother or something.
Yeah, Galata. Talking about Andrew Galata?
No, I'm talking about Carl Froch.
Jason's going to live on that one, isn't it? The reason Carl Froch had a granite chin because his grandma was Polish.
Because his grandmother was Polish.
He had to get his fucking mind right, though. After that, I remember there's a they did a lot of in-depth kind of like 24/7 type of features on that. What was the difference between? You could even see it in the pre-fight. You know, you could see his mind. He got with a sports psychologist, and he got his mind right about after that first fight with Groves, not with Groves, with with Groves, George Groves.
Matthias in the chat says all Carl Froch had was a chin. Listen, chins don't win you world class fights. Chins don't win you world titles.
Punching does. Punching wins
chin.
fights.
Oh, you got to mention 80,000 at Wembley. You got to. Chins don't get you that. Listen, that guy had a bit more on the chin. Listen, very sloppy on the eye at times, but used what he had. He used him to his best, and it was enough because he was tough, strong. Sometimes you got to have a bit of fundamentals, be tough, have a good chin, a bit of power behind you. You can go so far in boxing. I've always said that. But Froch had a little bit more than that. When you look at him,
Froch had grind. He had good punching power.
He fucking finished.
Yeah,
a guy with just a chin just gets his ass beat for 12 rounds.
Exactly. That's right.
You wish they throw in the towel, and he does his whole career like that.
Marius Wax got a chin.
Yeah, he finished a lot of guys that went with his chin. But I tell you what, that's what I don't like about Wilder. That's why I think Wilder's overrated. I understand he's got a right hand and everything, but he doesn't throw it right, and his fundamentals are fucking awful, man. Every one of those 40-something fights that he's won. If you go back and watch those fights, I'm not saying he's looked horrible in every fight, but he's looked fucking bad in every fight. Up to the last one, he's getting touched a lot.
Froch looked bad in a lot of his fights, but like I said, sometimes all you need is that one equalising shot, and that's what Wilder's got. But I think when you see just quickly back to the Froch show, I think when you see the shots he took against George Groves, not a lot of fighters would have come through that, and I think that chin did help him that day, because how he got through that first fight, I'll never know, and I think that's why Carl Froch, I think he's definitely a future Hall of Famer. What about you, Recognise? Recognise he's not there, no?
I'll answer for him. He has to be a Hall of Famer. Carl Froch, come on, man.
Yeah. But yeah, back to Wilder. Back to the man Wilder. Listen, technically horrible, boring to watch, but he's doing something right. And, at the end of the day, he's landing that right hand when he needs to. And that's all he needs to do. I can tell you now, he's forgot about boxing. He knows he just can't, he's not going to get it. He's not a natural boxer, so he's not going to get it. So he's just going to stick doing what he does best. And I think it's best for him. It's no good him trying to do Pernell Whitaker shit. It's not gonna work. Just stick to what he does, which is get behind that guard, pull that right hand back, and wait to land it clean on the chin, even if it takes him 4 rounds. And that's what he's going to do. He's abandoned most of his game plan. He's going in there believing that it's his power or nothing. So he's relying on his power because he knows he's not going to get the fucking decision because he's not working. But
if you think about it, that was Vlad was really power or nothing. If you really think about it, Vlad was really power or nothing.
Vlad could pop shot his way to a points win, stink the joint out, do the job. He could hold his way to a victory, but he'd win all sorts of different ways. But,
really, it was his right hand, right? It was his right hand. Vlad was trying to land that right hand. So if it's your power, if it's your right hand power, well, then fine. Then I'm not saying he has to go in there.
My point is, when he's working, when he's trying to chase the fight, like he did against Fury, he fucking leaves himself wide open, off balance, in terrible positions, and he's going to get sparked out clean very quickly. If Fury had a bit more gunpowder in his stomach, he'd have done it that night. But he was just too negative on the night himself. But listen, he's realised that when he's trying to box, he's getting schooled and he's going to get knocked out. So he's decided to be very defensive, use his range, get away with his feet, and just hold that right arm back and wait for one of these fucking slow-footed, flat-footed bums to walk forward in a straight line so he can land it. And that's what's happening. He's not going in there thinking points. So he's got one game plan. That's it. One game plan, and if that don't work, he's fucked.
If Vlad did not have Emmanuel Stuart or some trainer to step in and explain that to Vlad, then he would have gone out just like Wilder. You know what I'm saying? If it was just about his right hand, Wilder doesn't fight defensively. when he comes forward, his feet are all over the fucking place. He swings that right hand like he's a hatchet man in a fucking movie, like he's got a hatchet in it, like he's trying to bury a hatchet in you. He's wide ass open on the way in. He's wide ass open on the way out. He pulls straight out with his head straight up. He can't take any pressure. Luis Ortiz, before he walked into a punch,
But the
Luis
thing
Ortiz was touching his ass, touching him.
No, he wasn't. Not doing much. It wasn't doing much at all. Not doing
Yeah, but he
fuck all,
was.
really.
Yeah, but he was
Not hurting Wilder.
touching.
Not
But he was
hurting Wilder. Not
touching.
putting pressure on Wilder. Not testing his tank. Not taking him to deep waters. Just doing the same old shit. Basically glazing his head now and again. Always just spinning off. Wilder was just spinning off the same way all the time. And what Ortiz can work it out. He's just throwing the straight left. He was missing all the time. Wilder's
Yeah, but
very.
he's fighting a 45-year-old. He was fighting a
Wilder's very.
45-year-old guy.
Yeah. What I'm saying is still Ortiz didn't do a fucking damn thing. Listen,
No, he didn't. He didn't. But he.
Wilder is an orthodox. When you're right, he leans back. But when he leans back, because he's so long and dangly, and then fucking big long, he puts them long arms in front of himself, and he's hard to get through to the target, and it's hard to get to him like that. I know you get knocked out when you're leaning back like that in straight lines, but how many people have knocked him down even doing that? He's hard to hit clean like that. You're gonna have to catch him like Tyson Fury did in the 12th round, where he just hit him with a big shot and then just followed through, hitting him and just smothered him with big shot, and he just covers up and he freezes. And that's what you got to do.
Who has he fought with any power in these 47 fights to do that?
Yeah, well, he hasn't. This is my
He
point.
hasn't.
That's why I want to. That's why I want to see Dillian White.
Yeah, but that's why you won't see Dillian White, because Wilder knows what I'm saying, and Wilder's people know what I'm saying, which is that this guy, this fucking big right hand. I mean, shit, man. Fury almost turned it. He had him on Queer Street at the end of the 12th round. After getting up, he had Wilder all fucked up. Spilka had him all fucked up.
Beat Deontay Wilder is quite simple. I don't understand why it's like this Ben Davis, and he comes with all these fucking game plans. He thinks he's some boxing scientist now, doesn't he? And he comes with these game plans how to beat Wilder, but it's quite simple, really. It's not nothing simple in life, but it's simple instructions. You don't have to do much. You have to take his range away from him for a start. So you find a way in, right? However that way is, you find a way in, right? He's not a busy man, so you can just charge him. He's that defensive and jittery. The time he's fucking pulled his right arm back, you're on top of him, and you stay there in the pocket because there's no hooks, short hooks coming back. There's no body shots coming back, the uppercuts. He's not roughing you up and headbutting you in the clinch. He's not doing anything. He's just holding. There's nothing coming back. That's where you take, and then you take this tank from him. Because, like you said, when you put it on him, he gets flustered, and he starts to get jittery, and he goes off the gameplay, loses shape. That's why when he hurts you, what does he do? First thing he does when he hurts you, snaps out his game plan.
Yeah, he
snaps out of his game plan, starts windmilling his windmills. And that's why I believe if he does that against Dillian White, he's going to walk onto a left hook and he's going to be out cold, sleeping. You can't do that with Dillian White. Leave yourself wide open like that to a left hook when you come in swat. When Wilder's keeping to the basics, keeping to the straight punches, he's a dangerous guy. There's no doubt about that.
Right. Yeah, if you stand in range with Wilder, I don't know if you yell at the TV during fights like I do, but I'm watching that Ortiz fight, and I'm in those middle, maybe the few rounds before. Well, I was surprised that Ortiz was coming forward, but to what you just said, he was taking away Wilder's range. He was just coming forward, walking forward into Wilder. The times that I really didn't expect Wilder to catch him with a counter like that, to be honest. The times when I thought I was worried for Ortiz was when he was just standing off in the middle of the ring at range, with just standing there at the end of the length of his punch, just standing there in that range. That was the most dangerous thing that he could have done. But, I think Usyk beats Wilder. I think Usyk handles Wilder, handles him with his footwork and with his boxing. And I think he even knocks him out, to be honest with you. I just don't think that Wilder could handle a boxer like Usyk. I just don't think he could even catch the fundamentals enough to even do it. I mean, it's just that I think Wilder's team knows that too. That's why you're not going to see a Dillian White or
But listen, Usyk could dominate 11 rounds, 2 minutes and 50 seconds of that fight. But there's that 10 seconds that Wilder could dominate could be the difference. This is Usyk outboxes Wilder all day long, but anyone gets caught by Wilder with that shot, ooh, they're in trouble, big trouble. And I've not seen Usyk ever take a shot from someone like Deontay Wilder yet. So for me, Usyk's a much better fighter, but he's fought once at heavyweight. I want to see a bit more of him. You know, I want to see what he's like with these big fucking lumps in front of him. And he's going to win. I know he is, but I want to see how because that last fight, he was in second gear and taught us nothing.
I agree. For me, Wilder doesn't even throw that punch. He doesn't even, that right hand that the 10 seconds that he could put anybody in danger. To me, he only throws that punch about 50% of the time he throws his right hand. The other 50% of the time he cups it. He's throwing it with.
Because Usyk switch it up, he switch it up. He'll jab to the head, jab to the body. I think when he's jabbing to the body, he's leaving himself wide open to that right hand.
I'm talking about Wilder, just Wilder himself, Deontay Wilder. If you put a film clip together of every right hand that he throws, full fucking speed. That's the way he throws them, full fucking speed. He throws them full fucking power every time.
He does.
About 50% of them, the one that landed on Fury in the 12th round really wasn't a straight power shot. He caught him at the end of with the inside of his glove, and he did knock him down. But I mean, if you stand there and just shell up like Bermain Stervern and let him tee off on you, yeah, you'll fucking land some power. But if you move with him at all, it's tough for Wilder. I mean,
forget the myth that you got to do what, because I can't stand it when these boxing fans tell me you've got to do what Gerald Washington did. Yeah, did you see how he dealt with Wilder? He got knocked the fuck out. What do you mean? He didn't do his shit. It's okay. It's okay doing that for 11 rounds. You got to do it for 12. And this is the thing with Wilder. Wilder don't mind giving rounds away. He's happy to lose rounds. I've explained why earlier. So beating him, winning rounds means nothing. You have to see the final bell, and and then you've got a chance. You see the final bell, you win basically, unless you get robbed on the cards like Tyson Fury. But Wilder's not going to outscore anybody on points, unless it's knockdowns. But he's not outscoring anybody, so he knows that. That's why he's coming there with one game plan. His one game plan is land on the button and hope it finishes the fight. That is his game plan.
I mean, he can go 100-0 fighting like this, but it's kind of like you said about the trainer.
It won't be accepted, though. It won't be accepted.
That's a guy that it's like you said earlier about the trainer. You need a good quality trainer to get in there and not recreate everything. If you can go back to the beginning with a lot of these fighters, you'd probably do things differently. But I just think a good trainer could get in there and. I mean, shit. If it wasn't for Emmanuel Stewart, Vladimir fucking hooking off on the inside. Why is 6'6" Vladimir Klitschko going to hook off with a shorter fighter on the inside? Just clinch him. Just clinch.
I think with the trainer situation, right? I think we get a bit too hyped about the trainers. Half the time, it's the fighters that make the trainers. Because
they choose the trainer. That's for damn sure. They choose the trainer, but
yes, they do. But what I'm saying, the trainers are not as important as they seem. It seems like a big thing. They're there in training camp. I'm on about in the ring when it's the fight time. Obviously, you've got to give them little instructions. You've got to help them along the way. But if you haven't got if you could be the best trainer in the world with all the knowledge in the world, but if the guy that you're training is fucking useless, it's not going to mean anything.
No, you're right. You're right.
You've got tools in there, haven't you?
Wilder doesn't seem like the type to take instruction no matter what style or public relations or any, bizarre dude.
Can't teach you technically how to throw a shot, then no one's going to be able to do it.
Yeah,
Wilder, you can't teach Wilder. He's got one weapon, but why blame the guy? Why try to confuse yourself and take when you know what you do good and just do that? All right, it's predictable and you're going to get outboxed in nearly every fight you're in. But while you've got that power, I mean, it's freakish power. He's got a chance, and then that's how it is. That's why I don't see Wilder being unbeaten for too long. Let's just say that. I think once he starts stepping it up with punches and fighters. He can't fight like that against a busy guy that's strong and can punch.
I agree with you. I agree. He's going to have to now. I mean, not have to, but you know what? Like I said, with the situation of the PB season and the lack of a, it's basically pay-per-view from here on out for Wilder. That being the case, he's going to have to.
I mean, Boxing Archives and Facts is trying to tell me that Wilder's a good body puncher. I mean, if you could show me a body punch he landed on Saturday night, then please post it into the comment section. I'd like to see it. That's what I'm saying. You can't tell me something that never happened. That's like me saying, "Oh, did you see the Deontay Wilder bolo punch he threw the other night?"
I've seen him catch some body shots.
He didn't throw one. So what are you talking about? He didn't throw anything. He threw one punch. Didn't you see it? $75 for a punch. That's what he threw. He was 7 rounds down on the cards. Only one body shot he threw.
No. He caught some body shots, that's for sure.
But look at some of these comments.
To this day! All right, 585, you're on the air, 585.
How you guys doing? This is Vince.
Vince. Talk to us, Vince.
Is that Vinny? Is that my cousin Vinny?
That's Vinny Mac.
How you guys doing? Yes, I would like to reply to Mr. Stu about his little statement he made there of Mr. Wilder disrespecting him.
Go ahead then.
Yes. Yes, you said that he's not a body puncher. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Stu.
No, I was saying, I'm echoing. I don't know where it's coming from. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm hearing myself.
Yes. Yes, he doesn't really go to the body. I mean, why even go to the body when you have that nuclear weapon in that right hand, Mr. Stu?
I'm not going to lie. I couldn't hear a word you said. Can you repeat it, please?
Vinny, start over, buddy, because you cut out. Start over.
Yes. I would like to reply to Mr. Stu, his comments. He said that Mr. Wilder has no body punches. So my response is, why does he need to throw body punches when he has that nuclear weapon in that right hand? Please explain yourself, Mr. Stu. Thank you.
Yeah, I can explain myself quite easily. Someone in the chat had a little pop at me because I said he didn't throw the fucking things, which he don't. And this guy told me he does. Oh, what you want to pay? He's a good body puncher. But I said, show me one in the last fight. You can't show me. And show me any body punch that he throws. I don't want to see some little feeble little tap to the body, some little lead right to the body. I don't want to see that. I want to see a proper body shot. One underneath the rib cage. That's going to take. Don't see him. He can't even bend them body. He can't even throw hooks. You got to throw sort of you throw hooks to the body and straight jabs. Maybe you can throw a straight jab, but he can't throw hooks to the body. Fucking swinging clotheslines to the body. That's what he's doing. So get out of here, man.
That's Mr. Stu. That's very disrespectful. I would like to say that he doesn't need body punching. This makes a case of why he should be maybe the greatest heavyweight of all time, because he doesn't even need body punching. He has that nuclear weapon that can end the night in 1 second.
Vinny. Listen, how can he be the
Mr. Stu,
best heavyweight of all time when he lost recently to Tyson Fury? Anyone that knows boxing knows who wins that fight. Look at Paulie Malignaggi. I've never seen Paulie Malignaggi so angry about a decision. I don't even like Paulie, but he's right that night because I was angry and all, fucking fuming. Disgraceful decision. And let's be right, I was more angry with Tyson Fury for letting that 12th round knockdown happen. But how can he be the best of all time when he got clearly beat by a guy that's been out there?
Not even the best of his era. He hasn't even proved it.
Oh, God. Go on,
so wait a second. He's the best fighter. He's the best.
Mr.
Vinny.
Stu, So you're telling me that when Wilder knocked him down in that 12th round, you didn't think that was an 11th count?
No, only you thought that.
Vinny, cut the shit, man. Jesus Christ. If he had that nuclear weapon, he should have been out cold, right? He should have got a 20 count and still been laying there, right? You got a 10 count and he got up on the 9.
And the only people that are saying Wilder's got a nuclear weapon is fucking Bush and fucking Blair. That's about it. A nuclear weapon here, man. The guy punches hard, but Staverne's proved that you can survive him. Tyson Fury's proved you can survive him. This
Mr.
guy's
Stu,
beatable.
all I'm saying is right now, Wilder is actually undefeated. That was an 11th count, and I was screaming at the TV because I couldn't believe this referee let Fury get away with this. This was highway robbery, guys.
Oh, come on, Vinny. Fuck's sake. Have a word with yourself, Vinny.
That was an 11th count. Go watch the replay, Mr. Stu, and come back and let me know what you think.
Listen, I've watched it. How many times do you want me to watch it? I'm not going to do something else.
Thank you.
You know, I've watched
Have a
it so
great
many
night,
times.
Mr. Stu.
Well, because Vinny told me to watch it, I might see something different this time. I saw what I saw. The ref did the right thing. Tyson Fury was looking at the count. He got up in time, just. He stood up flat on his feet, carried on.
And beat up Wilder.
Avoided Wilder. Hang on a minute, recognise, please, brother. Avoided Wilder's windmills, right, for a start, and then hit Wilder with a big shot, rocked him backwards, then put it on Wilder, started pushing him backwards onto the ropes and mauling him, and Wilder was ready to go. He was looking ready to go. So that proved that the decision was right by the ref, because if you can get up, avoid shots, land a big one, and then put it on him afterwards and maul him, means that you're fucking head clean, still got something in the tank. The ref was right. Wilder was lucky it went 11th round, because Fury would have stopped him in the next round.
To this day! 626, you're on the air, 626.
Yeah, Vinny, go fuck yourself too. Bye.
626.
Hey, this is Chris K, Undercover Asian.
What's going on, Chris K?
Hi, yeah. I just wanted to kind of talk about the idea or the concept of KO power, and how, you know, Wilder obviously has got a really powerful right hand, but, you know, you guys are talking about also what's his level of competition, right? So, you know,
that's
you
what it's all about.
a lot, like with Golovkin, you know, when he was
especially when you're going to start naming
naming
him as an all-time great. Butcho, please sort this echo out.
Yeah, it's all good now.
I don't know. Is it good now?
You hear me now? Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I can.
No, there again.
Oh, okay, yeah. But yeah, I think the idea of the KO power, you know, there's so many factors that, you know, we see Wilder's record, and, you know, it's easy to think that he's got unbelievable power, but then, you know, who's he hitting? You know, you see guys like Golovkin. He knocks out, what's that guy? Rolls-Royce? Steve Rolls? Was that his name? You know, he pops him with a clean shot.
You heard about Cheese Roll, yeah, who Golovkin beat.
Yeah, but then, you know, you look at how many shots Canelo ate, and you think, okay, did Golovkin's power fade, or is he just fighting guys like Canelo and even Derevchenko with pretty good chins? You know, so what's Wilder going to do when he fights one of these top guys? You know, is his power really going to be as good as it has seemed? So I'm curious to see that if he ever steps up in competition. What if somebody eats a Wilder right hand and kind of, you know, goes, oh, okay, that's not so bad, and then just keeps going forward?
Well, this is the thing, you know, if he's not fighting young guys that are It's not even about being good enough. It's about having a will to win would be nice. Some of these guys just having a will to win, coming in there believing they could win. I don't believe even Luis Ortiz believed he could win the other night. He looked like a guy that was beat before he even got in there, sucking up to Deontay, and thanking him for his opportunity. And get the fuck out of here, man. Dillian White's not going to be thanking nobody.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I mean, hello?
Yeah, back, Chris.
But yeah, I mean, you know, like look at Andy Ruiz, right? I mean, he took a clean shot from Joshua in the first fight, and he got back up, and he was still strong, and he put it on Joshua, and you know, could Ruiz take a Deontay Wilder right hand? Curious to see.
I don't think anyone wants to stand there and do what Dominic Brazil did. It'd be suicide.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you know, people are walking into his shots. They're flat-footed. Their guard is down. You know, there's all these factors besides just Wilder himself, right?
Listen, I mean, the thing about it with Ortiz, he was sitting at exactly the range that he didn't need to do that.
Mm-hmm.
He was square on, smiling at Wilder, and the punch actually pierced his guard, hit his forehead, and the rest is history. I mean,
Also, let's keep in mind, Chris K, Wilder throws a lot of illegal punches, and the referee doesn't say anything. So that also, you know, how look, I'm not saying that he don't have power. He does.
Right.
But he's also a dirty fighter. I don't think that's purposely. It's just he's a sloppy fighter. The referee doesn't call him on it. And he definitely has power at the same time. So you know, and then look at the level of competition. Like, look, you know, his knockout ratio is a little misleading. Go look at some of the stoppages of his fights early. Of lately, he's been like knocking guys out. They're not getting back up. They're not getting back up on time. That's what I meant to say. They're getting up. But early in his career, he was getting a lot of PBC stoppages, as I like to call them.
Tank Davis style. I think you were saying
like
Tank Davis has gotten some favorable stoppages too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the thing, right? I mean, it's there's so many factors. I don't know. I just want to see Wilder in a against a top 5 guy one of these days.
Look, man, there's one guy who's just mandatory. He wants that fight. He wants that smoke. That's Dillian White.
You know, honestly, I've never seen the Dillian White fight. So I got to check him out, see what he's about.
All right, man. We're gonna end the phone calls because there's a lot of echo apparently. So.
Yeah, it's a little hard to hear from me too. Thanks anyway, guys.
All right, man. Take care.
It's fucking.
Thanks for the call.
Mess.
Okay, bye-bye.
It's just freaking out now.
Fucking mess, man. What's that all about?
I need to fix this. I need to buy something else, like anyways, a mixer or something.
You've got it. Yeah, you've got it feeding back into something, haven't you?
Yeah.
To this day,
I just don't get this.
90 seconds.
All-time great. God dear.
Like, calm down. The guy hasn't even beaten the elite fighter of his era. He fought one, Fury, coming off a long layoff, and lost. Really, I mean, okay, it's an official draw. It is what it is. But you know, he didn't look good. He didn't knock Fury out. Oh, the referee counted to 20. Fuck out of here, man. What happened to his concussive power then?
I'm telling you, he's been fighting bombs, man. Nobody wants to believe me, but come on. How come Fury managed to get up? And then like, oh, it's a 10 count. Okay, let's say, sorry, 11 count, whatever. So I heard 20 count as well. That's ridiculous. But anyways, let's say it was that long. Did the referee make the right decision? That's the question I asked to all these fucking Wilder LWC fanboys. Did
These
the referee
idiots.
get it right? He did get it right. So shut the fuck up, man. Come on.
I got into an argument with an idiot one time. I believe on your show, and he tells me that Wilder is a harder puncher than Mike Tyson. Okay, whatever. That's his opinion, right? And that Mike Tyson lost to James Buster Douglas, and that that Deontay Wilder really knocked out Tyson Fury. So I said, "Oh, glad you brought that up." You see, because I know the guy I'm talking to is young and stupid. I happen to be a man, a man who's been watching boxing for a long time. So I saw Tyson versus Douglas, and Tyson by his logic, knocked out Buster Douglas. So he's talking to me about, oh, Buster Douglas, Buster Douglas exposed him, and Douglas was a bum, right? I love how he just throws out Buster Douglas was a bum, just like that, right? Don't shit about him. And so I said, that was a long count. Go check out that count. That was about 13 seconds, legitimately. Okay?
Yeah, it was. But if we're going to do that, recognise.
No, I agree. Here's my point.
Go back to most of the old school fights. A lot of them counts were dodgy.
Here's my point, Stu. It didn't matter to me what the count was. He got back up and beat the shit out of Mike Tyson. It didn't matter to me. Okay? He went up, he got back up, and in the 10th round, he stops him. Tyson Fury, he didn't want to hear this part. Tyson Fury, whatever you think the count was, the referee obviously did the right thing because he started beating up Wilder at the rest of the round. So what is this guy like? He on one hand he's like setting himself up for the counterpunch in terms of argument. Tyson's a bum because he got knocked out by Buster Douglas. But if you go to that fight and you go to the 8th round, by his logic, that fight should have been stopped, right? That fight should have been stopped because it was about 13 seconds. And the referee stopped in between to see where Tyson was and all this shit. But by his logic, then Tyson really won that fight. But no, to his logic is no, because it has nothing to do with Wilder, defending Wilder. These people, they're idiots. Wilder fans, the Wilder fanboys, they're fucking idiots. They don't even buy his fights.
But at least they've come to the conclusion that Wilder doesn't have any skills. Because years ago it was no. He has power, he has skills. Now that it's pretty evident. They can't even deny the fact that he doesn't have any skills. But they're satisfied with that, because he has the power. He doesn't even have to win. He doesn't even have to win rounds. No, he doesn't have to win rounds because he's gonna land at some point.
So I've just said that, Butcher. I've just said to Pete, he doesn't go in there to win on points. He knows he probably can't win on points unless he robs the people like he did Fury. But he's going there with one game plan: pull that right arm back and land. And if it don't land, he loses. Simple as that. Because he's not going to win on the cards. He makes Rigondeaux look like fucking Manny Pacquiao when it comes to throwing fucking punches. Do you know what I mean? No, man. He ain't winning on points.
By no legitimate standard, he ain't winning on points, no.
But let's be real. If he'd have carried on fighting like that against Ortiz and probably landed a few shots here and there, and it went the distance, they couldn't have got away with that one. Because that was, how can you give rounds to a guy that's throws nothing in return? What is this, the fucking Willie Pep days, the so-called win around without throwing a punch? Because if that's the case, Wilder won 5 of them.
Fox PBC card, of unofficial card, had Wilder up at that point. They were trying to sell it. But the judges, I think all of them had Ortiz winning.
Yeah. That's what I think I saw. I watched your post-fight show. I think Bujo put up a picture.
That's just one you couldn't get away with. That's one you could not get away with. Because like I said, you can't win a round by throwing nothing. I don't care about ring generalship. Ring generalship to me is not running around the ring throwing nothing. How's that ring generalship?
Yeah. There was no ring generalship, man. He was just, you know what he was doing the whole time? Sizing him up for the knockout while taking punches.
Was he even taking punches? That's my point.
Yeah.
Well, Stu, how do you and the judges have scorecard wasn't taking punches? He was taking punches. He was getting touched a lot, like a
Wilder.
lot.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe
Wilder.
maybe a
No,
punch to me
Wilder
and a
was
punch
getting
to you is
touched.
different.
Wilder was getting touched, but it wasn't. Ortiz
To pat the
Ortiz doesn't
shots.
have anything on it.
Then that's my point. Never going to hurt him. There wasn't a mark on Wilder's face. I tell you what, Wilder looked like he'd been for a fucking facial after that fight. Not a mark on him.
He did it. Barely had a mark on him.
None of them punches had any sting behind them. None of them rocked him to his boots. None of them got him backtracking. None of them took him to the ropes.
Stu, if
None
you
of
look
them
at
had
that,
him blowing. None of them. Rubbish.
This is how bad Ortiz is. I want people to understand something. This has to do with age and being slow. Do you realize that Ortiz set himself up to get knocked out?
Oh, I saw it. It was coming anyway.
Okay, so it was coming anyway, but look what he does. Because he's slow. He's a southpaw. What does he do? He walks himself into he walks himself outside, not outside, inside of Wilder's lead left. Then Wilder realizes that, right? He realizes what he's doing, so he kind of like throws. He puts it like a pouring jab, kind of to move him in position. He gets him in position. Wilder fakes with the jab, and Ortiz turns he leans right into the direction of the punch. That's a sign of a guy who's old, slow-minded.
Said it, bro. How long you've been here when I've said it? He can't. This is before the fight, by the way, before the knockout. He can't get out the way of punches no more. He's seeing them coming, and just cut. That's when your body's. It's time to quit. Your body's had enough. You're just not responding to what your brain's seeing, and this is the problem with Ortiz. For me, all I saw him was he had his hands up, square on. The right hand came. He saw it coming. No, obviously, no head movement, no body, nothing. Just stood there, and it punched through his guard, landed on his forehead, and sparked him the fuck out. Now, if that's not alarming, I don't know what is. I mean, that you should not be. I mean, Dominic Brazil. I mean, look what he did. He strolled forward with it, like it was one of them where he's strolling forward looking for his fucking son that's run away or something, with his hands down. You know, one of them ones. One of them marches where you're looking for your kids. One of them ones with his hands down, square on. I mean, fucking hell. The rest is history.
Yeah, it's like your mind. What happens is your mind is faster than your reflexes at that age. So you can't get, like you said, you can't get out of those punches. You know, like sometimes I go to the old gym where I used to train at, and some of the, a lot of the guys there, just about everybody, they know who I am, and they're like, "Why you don't spar as much?" I'm like, "You guys would kick my ass." They'd be like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, you guys would kick my ass for sure." And they're like, "Why do you say that?" I was like, "Well, I don't have the speed that you guys have. Now I can protect myself, but in a competitive fight where we're both in there in the mindset, you guys got the advantage. You see, a guy like Ortiz may think he could beat like low level fighters, but he may think he can compete with the elite level fighters. And when he realizes my instinct to go for the kill, my instinct to get out of punches is it's not up to par. It's too late. He's getting knocked out. That's when he realizes it.
If Vladimir Klitschko, right? If that happened to him, look at the shape he's in. Look how he lived his life, right? If that happens to him at 40, right? He knew that after the Just fight, couldn't get out of the way of the punches no more, had nothing in the tank when he needed it. So he quit. He did the right thing. Ortiz is probably 6-7 years older than Klitschko, right? Nowhere near the
Right, like-
shape. How's his body responding? If Vladimir Klitschko cannot get out of the way of shots anymore, how can Luis Ortiz? That's my point.
And here's the thing. Here's another point. Stu. So let's give Luis Ortiz the benefit of the doubt. Let's say he's only 5 years older than what his age is on BoxRec, which is what I guess. I guess anywhere from 5 to 10 years. That's my guess.
Yeah.
He hasn't aged good, even though he lives his life like an athlete, right? That doesn't mean because you're living like an athlete, that doesn't mean you're actually aging good, right? Now, for the general public, he's fine, right? Ortiz will kick most men's ass on the streets, right? It's just because he's a conditioned athlete, and he could beat these guys on.
Of course, yeah, but we're talking
stamina.
about boxing. We're talking about world class boxing.
We're talking about world class fighters, okay? Now, you put a guy into that, and you putting him in there with a guy who like Wilder, who has the shape he has, right? I mean, whatever you think of Ortiz, if you put him and Wilder next to each other, who do you want to look like, right? Like, who do you want to be? That should be easy, Wilder, right? Because he's chiseled, he's younger, and all that. And a guy like Ortiz is what it is that he's lived his life like an athlete, that his mind hasn't caught up to the fact that you can't do this no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you can't. Not at that level. You can do it against lower level competition, but you cannot do this against guys like Wilder, AJ. Look, I guarantee you put him against Povetkin. I guarantee you Povetkin will still beat him. Povetkin will probably beat him.
What you think? Yeah, you think Povetkin still can beat Wilder? Yeah.
Well, no. I think Wilder would beat Povetkin.
Me too.
But I think it would be a nice fight.
See,
but I'm saying
I had it the other way around.
Ortiz.
Russia, I had it the other way around. I thought when Wilder signed up for that fight with Povetkin in Russia, I thought it was all wrong for him.
At that time, yeah, I agree with you on that. I think that's where the sophisticated ducking started.
Yeah, yeah, that was some fucking movie shit they come up with, weren't it?
Yeah. That's when they got creative with their ducking excuses.
Yeah, they got Martin Scorsese would have been proud of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, fucking hell, man.
Now he beats him. I think now he has a better chance of beating him.
It's like I said, it's going to get to the stage where they're going to keep ducking each other, and they're all going to fall by the wayside. They're going to start dropping like flies, one by one, getting beat, and then all the shine's gone off it. When the division was sparking, they should have had a tournament. I know it's ridiculous. It's wishful thinking, but
it is wishful thinking with them.
Of course, it is with them lot. But could you imagine that would have sparked the boxing into life again? That could have probably saved boxing. I'm not saying boxing's dead. Of course, it's not. It's doing all right, but it could have boosted boxing to another level. Can you imagine that tournament? All around the world.
But I know for a fact.
If you had a super, would you have to do 8 in there, or would you do Super 6? What would you do?
I'll do 8. Yeah, I like the 8 format. To be honest,
yeah, I do.
Because it guarantees you 3 rounds, right? Doesn't 8 guarantee you 3 rounds?
Sorry?
Doesn't. Okay, so you got 4 matches in the first round, then you got 2 matches in the second round, and then you got the finals. So yeah, I like that format better.
That's a question for the chat, and obviously the panel if they want to get involved. If there was a World Boxing Super Series heavyweight championship on the line, sort of thing, and the tournament was made, what 8 guys would you pick? The best 8 guys that should be in the tournament. So that's what I want to know. What about you? Who would you go with? Recognise? Recognise is fucked off again, isn't he? Pete, you there, brother?
Yes, sir.
Would your 8 be in that tournament?
I gotta get AJ. I gotta get Wilder. I gotta get Ruiz. I gotta get Usyk. I gotta get. I gotta get. I said Ruiz. Ruiz and
Ruiz.
Ortiz. All right, so
You
AJ's
said
1,
him.
Wilder's 2, Ortiz is 3, Usyk's 4, Ruiz is 5. Give me Dillian White for 6. Give me who's this young kid?
Daniel DeBar.
No, the kid,
Hergovich,
he's only got like 10 fights. He's like
Daniel
29
DeBar.
years old, 10 fights. Punches real wide, punches real slow. Everybody likes him though. He's either from the UK or he's from Australia.
UK.
What about Daniel DeBar? I don't know what you're on about. I can't hear you cutting out.
Yeah, Daniel DeBois. That's who he's talking about, Stu.
Yeah, I thought I was cutting out, mate. Sorry.
And then number 8, either Bermain Stervern or the guy that looks like Private Pile.
Stervern?
Yeah, I'm gonna throw in
Really?
just like a. I'm gonna throw in like a little.
Patsy.
Yeah, Patsy.
You got Usyk in there too.
You damn right I do.
Usyk wins that tournament. I'm gonna tell you why.
Thank you.
I'm gonna tell you why. Usyk already proved he can win tournaments. In that format, he can win them. I don't trust any other one of those guys. I'm not saying that Usyk can't be knocked off. He could, but if I had to say who wins that kind of format, because they already done it before, Usyk, and he did it against guys with better skills.
That tournament, though, if that was made, man, that would fucking resurrect boxing. That would. That tournament, that list he just named would resurrect boxing.
Yeah. It's
But you recognise what's your rate? I want to hear your rate before you start breaking down Usyk.
Who would I throw in the tournament?
Yeah.
Heavyweight, right? In the heavyweight division?
Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, Deontay Wilder, Andy Ruiz, AJ, Tyson Fury, Usyk. What I name 5? Okay, I named 5 guys. Dillian White, 6. Derek Chisora, 7. Michael Hunter, 8.
Great call, recognise. Great call.
I would throw
Do you know
those
what?
guys.
When you read that out, it don't sound. Heavyweight divisions don't sound too bad if you read it out in a tournament format. It's just because they're not fighting each other. Sort of like the forgotten division. We start to criticise it.
Guess
We
who
think
would
it's a
be
load of
against
trash.
that, Stu? Guess who would be against that tournament? What fan base would be against?
Wilder fans wouldn't have that, mate. They wouldn't have that at all.
How come? What will be their reason?
My eight would be quickly before we get into reasons and stuff. Because I'd go with Wilder, Joshua, Fury, White, Usyk. I'd stick Daniel DeBar in there. I want to see the young lions in there. I'd what am I now? 6 or 7? That's what I put in there. I put Joseph Parker in there. I think he deserves it.
Oh yeah, I forgot about him. Shit.
And if I got one left, I'd probably put Hergovich in there. I don't know if I've missed someone down the line, but I want to see these young lions put in the.
I don't think anybody would have a problem with that list. I don't think anybody would have a problem with that list, man.
Wilder doesn't need this tournament.
I like Chisora, but I don't think Chisora's got a tournament in him. I really don't.
But you know why? You know why I say Chisora? Because if you ask him, he'll say, "Of course, of course, of course, of course."
I'll take it. Yeah.
I love his attitude. It's like, yeah, sure, whatever.
I think Wilder's too big for this tournament. I don't think he needs this.
You think this tournament is racist? Is that what you're saying?
No, I said it's too big. Like, he doesn't need a tournament. He's
right.
beyond that.
He's a champion in his own world.
Yeah, he doesn't need that. He's gonna knock them out anyway. So
yeah, he's gonna win. Yeah, he's gonna win by
So what's the
knockout. So
point?
we don't need to actually see it.
We don't need to see anything from Wilder. I know, he just needs to land that right hand. It doesn't matter how good you are. He's gonna land it. So
Right.
yeah.
But I think that tournament alone could, like I said, I know I keep saying it, that tournament alone could actually resurrect boxing. It could be that big. Look at the major fights that are there. Do you know what I mean? And it's just, even when they get beat, do you know what I mean? There's still a big fight next, isn't there, for them and stuff. Unless you play the knockout stage sort of thing. But yeah, I'd love to see a tournament like that. And I think the heavyweight division needs a kick up the ass because it's the only division really that's.
I could see if all the Wilder
tired.
fanboys making videos why he shouldn't be in this tournament.
What is this shitty ass tournament?
Gonna stitch the brother up, man. They're gonna send him to England to get robbed.
Fuck that shitty ass tournament.
I love how. One more thing I gotta bring up, man. I gotta bring this up because it's been really fucking making me laugh, and it kind of irks me at the same time. Wilder fans are bitches. They're exposed. So we know who we're talking about. LDBC. The black man. All about the black man. Empowering the black man. Is Anthony Joshua not from Africa? I'm just throwing that out there. Is he from like, am I missing something? Does he have blonde hair?
No, he's British.
Not Tyrone or Jamal, is it? So
he's British.
Right. So he's a British black guy who comes from Africa, Nigerian descent, right? So this is a guy. Look, I'm not here I don't condone like any type of like racial superiority like that. I don't mind you having it. What I'm saying is, like, I don't get into that, right? If you tell me that, I just kind of like ignore you. But you would think that the LDBC will love him after the comment of him telling Eddie Chambers, "You're a disgrace to the superior race," right? He obviously thinks of himself as a black man who's part of the superior race, right? Okay, but that's the guy's from Africa. The guy believes himself to be part of a superior race. No, we're rooting for Andy Ruiz, the Mexican guy.
Are they really? Who are they supporting though?
They're supporting Andy Ruiz.
Nah.
Andy Ruiz.
Of course they are.
Are you sure about that?
They're supporting Andy Ruiz.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Listen, they can't stand Joshua.
They cannot stand Joshua.
Wow.
Okay. And Ruiz, listen, this has nothing to do with if you like Ruiz, there's nothing wrong with that. But let's be for real. Okay? If Ruiz was to fight Wilder after, let's say hypothetically he beats AJ and goes and fights Wilder, right? They would turn against him quick, fast. It'll be like a Mexican walking into a prison filled with the fucking bloods. Okay, he'd be in a shitload of trouble. I'll tell you what, mate. I'll tell you what.
Andy Ruiz, he'll be up against it, keeping his titles when that fight's made. All sorts of things are going to go wrong for him. Listen, wouldn't be surprised if he goes to eat a fucking chili con carne and there's something put in that. Listen, mate, they will go to any lengths to get them belts for Wilder. So if I was Andy Ruiz, I'd fucking vacate the fucking things, because I know it's good to keep the belts, but you get in there Wilder, you've got to knock Wilder out. Otherwise, that's one fight Wilder can do nothing to win on the cards. I just don't see him ever giving Andy Ruiz the nod on that one. Give all the belts there for Wilder just to take. I mean, they gave him that WBC belt as it was. But can you imagine being able to give him the rest? Obviously, Andy Ruiz, as I saying that, he's got to get the KO win, and he's capable of doing that. But it's all going to be against him. Like I said, he wouldn't be surprised if he's got food poisoning the night before the fight, or he's been kept up all night by someone in the hotel. You know, all the mind tricks like you'd get in Russia.
Cricket.
LDBC are Andy Ruiz fans now.
That's why Joshua had no choice to take this rematch. He never would have seen them belts again.
Yeah.
If he hadn't taken 3 months, never would have seen him again. Because once Wilder's got him, mate, I think he's going to do what Amir Khan did to Kell Brook. I think he's going to freeze him out.
They don't want to fight AJ.
No,
They don't want to fight
him out,
AJ.
mate, I'm telling you, they're going to
They don't
freeze
want
him
to
out.
fight AJ where he's the A side. Okay, which tells me they want to be the A side so they could do some A side shit. You understand? That's the only reason why you won't fight the A side. That's it.
Bastards. Can you give me some examples of the A side shit that they might pull?
Oh, you mean like having the judges on their side, picking the referee. As soon as I hit AJ, and AJ does, he even bends his knee down 1 inch. I want you to stop the fight.
Calling the doctor.
Call the doctor if you see me hurt. You know, shit like that.
I don't know what, but how come Wilder fans are not concerned about the Tyson Fury rematch? It's like that fight's not gonna happen in their minds. I'm like, what are you guys fucking like? Why are you so confident? Didn't you see the first fight?
They think that because Wilder landed clean in the 12th, that Wilder's going to do that in the first next time. It just don't work like that.
It doesn't work.
What was he going to do? Throw a harder shot? Or be more aggressive? Which would be easy. Like, that's better for Fury if Wilder starts actually throwing shit. Because in the first fight, he wasn't doing jack shit. And I think that's why Fury was like kind of like weary. It's like, okay, what the hell's going on here?
I think this is one fight where I can't predict how Fury's going to fight. Usually it's quite predictable. On the back foot, stink the joint out. But I got a feeling he's going to take it to Wilder.
Yeah, that's what I keep saying, Stu, man.
The boxing IQ of Tyson Fury, right? Very intelligent boxer. Understands game plans, understands what he's doing right and what he's doing wrong. He knows his best work was when he was taking it to Wilder. And I think he's going to bring it a bit earlier this time. He's going to be fitter, stronger. Yeah, I think he can do it. I think he can.
And he realized that he can hurt Wilder. That happened in the 12th round. And you can't blame Fury for not being that aggressive in that first fight because, let's be honest, he knew that, you know, he wasn't really 100% yet. Two tune-up fights that don't even fucking count. And before that, 2 years of partying, cocaine, alcohol abuse, suicidal thoughts. He wasn't all there. So I'm sure he went to that Wilder fight saying, I can beat this guy, but I just have to be careful. But after that first fight, after realizing that how shitty Wilder's skills are, and after realizing that I can actually hurt this man, and that was in the 12th round, obviously, he's going to go into the second fight being way more confident and just knowing that I don't have to clown around. If I clown around, yes, I'm going to get caught. But if I don't clown around, stay sharp, come in shape, I'm going to get this guy out of there, man.
So I'm telling you now, that fight is going to be nowhere near as exciting as the first one. Because Wilder is going to be negative as fuck. He ain't going to throw much. He's going to do the same he did against Ortiz. Just wait for his moment. He's not going to go in there to try and win on points. Like I said earlier,
he's getting knocked out, man. I'm telling you guys right now, man. He's getting knocked out.
I'm hoping Fury can just step on the gas early, get inside him and rough this guy up in the clinch and all sorts. Just maul him and take his fucking tank from him. That's what I'm hoping. I don't want him to be boxing around, both boxing at range, waiting to land the perfect shot because we're going to be sitting there all day and it's not going to happen. So I want to see some fucking action. So I'm hoping Fury brings it.
He will. If he's stupid, then he won't. But
when he's not doing all that extra movement, he could take a punch good. Go watch when he gets knocked down. It's when he's doing all these stupid movements and boom, he gets caught. You know?
Yeah, and I think he got caught during the fight as well, and he didn't go down. I mean, we all remember just those shots that dropped Fury, but he also got hurt during the fight.
Hit with some shots, yeah.
I mean, I'm telling you, the power is overrated, man. Oh, but look at the knockouts. Okay, Dominic Brazil. Which fights are you going to show me? Which fights are you going to show me that are supposed to impress me? Like, Wilder fans, which fights? Are you going to say, Brazil 1 round? I don't care about that shit. Don't even mention fucking Dominic Brazil. I'm sorry. Not impressing me at all, man. And then, Luis Ortiz. Luis Ortiz who never fought anybody, so we don't know how his chin actually was, right? And then this guy is 50 years old.
Pigeon shit in the chat, right? He's talking about when Fury comes to fight, he gets cut. Wilder's not going to lean in with his head, come underneath Tyson like that. He's not that size for a start. He's not flying in with his head. When have you ever seen Wilder headbutt people? He just don't do that. That's not his. He's not close enough for a start.
That was a freak cut, man. Freak accident shit. And
that
please,
guy was one of them small guys. When you're a big guy, you fight one of them small guys who keep coming underneath your shots, fucking lunging in with his head. You're going to clash, especially when you're trying to put it.
Stu,
Bad cuts. They were bad cuts.
how many fights has Tyson Fury had, and how many cuts like that, like the one he got against Wallin? Never happened.
I don't remember. No.
No, it never really happened. Like if he was getting cut all the time, like Arturo Gaius, then we might be concerned. But
said, look at anyone that fought Holyfield got cut with a headbutt. Anyone that fought
yeah, well, that's another thing.
Anyone that fought Bernard Hopkins got cut with a headbutt.
Yeah, dirty ass. That's skills, man.
You get cut with headbutts when you fight these sort of guys, man. That come flying in from low, come lunging in with their heads, and that's what Hopkins used to do.
Remember we had some guy on the show and he was like, well, if the referee doesn't see it, then it's okay. And he was basically defending Andre Ward for his dirty tactics. He was like, well, the referee didn't see it, so it's a fight, so nobody can...
You heard about that twat at Box Nation, what's his name? Barry Jones?
No, it was a guy on this show. Somebody was on this show and was defending dirty fighters, saying, well, the referee doesn't see it, then it's fine.
Those all crying about me saying Joshua should hold Ruiz, when they get close. I don't want to see Joshua. I don't want to see Joshua clinging on Floyd Mayweather style and stuff like that, or Henry Akamwande v Lennox Lewis. I don't want to see that holding. I just want to see smart, intelligent holding where they, keep themselves safe. But that's part of boxing. You'll never get that. You'll never get holding out of boxing. Will you recognise?
What fuck's recognize?
No, I'm right here. I wanted to go sit down. I fell off my chair.
You're like Luis Ortiz.
You'll never get holding out of boxing, will you? Never.
No, of course not, because it's
a natural thing to hold.
It's a natural thing. That's why the referee warns you once in a while when you're getting too excessive. But there's a reason why the ref doesn't really call that, because look, there is some bullshit when it comes to referees, when it comes to certain fighters. We know that. But if you look throughout every boxing fight, you'll see the same thing. The referee gives the opponent, the fighters, a benefit of the doubt. Like, you could get punched. Remember, you're getting punched, and for that moment, you get rocked. First thing you do is you grab your opponent, and then, you kind of regroup in that quick second, and then start throwing punches. And the referee will be like, all right, cool, that's fine. Probably tell you, listen, when the round ends, let's say if he didn't warn you in the middle of the fight, round ends, he goes, look, chill with your holding.
The thing is, right, when you talk about Ward being dirty, I'm not talking about a little bit of holding here to change the game plan up so you don't get beat up. Ward's a different kind of fish. Ward's headbutting fighters out of their careers. He's ending fighters' careers. Kessler's never the same off them headbutts. He's punching people so low in the bollocks, right, that they want to quit. They want to fucking quit because they're in so much pain. So
because the referee's not calling it.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a difference between that and holding just to defend yourself. I mean, you got to get the two fucking separated.
Yeah. You know who he won't do that to? He won't do that to Canelo. He will not. Because Canelo is the A side, 1. 2, Canelo will tell his corner, talk to the ref, let him know that shit that he be doing to everybody else, nah, that's not gonna happen with me. And that's
hang on a sec. Can I just say to all you guys in the fucking chat, I've just gave you hours of my time. Recognise us, Butcho. Get the likes going, man. We're not asking for anything else. I mean, actually, you should get your fucking wallets out your time, motherfuckers, and give us a donation. If you're not going to do that, at least give us a like. Look at the hours we put in. We put in some serious hours, man.
That's right, man.
You know what I'm giving up right now to talk to you guys? Huh? I got tears in my eyes coming down. So hit the like button.
That's right.
Super chat. We do this
I've
hard.
got a lot to ask from you guys, man.
We warriors. We are warriors.
The fucking warrior.
We're fucking warriors.
Fucking warrior.
Warrior!
Yeah, warrior.
We're all fucking warriors, and you guys are just taking us for granted.
Hey, you know what we could do? We could do that Royal Rumble thing. I did it with Mark once. Basically, using Discord, we let anybody in. There we go, Mr. Pigeon. Thank you for your contribution. See, there we have a real trooper. L Dog as well. Smash the like button. Like 78 will beat his wife when Fury KOs Wilder.
Oh yeah. She's gonna be like fucking Whoopi Goldberg in The Color Purple.
I come from my daddy was a boss. My mama was a boss. My grandma was a boss.
And we still fought for slavery
Yeah.
at the same time.
You have a little pet mouse he talks to as well.
I have a feeling his family comes from. You ever heard of those stories about black people that own slavery, that own slaves themselves?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sweet home Alabama. He's from somewhere like that.
Yeah.
He's not a victim, but he sounds like one. So what the fuck is it?
Cries like one.
Fucking A. Could you imagine if we had a
racism.
show like this, crying about shit? Ah, man, come on.
I want to get my gun.
And they're not even talking social issues. They're talking boxing on top of that. It's not even like a political show or anything. It's like it's a boxing show. It doesn't even sound like one. It's pathetic. Disgusting.
But Andy Ruiz is there. Andy Ruiz
Are you
is
sure
there
about
talking.
that? Are
I'm
you really?
positive about that.
Did you see the comment? Did you see the face-to-face Joshua Ruiz with Johnny Nelson there? And then Joshua mentioned something about I'm a proud African, and
Yeah, I heard it.
Do you don't think that resonated with the LDBC?
No.
Said that?
Like no.
No, that's not their guy. That's not the. Listen.
What about Joshua?
Well, that's fucking weird, man.
Joshua's not even black to them. What are you on about?
Remember somebody said, remember Dylan White is in black, he's British.
Oh no!
Somebody said that. I was like, what?
He's not black. Now think about that for a second. They're ignoring.
They decide who's black now.
They're ignoring the obvious, right? That nobody would ever mistake him for a non-black. Like nobody in the world will. But for them, it's what makes them sleep better. It's like, no, he's not really black. You know?
Thing is, though, comments like that, right? Honestly, the schools are fouling you guys over there big time, man. I'm not saying the best schools that you pay for, but I'm on about the inner city schools. Because when you see some of the intelligent stuff's coming out of, you know, these fucking places, man, these clowns are coming from everywhere talking this nonsense. And you just think, are these guys for real? You think they're trolling, but they're actually serious. And that's the scary thing about it, you know. Well, that is the scary thing. You think, oh, he's just trolling, being a twat. But he's not. He's from the heart. And that's the scary... And oh man, these fucking people, and it's a shame really because we come on YouTube, we have to mix with them, innit? It's like there's nowhere. Everywhere you go, they're there, aren't they? It's like fucking like a bad smell.
Look,
So,
just keep it real. They should just keep it real. It's like, look, this is not so much a black thing. We just don't like Joshua. We just don't like Dillian White because they stand in the way of Wilder. That's all they got to say. Just keep it real. Because if it was a black thing, if that's what it was, what's not to like about Anthony Joshua? The guy's from Africa. He's Nigerian. He's from West Africa.
Big Steve Idiot in the chat says...
It's like I said it. I've said it before. Some of them, their lives are like the Truman Show, isn't it? You know, when they get in a boat and go for a swim or something, they come up against a wall, isn't it? And there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. There's someone there controlling the weather for them, controlling their day. That's how they. That's how they think, though. They think there's no other place apart from their little Truman Show. There's no other world out there.
Oh yeah, there's nothing outside, man. Nothing outside those borders they have.
Yeah, exactly. Those borders.
Big Steve Idiot says, I'd love to see some LDBC tell Dylan White he ain't black to his face. It would be a massacre. Yeah, no shit.
They'll smack them, bro. Get out of here.
Bitch smack, man.
You hear about Dylan White's brother today?
No.
On the way to Saudi, and some fucking Arab stood up, fucking going all mad. And he like, Allah Akbar, fucking try and open the fucking door, innit? Try and open the aeroplane door, 35,000 feet in the air. They're trying to wrestle him, innit?
What?
Old D White. Yeah, D White's brother comes along, fucking just. Well, if he grabs hold of you, you sit down on your chair, don't you?
Ah.
If Dillian White's brother is as big as Dillian White.
Oh,
yeah.
Talking about the brother. Hey, talking about his brother, recognize. Do you guys see what 78 made a video? It's not his real brother.
Wait. Are they talking about Marcelo?
No, all right. Listen to these guys, all right? I was listening to 78, and then he was mentioning something about. So Dylan White has a brother, right? But they say
okay.
They found out, I don't know who found out, whatever, that he doesn't even have the White family name. So he's like, that's some fishy ass shit, right? That's some fishy ass shit right there. They're basically saying that's his boyfriend or something.
That could be a different father. They're so stupid. They should know that by now. I guarantee you a lot of these guys have brothers that their moms had it from different men. I'm sure they did.
It could be, yeah, I know. They're like, oh no, there's something fishy going on there.
Something fishy going on here. His name is Dillian White, and the other guy is Jones or whatever.
Oh man.
And it's like, yeah, how about Dillian White's father?
But see how much they hate White to the point. Like White hasn't done shit. Like you know, they have to find something. They have to find something to hate on.
Dillian White wants to fight Wilder. He's not afraid of him. He wants to fight him. And he exposed him as taking advantage of the WBC corruption. Okay? Which we all knew about. We knew about it. We just, you know, even if you didn't know the information, you can make an intelligent guess on what's going on if you follow boxing and you follow the sanctioning bodies, the WBC especially. So it's they don't like him for that. And that's why they'll say stupid comments. I mean, the guy is just as dark as fucking Wilder. He's if I had to guess, he's 100% African descent. Okay. And what, maybe 3 points off? That's about it. Okay. So these guys are dumb. They're useful idiots, is what they are.
They are idiots, man. And like, listen, you want to hit on Dylan White, that's fine, but like, give me a reason, right? And because they're gonna, I'm already thinking what they would say. They would say, "Oh, well, you guys don't like Wilder." Yeah, I don't like Wilder, and I'll give you a fucking list of why I don't like the guy. You know?
Yeah, at least we're telling you.
They're telling this guy, his brother, his fans, he wants to kill somebody in the ring. He attacks Dominic Brazil with his family when he's using his family and shit. Like, I don't like that shit. I don't. What do you want? Now, what about you? Why don't you like Dylan White? He's with Eddie Hearn, slave trader. Like, fucking Christ! Like the transatlantic. What was it? The transatlantic. What are they calling it?
I won't talk to you, but.
Anyways, man.
Transatlantic slavery.
Slave trade, yeah, because Mushroom Boxing, when it was coming over to the US, so it was a transatlantic. It was just ridiculous, man. And these guys have followers, man. That's the saddest part, man. I don't know. So I think somebody else said like, "Oh, we have more followers than you." I'm like, "Yeah, but we don't want your followers over here." Oh, what do you like? Seriously?
Okay, you got more followers. What does that mean? You got more idiots that listen to you.
Yeah, they don't even listen to boxing. They're there to listen to some Black Panther movement. Like, we don't want that people. We don't want them here. Now, here we talk like, they don't even know who Inoue is. So when we have a show talking about Naoya Inoue, they're probably going to be lost. And they're going to be like, okay, this is boring. I want to hear
they like these little booger weights.
I want to hear about the struggle and the slave trade. Like, fuck off, man.
The best one is, isn't it? The white man stole Wakanda's inventions. Oh.
No, yeah, the spaceship they have. Like, get out of here.
Wakanda was fake. I hate to break it.
White man stole an invention. Not that.
This kind of funny. I'll tell you. If something positive of the LDBC, they're funny as fuck, man. To a certain extent, like in small doses, they can be funny. After.
Yeah, I mean, I watched one a little while back where this guy is a Wilder fan, real piece of shit. The guy is a racist one at that as well. And he's on about when he used to beat up little white kids and stuff when he was with his boys. And then he got onto boxing. He was talking about Floyd. And he goes, yeah, Floyd Mayweather never ducked anyone, never ducked a star. Look when he fought Joshua Clottey. I'm like, what? Did Floyd fight Clottey, did he? This guy didn't even...
Dummy.
The first guy he mentioned, man, he's talking about Joshua Clottey when Floyd fought Clottey. This is who you're dealing with. He probably misheard it on 78 Sports TV's channel. That's what he's done. He's probably put 2 and 2 together and come up with 5 sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. He did. He came up with 5.
You know, the guy's sitting there pretending to be a boxing fan and talking about. I mean, how can you not know Floyd's resume?
Yeah, there you go.
Garbage.
Because 4 is racist. If you say
Floyd's
2 plus
their
2
man.
plus 4 is racist.
It was their guy before Deontay. It was Floyd. So if I don't get it, man. That's what I'm saying. That's why
they're throwing their leader is going after Floyd too, man.
Yeah, I noticed that. Like, but then again, Floyd's going after Wilder, right?
Listen, but I've never seen Floyd. I don't really believe Floyd's ever used that. Black now and again, the black thing he probably throw in there now and again when he's building up a fight to get all the brothers on side. But I don't think he's never showed that sort of racist side to me. You know.
But Stu, maybe he did at some. I think he did, but
he used it.
Yeah, but also let's be fair. Guys. Let's be fair. Sometimes
to this day. He wasn't doing all that, was he?
No, not to that extent. But sometimes, let's be honest, there's reporters and like it's probably LDBC. You want to call them reporters, whatever they are, and they ask these racial questions. So some boxers, as black men, they understand that they have to answer a certain way because or else they will get repercussions. Remember, guys, the O.J. Simpson trial? Like, everybody knew O.J. Simpson did it. Like, most people knew, right?
Of course you did.
All right. So, but they were asking... Do you remember this Howard Stern? The guy... anyways, the guy who would do fake interviews, and he was asking black celebrities, hey, did O.J. did it? And they didn't want to answer because they didn't want the backlash of certain exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So some of these boxers, they have to answer by there's racism, because if they say no, it's fucking even worse for them, man. They're gonna go after them.
Like I said, Floyd went all these years without fighting a black fighter. Whoopie doodah. You know, at the end of the day, he fought Canelo Alvarez and Manny Pacquiao. Good enough for me. You know, so I don't want to hear about this black fight. What black fighters were around at the time? All right, Paul Williams. I think he ducked Paul Williams at one time. Could he have beat Paul Williams? Yes, he could have done. Sergio Martinez sparked him clean out, cold on the canvas. Yes, I know Floyd's not doing that. Floyd can win that fight. Who else did he really duck? I mean, these black American fighters that he ducked, apparently. I mean... Yeah,
remember? He didn't want to give him a shine. They actually criticized him for that, too. They were saying that he doesn't want to give him any shine.
Do you know the names they were reeling out? Timothy Bradley was one of them. Devon Alexander was another. He's ducking Devon.
Oh yeah, at some point it was Devon.
The guy that got fucking schooled by Kotelnik, I think it was. Who else?
Floyd tried.
He fought him at the end, but
there was a couple of us. There wasn't anyone around really that Floyd was, that was never going to bring any money to the table for a start. I think there might have been a couple of guys out there. I don't know if you guys in the chat can help. Who was around when Floyd was, when the LDBC was saying that when they turned on Floyd for a bit because he wasn't giving the brothers a chance. He wasn't fighting black fighters. Clottey was one of them. Fucking Clottey. Who would pay to watch Joshua Clottey versus Floyd Mayweather? I mean, that's torture in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, that's boring.
That'd be like fucking handing yourself into the fucking Saudi Arabian embassy in Turkey.
Yeah, chopped up and
torture.
Shit.
You get chopped up. Like, it's not even torture, just get chopped up. It'd be that bad. But
Vernon Forrest was at 154, says Jason.
Yeah, Forrest. I don't think Floyd ducked Forrest at the time.
Nah.
I don't think he ducked him, but he definitely didn't want to fight him.
I don't think at the time he was fighting it anywhere near Forrest, was he? I think he was.
Well, he fought Judah, and I believe he was supposed to fight Judah, but then Judah lost, and then eventually he fought Judah, but Judah wasn't on champion anymore.
But Zab Judah at the time was still a skilled fighter.
Yeah.
That they wanted to see him in there with a slick black American fighter, so they said he went in there with one. And let's be real, Zab Judah caused him a lot of problems.
Yeah,
more than slick, he was very fast. Yeah, I don't like the word slick. I don't even know what the fuck that means. But
I don't even like Floyd, so I don't want to sit here sticking up for the guy. Don't like it, but I don't think he ducked all these fighters that he ducked fighters, but not African Americans. There weren't really any there for him to fight. That was going to make sense business wise.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. It was business, right? He even said it. It's all about the money.
Come on, mate,
so...
Keith Thurman. I mean, when Keith Thurman was calling him out, come on, Keith Thurman, right? Yeah, it was a good fight, young, explosive fighter. To the boxing fan like us, yeah, good fight. That didn't sell him. That won't sell at the time.
Good point.
I knew who Keith Thurman was. Keith Thurman.
Yeah, he was about making the money, fighting guys who had like a fan base. You know?
Yeah, Latin background for the most part.
Yeah. Apart from Berto was like a little gift back to his community, sort of thing. You know, got a brother out the ghetto, didn't he? In that one. But,
his farewell fight, by the way, which didn't really do that well.
No, he helped Berto out there. That was I think he liked Berto, so I think he just helped him out. But the other guys, man, they made sense business wise. Like I said, you got. Why did he fight on Mexican holidays against Mexicans or Latin fighters?
Yeah, well, why didn't he fight on? Anyways, Mr. Pigeon.
Business-wise, it makes sense. That's why.
Yeah, Mr. Pigeon, thank you, Mr. Pigeon, Mike Tyson, thank you for your contribution. See, we have a real trooper over here. Step it up, people.
I just timed him out. Hey, I just timed him out as well. And he did it.
No, Pigeon is a funny guy. Jason. No, Jason. Danny Lopez says Floyd fought De La Hoya at 154, so he could have fought Vernon Forrest if he really wanted to. Yeah, but at that point, Vernon Forrest wasn't the same animal, though.
Forrest didn't hang around long enough. He beat Mosley. Yes, he had a good win over Mosley twice, and then got his ass whooped by Ricardo Mayorga. So why would Floyd fight him then?
Yeah, then disappeared for a while, and so...
Go back and watch Vernon Forrest v Ricardo Mayorga. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I thought, this can't be the guy that beat Jay Mosley. Surely not.
Yeah, how did he lose to Mayorga? That was insane, man.
I just got destroyed.
The first fight, he got clipped and knocked out. The second fight, he was just fucking afraid of him.
Yeah, but see, come on, who did you have in the second fight? I mean, winning before. I had, like, Forrest winning. I was like, well, this time he won't get caught. He's a better boxer. And again... Like you said, he was scared, so that's an interesting point.
Yeah.
What if Joshua?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing too. Thinking the same thing. Yep. That's an excellent comparison. I thought the same thing too. I'm like,
hey, imagine right now AJ is very confident, he's talking a good game and everything, but then he gets in the ring and he starts getting these flashbacks, and then he gets hit and it's like it's all coming back. And then his game plan is out the fucking window. Oh shit! It could happen.
That could happen. That could happen to Joshua. Then flashbacks could come quickly. If he throws a punch out of range and gets countered with a combination, then flashbacks are going to come back very quickly. And it's whether he can compose himself enough, because he fell to pieces last time. Let's be real, he fucking fell to pieces. And he does that again. I don't know where there's going to be anywhere for. It's going to be a long road back for him, because it's hard to keep asking pay-per-view off a guy that keeps getting his ass whooped and quitting, shall I say. I mean, I don't know if I want to use the word quit, because I think it's more an energy thing than not wanting to fight, but didn't give it his all, did he? Let's just say that.
Yeah. Jason Chakwu, I believe that's his name. He says, I reckon Corey Spinks would have given Floyd Mayweather Jr. trouble.
It would have been a boring fight.
I'm a grown man.
I think Floyd.
Remember that?
Floyd wins. Yeah. Floyd wins chess matches all day long. Floyd wins chess matches. Floyd's got a knack of making it look like he's being busy, and look like he's still in the fight because he'll throw a flashy shot. When it's all right landing a shot, but Floyd throws real classy, flashy shots which score anyone else's punches. So that's why you constantly think Floyd's winning the rounds because he's landing these classy shots now and again.
Yeah.
But when you add it all up, he's not winning the rounds in some of these.
Ain't no American fighter for the last 20, 25 years within his weight class that's gonna outthink and beat Floyd. He beats everybody who tries to fight him like that.
Exactly. You're not going to. The way you beat Floyd Mayweather is the way what Marcus Madonna basically showed a blueprint, but just not technically good enough on the night. If you could be a little bit technically better than that,
he was lacking a little bit of technique. Maidana was.
I think the technical skills, that's what let him down because he had the right idea.
Hey,
because Floyd was flustered in.
Maidana was dirty, and I didn't mind because Floyd was also known to be dirty. So to me, it was like I didn't give a fuck.
Forearm in your face.
Yeah, maybe Anthony Joshua should be dirty in this fight.
Hasn't got in him, man. Too humble, isn't it? Too humble.
Nah, and what's he gonna do? Like elbow that guy? Fuck.
Well, he could grab his head and
punch him at the same time, Lennox Lewis style. Yeah. Fuck, Lennox was dirty when he was. Come on.
I mean,
he was.
What Andre Ward and B-Hop do, and people like that. That's taught from years in the gym, experience. I mean, you can't just learn that overnight. Them dirty moves to how to get away with it, how to lean in with your head, like so it looks like an accident. But B-Hop cut everyone he fought. I mean, look what he did to Chad Dawson, man. Fuck's sake.
That was the prison experience he had. Male University. No, well, you're right. It's you can't just switch that overnight, like switch to a dirty fighter. Nah.
Yeah, but like I said, like Roberto Duran, you don't just turn. You don't turn a David Price into a Roberto Duran sort of fighter, do you? You know, you've either got that nasty streak or you haven't. I just don't think he's got it. I think he's got a nasty streak in him, but I just don't think that he ain't got that Roberto Duran nasty streak or that Mike Tyson nasty streak where he take your earlobe off. So I just think he's a bit too nice sometimes, Josh. And I'd like to see him get a bit nasty because he's a big unit. And I'll tell you what, if he lost his temper, you know about it, wouldn't you? Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. He looks like he's so nice.
Yeah.
It looks like it takes a lot to get him upset, but if he does, you might want to run.
Hey guys, this is interesting. Going back to AJ and Ruiz, we were talking about Vernon Forrest, right? And he lost back-to-back fights, and he was never the same again. He was never like another big name in boxing.
No, he wasn't.
Now Joshua, and then we look at, for example, who else? Somebody like Lennox Lewis, Oliver McCall loses, comes back, wins. We forget. I mean, he continues on his march forward. So, anyways, if AJ loses against Ruiz, is this it?
I think so. I think so. When you've just made $80 million or whatever it is, right? Do you need that anymore? I mean, it's obviously gone. If he can't beat Andy Ruiz, he's got no chance against Fury. I know Stars won't fight, but I don't think he beats Wilder or Fury either. And I don't think he'll believe he could either.
And Usyk, which is faster, yeah.
I just don't think the hunger's there anymore. I don't think that guy that fought Charles Martin there anymore. But that's what Minnie does.
Hey guys, there's some reports that Usyk is fighting Chisora in February.
Ooh.
I love that fight. I do.
Me too.
But by the way, before we continue this, Box 88, thank you for your contribution. He says this one goes out to Stu. Cheers. Yeah, I'll send it to Stu then.
Cheers to Box 88, is it?
Box 88.
Yeah,
Box 88.
Respect the donations.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for helping us out over here. I might go to the UK next summer, maybe. If I go, try to hook up with Stu.
Hey Stu, they don't like got people with criminal records to go into the UK, right?
Yeah, you're all right. Fucking hell, we got an ex-mafia hitman fucking over here at the moment. We got John Alight over here. I mean, that guy was a fucking mafia hitman for the Gotti crew. I mean, Michael Francis has been over here. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's the other way round. I can't fucking get into America for some fucking violence I did, but like when I was about 20 or something.
Yeah,
Jesus.
that, same thing with me. I mean, I know I can't go to Canada. That's for sure.
I can't get into the States. I apply. They turn me down because I had violence on my record, innit? Because fucking smashed someone to pieces when I was about 22.
I tried to go to Canada. They brought up something that happened when I was fucking 18. I was like, what the fuck?
Well, you can get a pardon.
But yeah, Butcho, when Butcho comes over, man, show him the old English lifestyle out here. It's all right, man.
Oh, I can't wait to try some English pie. Some English pie, eel pie. There.
Butcho, your girlfriend's not listening, is she?
Huh?
Your girlfriend's not listening, is she?
Is not what?
Your girlfriend listening?
Ah, I don't think so. No, probably
say,
not.
Yeah,
she never listens.
Take to the pub, get some decent birds as well, mate. Innit? Yeah. I'll tell you what, right? I'll tell you
she
one
might
thing,
come
right?
with me too. So,
as anyone that comes to England will tell you, there's some fucking one thing we've got. There's some very pretty women over here. I mean, even Nestor Gibbs said that when he came over here. A lot of the American fighters that come over said about the women over. There's some very pretty girls over. You'll see for yourself. Because you got to remember, we got a lot of we got girls from all over Europe here. We've got Portuguese girls here. We've got Ukrainians, Russians, Lithuanians. We've got Polish girls. We've got Caribbean girls. We've got fucking all sorts. South Africans. The lot.
you got
Do you know what I
black
mean?
pussy, yellow pussy, Asian pussy. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got all
India. We got
Come on in,
India. There's a lot.
pussy lovers.
Yeah, there's a lot.
We got stinky pussy, hairy pussy,
hairy pussy,
nice little pick and mix.
high pussy.
It's like when you go. It's like when you go to cinema and you pick yourself a little pick and mix. That's what you can do when you go to the pub. Butcher can come in there like he can just come in there like El Chapo, and the girls will be fucking falling all over him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they probably like him more.
I'm gonna make out that Butcho's El Chapo's nephew or something like that.
Oh sure, that's gonna help.
Well, they'll know we're talking bullshit when we get the chance.
This is Stu right now. This is Stu right now. Listen.
Pussy, cold pussy, we got wet pussy, we got smelly pussy, we got hairy pussy, bloody pussy, we got snapping pussy, we got silk pussy, velvet pussy.
Oh, you guys can't hear. Everyone in the chat did. That was Stu. It was from Dusk Till Dawn part.
Jason, look, I'm talking about where I live. I'm sorry, I live in the nice area. You know, English countryside, around all the surrounding villages, in the city, the local city, which is very, very pretty girls. I mean, like I said, I ain't the only one saying it. Go and ask Nestor Gibbs. He can believe it. There's a lot of pretty girls. I mean, I don't know where you live. You live in some probably squat hole where they're all fucking the smackheads, smack rats up the corner trying to.
Hold on. Big Steve, thank you for your contribution. He says, great show tonight, boys. Got me through work. Well, thank you for listening, man. And thank you for that contribution. John Gonzalez, thank you for that contribution. He says, I'll join you I'll join you to the UK trip, Butcho. Join me to the UK trip. All right.
John Gonzalez. Joe, one day, mate, if I win the lottery, I'm bringing you all over. Man.
Hey, who was this guy, Stu, that you knew from Baltimore, and you were like, "Listen, if I win the lottery, I'm getting you out of there."
Oh, yeah, no, this Wood, the guy called Wood from Baltimore, and he's from the streets, innit? And he always used to do videos, and he was walking around Baltimore filming as he was talking boxing. And I felt sorry for the guy. I thought, how could anyone live in that fucking hellhole? I went, listen, bro, if I ever win the lottery, I'm getting you the fuck out of that place. I promise you that now.
Fucking A.
I'll even pay for you to get handcuffed to get you out of there, because I wouldn't wish that on anyone. I was waiting for him to get to the gates of hell. That's what I was waiting for.
Yeah, the fifth fucking hell or something.
Yeah, these gates are all fire on it.
It's the most dangerous city in America.
I've seen. I mean,
you know that saying something in America, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, I saw this video, right? Because I'm a bit of a fucking weirdo. I like to see how these places look around the world. You know, some of these guys, they drive with cameras. Like guy went down.
Oh yeah.
I
At
like to
night.
watch these guys that go east side of Detroit and around where Eminem used to live, 8 Mile, and see all them burnt out houses and stuff, and see how derelict it is. I like stuff like that, creepy as fuck. I like it.
Stu, did you see that he's driving, right?
He drives. There's a load of them.
Did you see when he went to the corner store? I was like, what is this shit? It's like all the... Like they have plastic, like you can't access the counter. It's all
it's bulletproof.
Yeah,
it's bulletproof.
Yeah, you have to fucking put the money for a thing first, and then you get your goods afterwards.
I'm like, what is that shit? We don't have that here, man.
Yeah, that was all over New York at one point.
This guy for his YouTube channel does that. He goes to all the rough parts. Like I said, Detroit. He went to South Side Chicago. That place, that fucking hell. Do you know what? If you didn't know that was a fucking place full of guns, a place full of murder, it actually looks quite a nice place.
Chicago
for the eye.
You talking about Chicago?
Yeah, with the buildings and that, like some nice fucking buildings.
Yeah, no,
nice
you're right about that. It's a beautiful area. It is.
Know, architecture. There's some nice architecture and stuff there. It's a nice city, but it's obviously the crime that makes it like it is.
It's probably Democrats. I bet you it's Democrats that.
Gary, Indiana. Has anyone ever seen that fucking place? Oh.
Gary, Indiana is. I remember hearing something that Gary, Indiana had the highest murder rate ever recorded in American history.
What?
Yeah, Gary, Indiana. So it's a city. It's a small city, about 100,000 people, and I think their murder rate was over 100, over 100 per 100,000, because it's somewhere around 100,000, and they had maybe like 115 homicides one year.
Holy shit, man!
Yeah,
because I know
Gary,
Indiana used to have a population of 700,000. I think it's got a fucking something like 160,000 now. Just fucking everyone's.
Yeah, they flee. That population decreased. I think it's down to like 80,000. It went from like 100,000 plus to about 80,000 now.
Anyway, this guy, right? He's gone around all these shittos. He's gone Camden, New Jersey, and he's ended up. Yeah. That's a terrible place. That is. How can anyone get up in the morning in that place and feel happy about themselves? I'd be like, "Where's the fucking rope?" Do you know what I mean?
John Gonzalez says, "I'll take the BDA family to where I go in Coahuila, Mexico. I've been there, by the way, a long time ago. It's just a giant desert, man."
Anyway, let me get to fucking Baltimore now. So this guy's got he's turned up in Baltimore, and I've heard about Baltimore. I've seen obviously about the right. I know it's quite a rough place, but this guy was driving around Baltimore, and I tell you what, it's one of the most depressing, ugliest cities I've ever seen. And most of the houses, I mean, you'd be going past his houses, and there'd be like 2 houses that are people living in. Then there'd be about 10 that no one's living in. Then there were just derelict houses everywhere, boarded up. It was concrete everywhere. There was no trees, no greenery. I mean, you can see why they're fucking killing each other over there. I mean, the depression of living there must be one of the reasons. What an awful place. God awful place.
Baltimore reminds me of a town in New York. Baltimore reminds me of a bigger town in New York. It would be a city if they didn't count Brooklyn as a borough. If they counted Brooklyn for what it was, which is a county, East New York. So East New York reminds me exactly of Baltimore, especially in the 80s and the 90s. That's especially. They used to call that place the Killing Ground. Okay, now to give you an example. Yeah, they used to call it the Killing Ground. To give you an example, that's a town about 5.5 square miles of land, right? And for like 4 or 5 years in a row, they had like over 100. I think it even had 130 homicides, and their population probably less than 100,000.
Fuck.
Yes, this was the kill zone. This is where you get killed. You go there, you die.
Sounds like a post-apocalyptic fucking world over there.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was. You know how people over exaggerate? No, there
Yeah.
was no over exaggerating. They were talking to like detectives that worked back then. They were like, we would pack up for work because we knew every other day we were gonna get a homicide reported. So these are detectives. He goes, so within a week we would have 4 murders just in
How
that
many
area.
murders
On
were
an average week.
unsolved? Not how do you call it? Like not resolved, unsolved. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Back then, especially, there was a lot. There was a lot of murders that went unsolved across America, but especially like areas like New York. It didn't. Like I said, Giuliani was the guy that really cracked down on that. But before Giuliani, and even a little bit while he was in office, because he didn't get a handle of it like right away. You saw the results right away that it wasn't. If you count New York City as a whole, they will have like over 2,200 murders a year. Okay, if you count New York City, Manhattan, Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, Staten Island.
Let me get in here, please, because this fucking pigeon shit is driving me insane, right? He's trying to convince me, a guy that lives in the UK, yeah, that the UK cities are worse than Baltimore and places like UK.
No, they're not.
I think
let me finish, man. Listen, as a UK guy, right, I've seen places in America that would make you shit your pants just looking at a camera. Right, the thought of being there makes you shudder. There's nowhere in the UK like that. He's talking about Birmingham. I've been to Answorth enough times, where the Burger Bar crew and all them are. That's a black area, quite a rough area, but it's no fucking Baltimore. Let's be real. You know, it's no Detroit or Chicago here we're talking about. Then America is for me. America is the most dangerous modern country in the world by a country mile.
Yeah, in terms because remember
I keep hearing about how safe it is. It's safe if you live in the fucking suburbs, but if you live in the inner cities, man.
Yeah, no, the inner cities they got guns. Remember the thing about the thing about inner cities in America, the criminals have guns, and remember, in the suburbs, most of the citizens that live their life, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Most of the citizenry have guns. I'm talking about the people that don't commit crimes and shit like that. So in the suburbs, they're all about their guns. In the inner city, nobody has guns except the criminals.
Exactly.
I'm not saying,
that's why it's dangerous.
Yeah, that's why it's dangerous.
Pigeon's trying to backtrack. Pigeon's trying to backtrack now, right? He's trying to say he knows more than me because he means he's been to Philly and Baltimore. What UK guy thinks I'm going to go to America for a holiday? I know I'm going to go Philly. No, let's go Baltimore instead. Fuck it.
Yeah, that's the thing, though.
No, Americans go to British people go to Las Vegas, Florida, New York, LA, California. You think they're going to fucking Baltimore and Philadelphia? I mean, there's no more depressing place on the planet than them places.
Dude, I mean, let me put it to you this way. Name me one city in Britain that averaged 2,200 murders per year for like 5
Somebody
years
said
straight.
there's more people, or I lost the count. I think it was the Quacks. Something about there's more people in the United States. And
yeah, but still, just go by the rate. You go.
Listen,
you see, that's how you,
yeah, I'll be back.
Look, it doesn't matter, right? Just go. Let's just say Texas numbers. The UK's say Texas and another state. Put another state in there. That's the size of the UK population, right? Now go and look at the crime numbers.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
I'm always hearing how London is bad, and I'm sure it is. I'm sure that
There's rough places there, but you don't see the states. We don't have burnt out build. All right, we have some derelict places. We do. Everyone does. But it's just.
What's the population, Stu, in London? What's the population?
I think Greater London's about 8 million. I'm not sure.
8 million. Okay, how many murders you say they have a year?
It's Greater London. That's all that's surrounding. Not many. Under 100, I should think.
Okay, that's under 100, right? And that's an uptick in crime, right? Okay, New York, which is on the downside of crime going down significantly. We still get 400 to 500 homicides a year, and we're 8.5 million per population.
just don't, like I said, you don't.
Los Angeles, California, 4 million
You,
people.
you just in the UK, you don't tolerate going when you go through LA and you see the tent cities. When you go to San Francisco and see fucking needles and human shit everywhere.
Yeah,
that stuff we don't tolerate. Even in
yeah,
the
they
rough place,
tolerate that here. They tolerate that here.
you'll get slapped up if you'll get beat up if you're seen fucking shitting on the pavement. They'll beat the fuck out of you over if you do that. There's some rough places in the UK, but when you go to America and you go, look, just go and have a look at the east side of Detroit. Just take a drive through the place. It looks like I tell you what, it looks like the Battle of Arnhem. You know the Battle of Arnhem when they finished in Holland in World War II, when they fucking blew all the buildings, that little village. They fucking blew it all half to pieces, didn't they? Nothing left of the houses. That's what Detroit looks like. I mean, and you'll go through these houses, they're falling down, and there's one will be burnt out, and then there'll be a guy sitting on his porch. He's living there.
It's called outsourcing. Outsourcing.
There'll be a guy out of nowhere. You'll find a guy sitting there, living there sitting on his porch, living there, and then it's just got that fucking carnage around it, man. No, man, I ain't seen nothing like that in the UK. Nothing. And like I said,
Yeah,
Baltimore,
so that's why people got to put it in perspective when they say that there's more crime over there. Nah, there's no more crime over there.
And I'm going to keep it real. To seem a lot more violent over there. No, just seem a lot
John
more violent.
Gonzalez calling it Dresden.
No, it looked like the Battle of Arnhem. That's what it looks like, Detroit.
Yeah, well, Dresden also, they carpet bombed that shit, though.
Obviously with Detroit, because obviously I know a little bit about Detroit. I do my research on stuff, you know. And Detroit, right, it's still a beautiful thing in parts. No, some of the architecture in Detroit, have you seen some of the churches and some of the fucking buildings, mate? I tell you what, Detroit was, in the 50s, you can imagine how fucking one of the best cities in the world Detroit was. And now you see it, and it's just, it's a shame. I mean, they tidied up the city centre, I think, haven't they? Something like that. I think that's been tidied up a little bit.
What does this have to do with Joshua?
No, we're talking about fucking shithole. Well, the bosses. Hey, I've been talking about Joshua for 5 hours while you've been sitting.
I was working, man. Imagine I wasn't doing shit.
Listen, I've said what I've needed to say. I can't keep repeating myself.
I'm joking, man.
I want this fight fucking over and done with so we can move on and start talking.
Chicago is the main problem.
On the show, don't we? We always go off topic. The other night, it went really off topic.
Oh, yeah, we talked about it. By the way, let me get Jimmy in here. His link probably expired. I'm gonna get another one. Well, what do you guys want to talk about now? Or do you want to end it?
Oh, talking about Detroit. I mean, they're just talking about
Let's talk about Detroit.
Again, more? Well, what about Detroit? This shithole, all right?
Detroit boxers, let me finish. I mean, you've got fucking Hitman. Oh, fuck's sake, Butcho's ready to fucking go mental.
Let him finish, Butcho.
Let me finish.
Who did I used to say that to? Was it Gonzalo?
No, it was Gypsy.
Gypsy, what's happened to him? His balls are
He comes on and off, I don't know, man.
He's a weirdo. He's a weirdo.
Private pile.
Dishonorable discharge.
No, I don't like that BDA. I don't like BDA. They don't let me talk because they know I'm the truth. I'm the truth.
He is the truth. The word, the truth, the life.
Like I said, I mean, that's probably where, like I said, the old boxing gyms in Detroit and places like that.
Some of the best boxing gyms, right?
Well, yeah, of course it was. Look at Detroit boxing gym is one of the best, isn't it? Let's be real. And they're not there anymore, or they're not as good. There's no fighters coming out of Detroit anymore. Where's the next Tommy Hearns?
Yeah, good point.
What is it, Tony Harrison? Tony Harrison is from Detroit. Isn't he from there?
Yeah.
Or Philly.
The Philly, like I said, the Philly fighters, even the Philly fighters. Who we got from Philly right now? That's really Danny Garcia.
You got J-Rock. You got Danny
Garcia. Yeah,
those are the only standouts right now.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Obviously, another famous
But listen,
city.
look at New York. New York is empty.
You're talking about a city that's got a guard named after it, the Philly Shell, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? So,
But look at New York, Stu. There ain't shit coming out of here.
well, the thing is, but what they've done in New York, they've got rid of all the fucking, like I said, the poor people and replaced them with Sawyer boys and fucking.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, they did, man.
Yeah, like I said, they've chucked them all out of Harlem and Brooklyn, haven't they? And you ain't got Mike Tyson coming from there now. You got fucking.
Yeah, it's like expecting a fighter to come out of San Francisco, right?
Yeah, like a fighter's not coming out of San Francisco. The best fighters, right? The best fighters are coming out of Southern California.
Yeah.
That's where they're coming from.
Good point.
Yeah. California had lost its fighting spirit. That's what it is.
Yeah, I wonder why. I mean, look, if you had them people running your fucking area, I'd lose my spirit
as well. Exactly.
You know, the thing is, though, like I said, it doesn't pay to do anything in California but sit on your ass, really, because you're just getting taxed to the haven, and especially the fight. I mean, it's the hardest graft in the world, boxing, isn't it? I mean, you earn every penny that you fucking earn, sort of thing, and they'd take half of it off you in California. You can see why, and I reckon that's why a lot of the big fights are not happening in Cali anymore, because the tax over there. Because if you notice, not many really big fights are happening over there. They'll have a Mexican over here there now and again, but it's usually Canelo don't fight in LA, does he? You know, he
if he was making, exactly. You would think that, you know, fighting in California, you're gonna there's some Mexican families right there, and he doesn't.
No, he doesn't, and none of them do, because look at the money Canelo makes. Them communists that run California would take half of that off him.
Yeah, Eric Rosa says Andy TKO.
Most of the Cali fighters, I was hearing a lot of the Cali fighters have moved on to Texas and surrounding states.
Yeah, Texas. Yeah, they're going to. I know they're going to. Yeah, Texas apparently is a pretty. Houses are cheap, I think. Or cheaper, I don't know.
Well, I'd rather live in Texas than California any day. I know Cali's a lovely place, but Cali is got a disease running through its veins, and it's called socialism and progressive politics.
What makes California beautiful is how beautiful it was. Like, I mean, how big it was. It was just big. Like, I'm not gonna lie. When I went over there, I fell in love with Los Angeles or LA County, period. I thought, I was tempted. I was gonna move out there. I was gonna do it. Really tempted to move out there. I was impressed, but I'm happy I did it, because it's like basically being in New York, just better weather. I mean, they're all socialists over there.
The fuck is that sound? By the way, Eric Rosas, thank you for your contribution. He says Andy TKO, all wrong for AJ, fast, short, and chin. Okay, so Andy TKO, I'm gonna write it down.
Yeah, he might. Listen, man, we're gonna find out, man. We're gonna find out what happens.
Give us a round, Eric Rosas. So we're still talking Detroit, LA. I don't know.
We did actually switch that talk to boxing. Actually, we was talking about the fighting cities, and like I said, in LA, like Crawford's got a result there, like being all the way in Nebraska, sort of thing, where no one else is about. So he's got the whole city backing, and that's why they turn up to them. But in Cali, like I said, you compete with so many of the fighters. That's another reason why it don't make sense to have your camp.
California's population is bigger than most countries.
Yeah.
What does California have?
It's just
fucking 40 million
it's
people.
It's a lot harder. The great boxing cities, like I said, they're just, and I think that's probably why American boxing is not as strong as it used to be. You know, it's most America's great fighters have come from tough backgrounds, and you only to see some of the states of them ghettos back in the day. I mean, they were hellholes, weren't they? Recognised. Do you know what I mean? Yep. So that them places toughen you up now these days.
Dude, if you come to New York, if you ever came to New York in the 80s and the early 90s and you saw it today, you'd be like, what the
Hey,
fuck?
mate, listen, I used to watch fucking Hill Street Blues. I know all about New York, mate.
I mean,
Can
it's
you remember that? Recognise Hill Street Blues?
Hill Street Blues. I remember that. Yep.
Hill Street Blues used to be on over here, and I was a young kid. My
How the
dad
beat
used
goes? Dun, 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 dun,
I
dun,
can't remember, but it was fucking. It was always. It looked like it was always raining, always cloudy in New York at the time. I remember that, always thinking that. But my dad used to love Hill Street Blues, and he'd let me stay. I was quite young when that used to come on. So that, but it looked at just looking at it, weren't very nice on the eye of the place, was it? It was a fucking bit of a hellhole, really. But it's
Yeah.
really improved. It was a real dirty place, man, New York back then.
Even Manhattan was dirty.
How did Giuliani clean that shit up? Didn't they also? Did he send like everybody went to New Jersey, all this scum, if you want to call it?
Well, what he did was and people
Did he
don't like
bring
it.
the RICO Act in and stuff like that?
Well, I mean, look, those laws helped because he used it on drug gangs that were like in the streets and stuff. But what he did was the stop and frisk. Okay, so stop and frisk was in the most dangerous like areas, and they racially profiled. I mean, what do you expect them to do? So they stopped a lot of people for different activities, and they found a lot of guns. I think they averaged a year something like 4,000 guns. Can you imagine that? It's 4,000. You find 4,000 guns in the hands of different individuals. You know how many people were packing guns in that one section? That means, I mean, goddamn. So that was a tactic that worked. I know people don't like it. They find it very racist, but he was targeting the areas where, I mean, what are you supposed to do as a mayor? Are you going to target the area where there's no crime, there's no crimes reported, or the area where all the crime is being reported at? And that's all he did. That's all he did. He arrested these people and sentenced them for a long time. And he added more cops. I mean, I think New York has like 37,000 cops now. I mean, that's like a little army and shit, you know?
Jesus.
That's a big army, actually, not even a little army. And, you know, he just did that. He took...
Them New York cops are a presence as well, aren't they? Recognise.
Huh?
They're a presence. When you see them, you fucking
Yes.
a presence, man.
You see, before that, you had Mayor Ed Koch, who was the mayor for 12 years, and he had the...
They sit there with them big puffer jackets and them fucking aviator fucking glasses on, don't they? And they look the business, man. You wouldn't want them getting their gun out on you, that's for sure.
But before that, they had this policy where it started from Mayor Ed Koch. We're not going to arrest our way out of this. Well, look how that worked out for them. Okay, we're not going to arrest our way out of it, so you're going to let criminals roam the streets. Yeah, that's when New York was, in terms of big city, the worst area to live at, the worst city to live in terms of like populations over 1 million. You know,
now they reckon even Harlem's quite nice now, don't they?
I mean, I wouldn't live there, but it's nowhere near.
They reckon it's cleaned up a little bit. Just say that.
Yeah, no, it did. It is a lot of white people over there now too. So it's yeah, obviously, if you get a lot of white people there.
You know what Pastor Manning said? This Pastor Manning said, because yeah, Harlem's getting a bit cleaner these days. White people are in town.
Exactly. Exactly.
Because white people are in town. He's like that, Pastor Manning, but made me laugh when he said that.
Because it's kind of true, man. When you see white people moving into a neighborhood, they're gonna report crime. You see, that's the difference. They're gonna report it.
Because they're fucking nosy bastards. I mean, you could be walking to the shop and you look through the window and there's these old people looking for their cats. Harold, he's going around here, Harold. You know what I mean? It's one of them ones. Always fucking got their nose in.
You see,
always
look,
got their nose in.
I talk.
I mean, it's white people, and they always have dogs as well, so you can fucking.
I talked to this this guy who's a cop who grew up around my area. He became a cop, a good friend of mine. And so we were talking, right? And he was like, he goes, do you know why crime is higher in like the ghetto areas where it's minorities? And I said, why? And so he says to me, because this is his experience. He goes, when we have community meetings where how we can do a better job of taking control of crime, the people of the community will show up and make their complaints, but they will never tell us who the people were. never tell us. It's like, that's your job. You find out. Even though they knew who they were. He said, we'll get like sometimes like 150 people show up and like 1 or 2 applications where they don't have to give up their identity. They'll tell us who's doing what and what apartment, what building, or whatever. Okay, now think about that. 2 people out of 150 people that showed up. He goes, the white people and the Jews, they whenever they see something, they'll tell you exactly where it's happening at. They may not know the person, they may not know the apartment they live in, they may not know the building they live in, but they will tell you where it's happening. Okay, they'll file the complaint. They don't have a problem with that. He goes, the minorities, they do.
That's why a lot of white drug dealers are not in business very long.
Exactly. This is what I try to tell you. You just said it, Stu. I said, it's a fantasy to think that white criminality is out of control as in compared to minority neighbors. That doesn't mean that there's not white criminals. It's that white criminals don't have a safe haven. They don't have an area where they can continue to do their shit for 5 years and nobody's going to report them. They're going to report them, especially if they live in a white neighborhood.
The thing is, though, like I said, it's like my daughter's. She's just bought a house. Now, the price of that fucking house, she's going to be paying for that for many years, and they've just made it impossible for people to buy a nice house. One guy in the chat saying £3,000 a week, $3,000, sorry, a week for a 1-bed flat in Harlem.
Yeah.
Harlem, $3,000 a week. I mean, how is anyone? That's just basically getting rid of New York are chucking the poor out. They're doing what London's doing, getting rid of the poor people that can't afford to live there, chucking them to the outskirts, and getting all the rich lobbyists.
That's why areas of New Jersey, which is the closest place to New York, they're getting flooded with a crime wave. They've always had one, but it wasn't as bad as New York. But now you could say the opposite. You could say, I'm not saying New Jersey's all bad, but there are cities in New Jersey like Camden, Newark, Trenton. Trenton's always been bad. Those are areas that are worse than New York.
You know the film. You know the film The Warriors. Can you remember that? Recognize?
Yeah, of course. Yep.
That's New York. That's New York, isn't it?
Yeah, that was about gangs in the 70s.
That's right.
Because gangs was a big problem in the 70s.
It was a massive problem.
Yeah.
Because if you watch that film, you'll see nice views of New York in that one. Man, fucking what a pit hole that was.
Oh yeah, and that was areas today that if you pass by, you'd be like, no, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
You'll just say,
I mean,
get out of here. There's no way.
Even the Jew areas were shitholes. One of them Jew boys, they were living in a shithole as well, weren't they? You can remember the twins. What are they called? What are they called? For a long time since I watched that film. But yeah, everywhere they went was a hellhole. So it's definitely, like I said, though, that's why you have to have a good job to live in New York City and the surrounding areas now, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, like I don't live in Manhattan. No way. I live outside of it. But even where I live,
I just living next door to Celine Dion or something like that in Manhattan.
I would be having to making a couple of mil a year to live by her.
Well, John Lennon, right? He used to live in Manhattan, didn't he? And that's he used to just walk. They used to reckon he used to just walk around with his dog and just walk around the place, and no one would even take no notice of him. It was fucking John Lennon, but because there were so many rich people, famous people there, no one took no notice of John Lennon. I mean, can you imagine if that was in England? He got lynched.
Yeah, for sure. Didn't Lennon get killed in New York too?
Yeah, he got killed in New York by a guy who shot him. But what I'm saying is, before for years he'd just walk around New York, just go to the coffee shops and just. This is John Lennon. It's not a normal guy, and he could do that in Manhattan because there was people famous living around him, rich people that didn't care that it was John Lennon. They saw John Lennon, people like him all the time. But to people like me and you, if we was living next door to John Lennon, we'd be knocking for sugar and all sorts. Oh, John, you got any sugar, mate? Just to see him, innit? Sorry, I forgot to mention the tea bags. You got any of them as well, John? Don't mind if I come in and have a cup of dear. Well, no,
Yeah, because I'm sure that's happened to him where he lived at. I'm sure a few people, but like on the streets, yeah, they're kind of like you could go unrecognized, but
it's like in London, man. You go to London, and it's totally different because you go to London and some of the good places there, nice places there. You'll just walk past like fucking Premier League footballers and famous celebrities. It's just normal. Everyone's just walking by. They're just going about their business. Look at who was it who was walking around London the other day going about his business? No one took no fucking notice of him. What's the wrestler? Randy Orton, not Randy Orton, the other one. Famous wrestler anyway. He's walking around London. No one even took no notice of him. So you can do that in places like that. And that's why a lot of the rich people stick to them big cities like New York and because that's
New York you still see some like some celebrities. You remember James Gandolfini, right? The guy that played Tony Soprano.
Yeah, recognise. I've just got to quickly go to into the other room. Take over, mate, quickly.
All right. So I would see Butcher, you on?
Yep.
I used to bump into James Gandolfini a lot. He would ride his bike, and I was surprised how many people didn't even recognize him.
Some people, they see a celebrity like that can't be him. You know what I mean?
I think so too. I think there's some of that. I think that even the people that did recognize who he was, like the New York attitude is, he's just a human being like me. He's not that. He's not that. Oh, they're so busy. You know what I'm saying? They don't have time. Like New York is a very busy city.
Yeah, it could be.
But yeah, you would see them. I remember a couple of times seeing Max Kellerman.
Oh yeah, where? Brooklyn?
Like, no, not Brooklyn. In Manhattan, he lives not too far. The best way I can describe it for you guys is like where the World Trade Center is at. He lived out there.
How expensive is that?
Oh, it's very expensive. Yeah, I can imagine he lived in a doorman building.
When was this? Like when he was at ESPN or HBO?
I think I seen him like maybe 7 to 8 years ago. Last time.
Yeah, I don't remember when he went to HBO. Yeah, he was probably at HBO. Yeah.
Yeah, I would see
2011.
him.
Yeah.
Jay-Z. Seen him a couple of times.
Damn.
I mean, I met Jay-Z before he was a big star too. I mean, so like he was pretty much known in New York, but like he wasn't the star that he was that we know now. But I remember seeing him before that and seeing him now.
Look at you, big shot.
No, they're in the areas where like a lot of areas where I work at. You'll see them. I remember working one of the buildings he lived in. There he goes, coming out of the lobby. It's like, oh shit, look at that, fucking Jay-Z.
Did you freak out when you saw Max Kellerman?
Nah.
That's why I don't get these people who are like, oh man, like.
I remember Max Kellerman. I remember Max Kellerman when he used to do public access. Talking about.
Oh, you told me then people were making fun and shit. The callers were pranks and shit. Like.
Yeah. This is like 90. I want to say 93. 90. Yeah, like 93, 94 maybe.
When was his rap? His whole rap thing. When did that happen?
I think that happened around that time. Maybe like 96, maybe 97, something somewhere around there. I didn't even know he rapped. Till like somebody told me, he used to rap. Like I had no idea. I had no idea that he was that he tried to rap and he came out with a video.
What the hell is Hawker Mustang saying? Max Kellerman is a Jew who loves BBC like you, big black cock. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's true. He does.
He was kind of biased.
Well, look, I don't know if he's gay or not. But he
no,
just,
apparently he's married or some shit.
yeah. I heard the same thing too. I heard that he's married. I actually knew a guy who used to drive him, and we used to talk. And he said, not like he give out information and shit like that. He's just like, yeah, like the guy's married, got kids and shit.
But if he could, he would marry Andrew Ward, though.
It's part of the ideology that he subscribes to. He thinks himself. Yeah, it's like this. I'm an SJW. Look at me. I'm a white guy, white Jewish guy, and I love minorities and all you other white people.
I think it's an American thing where he.
No, it is an American thing. I agree with you on that, but it's like virtue signaling. Like, look at me compared to the other whites. I'm better than them. That type of thing. When it's easy for him to sit and make judgments when he lives in a predominantly white neighborhood, predominantly protected neighborhood, where he doesn't have to suffer. Again, I'm not telling people, listen, you like diversity, that's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that you don't have a right to, but diversity comes with its prices for a lot of people.
What are you saying here, man?
I'm just keeping it 100, man. Listen, I don't blame certain people.
Oh God, we're gonna get banned.
I'm just keeping it real. I live in a white area. I'm proud of it.
Interesting.
I'm just keeping it 100%. I don't have to worry about. I don't have to worry about anything.
All right, where the hell's Stu? I think he left.
I wouldn't say anything, but when it comes to my family's safety, I'm good.
I see. Recognize the racist as John Gonzalez.
Okay, that's cool. But no, I look. He's part of that whole. He's a virtue signaler. Look at me. Look at me. But he won't. He doesn't want to live around black people or Spanish people. He likes his white neighborhood, his all white building with his security.
He's like these Democrats, same shit, right? Like,
of course, man. All
people,
of these,
like Hillary Clinton. You think she lives amongst the peasants? Hell no.
Hell no.
Fuck
she used to
no.
live when she lived in New York. She lived in Westchester County. Now I want you to go Google Westchester County in terms of its wealth. It's probably one of the wealthiest places in America.
Jesus.
That's what she lived, okay? So any people of color she lived around were the most elite people of color, people with money, okay, who have the same ideology as her. It's a classism thing. That's what it is, more than anything.
On Rival Boxing Talking News says, recognize the faceless racist.
Yeah. That's me.
Jason Chukwu says, Anna Kasparian got a nose job. Yeah, we know that. Do you know what I hate the most? The Young Turks. It is the most... God, it's pure propaganda. They know what they're doing. And I have this friend where, like, we try not to talk politics, but when we do, he brings up the Young Turks. I'm like, are you fucking serious?
They're a joke.
Like, and then he's like, what's his name? The fat guy there?
Sink Uger?
Yeah, this guy's an intellectual juggernaut, he said. I'm like, are you not fucking... This guy's intellectual?
Because Buffalo shit. Get out of here, man.
What he is an elaborate...
He got fucking torn a new one by Ben Shapiro. I mean, that's for sure. Oh, did you watch that one? It was like a fucking massacre.
I think I saw some of that, yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, him and... Yeah, it was Ben Shapiro. Yeah, exactly. That was what we were debating. And he's like, yeah, but, he it didn't really go well for him, but, he's still an intellectual juggernaut. I'm like, he's not an intellectual, man. He's a newscaster. You know what?
The crowd, because it weren't going his way.
Because you don't need a crowd. Like, just what he was saying was he was getting destroyed, man. Sank was getting destroyed. And this guy calls him an intellectual. You don't know what an intellectual is, man.
Calls him an intellectual.
This is
an fucking hell. You really do need help.
Yeah, an intellectual. This guy, like, he's a newscaster, broadcaster. That's not an
Propagandist.
intellectual. I'm sorry.
He's a propagandist. I think they people that they like the propaganda, so they confuse that with, saying, "Oh, he's an intellectual." Look, there are certain people that are intellectual. Look, there's certain people that I like, and I'll tell people straight up. Yeah, he does have he has a certain type of propaganda that he wants to sell.
I can't stand that fucking Armenian cum dumpster that sits with him.
Oh, Anna Kasparian.
She's Russian. No, what is she?
She's Armenian.
She's fucking Gypsy Boxing Styles' cousin, isn't she?
I thought she was Russian. She's ugly, man. And this guy, and also, oh, she's so sexy. I'm like, are you fucking out of your mind?
No.
She's
Armenian.
ugly, man.
She talks about the victim card on a constant basis, the race card. But she's Armenian, and she works for a TV station called the Young Turks. I mean, you could not make this shit up. Anyone that don't know, the Young Turks were Ottoman army that went through Armenia and did genocide on them. Yeah, she's working.
Yeah, that's what when you said she's Armenian, I'm like, wait a minute.
How can you be Armenian and work for a station called
Money? It's called money, man.
Yeah, of course.
She'll do anything for money. But she's gonna virtue signal everybody else. Like they're hypocrites. All these people are hypocrites. We're talking about Hillary Clinton, another hypocrite, right? I mean, like the list just goes on, and people buy this shit. Oh, they're one of us. They're not one of you. They don't live amongst you. They don't even want to be near you, man. Fuck sakes.
Of course not, man.
They probably if they're near you, they'll take a handkerchief and they'll just cover their mouths and fucking nose. Like, they don't want to be around you, man. They despise you.
They just want your votes.
They just want your votes, your money. That's it, man. Then they go back to their fucking secluded homes, mansions.
Did you watch their election meltdown when Trump won the general election?
Oh, that was excellent.
That was so funny.
And I'm not, like I said, man, I'm not even a Trump guy. I don't even. There's certain things I don't like about Trump. Yeah. But the way they melted down, it was goddamn hilarious, man. To see these crybabies, and most of them were like white shit libs. That's what people don't understand. I'm like, if he's so racist, my wonderful colored friends, if he's so racist, why so many white people hate him?
Who's that mongrel-looking Latina mutt that they had on there, being racist
I
as fuck?
can't stand her. I know who you're talking about. I want to spit in her face. That's how embarrassing she is.
What? She needs a good old fucking. She needs a good old school Mexican and give her a right on her fucking chin.
Jesus Christ.
Let me tell you. Check it out, Stu. Let's see if you remember this. Let me tell you something. I'm Latina.
Oh.
I'm like, who gives a fuck?
Wow. What does that mean? What is that supposed to mean?
What you are, bitch?
I'm a strong Latina woman.
Yeah, I'll spit in your face.
I'll slap the shit out of you.
I'm Latino and I'll spit in your face.
Who has to say they're strong, anyways? People who are not strong, they keep saying that.
Weak women usually do.
Yeah.
It's like these people. It's like, oh, beauty's on the inside. Yeah, but only ugly people say that. When someone says your beauty's on the inside, yeah, because you're ugly, and that's how you get by in life.
Right, your beauty's on the inside. It has to be on the inside.
I don't look at a girl and think. I don't look at a girl and think 20 stone, but she might talk me in a bed. It's not happening, you know what I mean? She might tell enough jokes to get me in bed.
You know what I noticed? These complainers, a lot of these complainers, when it comes to politics, they're ugly people.
Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
What is it about that? They're not good-looking people at all. It's like,
that's a good point.
Especially the lefties in England. Fuck. Oh, God. Hideous looking things.
Stu, they're the same way here, too. I have to tell you, in America, and I'm sure in Canada, it's the same thing.
And I'll tell you what, the lefty females are just pure filth. You could do what you want with them dirty little mutts.
Yeah, you could.
They've got no self-respect. They've got no self-respect. They're just gone in the head, aren't they? So
but you know what it is? They advocate for they advocate for degeneracy. Look, a criminal who's like fucking done every fucking crime. He's been accused of everything, not just one crime, multiple times. There's even evidence to suggest he did it. all because he says I didn't do it, and a few people catch on. I didn't do it. They start advocating for this guy to be released.
There was this fucking mutt, right? That from England. You know when the terrorists got shot up the other day by the cops?
Yeah, good for them.
We had a guy trying to stab people in London, didn't we?
Oh yeah.
Some guys tackled him. It might have been Gillian White's brother. We'll have to check that one out. I don't know. We'll have to try that one out. But they tackled him to ground. Police just come along, just fucking popped two in his head, man. But and then there's this purpled hair fucking mutt with a flower in her hair. Talking about, didn't have to kill him. Didn't have to. No, we should have killed you. That's what we should have. Saved the bullet and fucking used it on you. Because real, kill it before it lays eggs. That's my fucking motto.
Stu, so this guy who was a terrorist killing people, he gets killed, and the pink haired little smut is saying they should have not killed him. Am I getting that right?
Yeah.
I mean, where does this pathetic ideology? You know what it is? Okay, all right. Let me explain to you. This is what it is. It's at school. None of the popular kids that they went to school with wanted to date them. You know who wanted to date them? The jailbirds. This is what this is, but it carries on to adulthood.
Yeah, it transforms into something else. Yeah.
Right. The ideology never changes. She's still attracted to criminals. You know why? Because no regular guy, like an alpha male, looks at them. They don't look at these girls. These girls are not only that they're ugly on the outside, they're ugly on the inside. So nobody looks at them. And this is who they're attracted to forever. You could go to, I'm sure in Canada you've met girls like that, Bucho. I'm sure where Stu's from. You always meet these weird chicks that never fit into the crowd. They end up leaving your circle. Not because you kicked them out, or maybe you had to. They end up leaving your circle because they're insecure. So they go with the most lowest life. And then they start it goes into adulthood, and they advocate for these people. You know, why did you shoot him? I'm like, you mean besides he killed somebody? Yeah, but you didn't have to shoot him. He didn't have to kill that guy for no reason, or that woman for no reason. That's why I shot him. But still, he could have been my future boyfriend.
Listen to Pigeon here. He's a typical fucking uni boy. Got a degree. That degree ain't worth the fucking toilet paper I wiped on my ass for. You can get degrees on David Beckham's hairstyles in the university in the UK. That degree means nothing. I don't believe in fucking global warming. I ain't seen it. I've been on the planet long enough, and I've not seen any change. Sorry, I'm not. Sorry, I'm not going to fucking cut my 3-litre engine to a fucking 2-litre engine to keep you happy. Sorry. I'm not.
Sorry, Pigeon.
You know what?
I'm happy.
Hey, do you know what, Pigeon? I've got a light and a heater on in the kitchen, and I can't be bothered to get up and turn it off. Yes, I'm burning energy. Yes, it's going into the ozone layer. So what? How about that?
Stu is destroying the planet, people.
It's gonna call the SJW police on you.
Pigeon, I tell you what, ask me my job. I tell you what, I'll do a video in my house, then you show me yours. How about that one?
Yeah. I tell you what, if it's a nice house, it's his parents.
Hey,
I guarantee you that. Most of these people,
Pigeon will probably drive out to the countryside somewhere and just this random house you don't know, and then there might be a little gate open, and he'll walk in there pretending it's his house. I wonder where the wife is and all that. She's not here today. Forget all that. He'd fucking walk into some random place, pretend it's his. But I'll actually take you for a little stroll around my house. Show you my TVs again. I'll get my tape measures out. No, like I said, I don't like to. I'm not a boasting sort of person, but I don't like these fucking people that. Oh, if you got a degree, if you haven't got a degree, you're stupid. You're not good in life. I fucking like I said, I haven't got a degree, got more than you. Deal with it.
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't want to brag or anything like that, but I'm a
I got my GED, and I live good. You'd be surprised. I live very good.
Listen, I'm dumb. Got more than you. What does it say for you? What does it say for you, pigeon? That a man that's dumb's got more than you. Like I said, we're guessing it, but I think I'm right. I think I got more than you.
Listen, I got a
what
sister.
guy that's doing well in life comes on a chat trolling, calls himself Mr. Pigeon Mike Tyson. I mean, you got to be a bit of a wanker just to do that alone, ain't you? So my guess, he ain't got much go. That degree, you know, it helped him get a little part-time job at McDonald's during the fucking summer. He got a job at Tesco's warehouse. Oh no, sorry, they don't have Tesco's. Lidl's fucking warehouse is taken on soon, so Pigeon's degree might help him with that one. Get out of your fucking degree. Not worth the paper I wipe my arse on. No, do you know what? I know a fucking guy, right? I know a guy that's probably got 3 or 4 grand bank. Never done a day's work in his fucking life. All right, he sells drugs, but so what?
Jesus.
So what? At the end of the day, didn't need a degree, did he?
Yeah. I knew drug dealers that made millions of dollars with no degree.
Even Pigeon's laughing now. So you can't get me, Pigeon.
Degrees mean nothing. Nothing in the real world.
Especially when you see some of these fucking numpties coming out of the universities. Jesus Christ.
You have to see, Stu. I run my own business, right? And I bump into these people. What school did you go to? What school? I graduated. I got my high school.
Like the streets. The streets was.
No. Mucho, I don't want to tell them. I'm like, shit, I got my GED in fucking in a state penitentiary. What are you talking about?
My mate's like, when we were having a few beers, it's because he thinks he's a mastermind of education, this guy. Professor, we should call him. But he's one of them, and got this degree, got that here, got that. Bro, you're driving around in a fucking Fiat Punto. Where has it got you in life? Do you know what I mean? You've got a fucking 10-year-old Fiat Punto. Your degree is not really helping you right now. So I don't like. Fair enough, if the degree takes you somewhere and you go and become something in life, then you've fair enough. But when these people are flashing these degrees and they ain't got fuck all to show for it, have a word with yourself.
Yeah, like there's nothing wrong. Good, I'm happy you got a degree, but what does that mean exactly? Do you have property? Do you have property that you could call your own? You got it. It's your money. No, right? So how good is that degree? Put that degree to work.
And do you know why he called me stupid? He called me stupid because I didn't believe in climate change. This is opinion. This guy's got no facts. He can't prove to me that there's climate change. He can't prove to me that cities are going to be in the sea in 20 years' time. It's all fucking hearsay.
They said that 20 years ago.
I'm not believing hearsay. Huh?
Stu, they said that 20 years ago.
Let me tell you something. If anything, right? I remember summer in the early 80s, right? I can remember the summers. They were a lot hotter than they were today. I don't know. All I remember is them summers being fucking hot. So I don't know where this place is heating up. I don't get it. It's fucking still very cold where I am right now. It's not heating up. In the winter, it's cold. In the summer, it's hot. That's how it is. These fucking clowns trying to tell me, don't use this, don't use that. We've got to save the planet. For every time we try and save a bit of energy, the fucking Chinese are fucking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're over here. America's over here focused on. In your country too, we all focus on Russia. Nobody pays attention to China, right?
There was this candidate, obviously he didn't win because Trudeau won, right, in October, but this other candidate, he was pretty good. He's like, everybody's freaking out about like global warming and that we're supposed to make these changes. And he's like, Canada, like, pollutes, like, they contribute to 3%, less than 3% to the fucking global pollution thing. So, like, what's it gonna change? 3%. You know what I mean? Everybody's freaking out, like, come on, man, go after the big ones, man.
Yeah, they won't do that.
Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, he wants to get back to talking Joshua now. Now he's been schooled. Now he got a fucking a real good schooling. He wants to go
His
back to
SJW degree is not working.
No. How about no? We're going to carry on talking about this now, just to get to you.
His degree on social warrior issues, social justice warrior issues are not working.
Should gay boys be able to run in the 100 meters female sprint? You know, something like that. Do you know what I mean? Fucking get out of
Mr.
here.
Pigeon, you better be in your 20s, man. Because if you're in your man in your mid-30s and you still believe this shit, that's terrible.
Yeah, you've had no pussy for years. One of them guys that just don't get pussy. Sits there and fucking subscribe to dating channels. And he sees Lomachenko's sister pop up on his chat. Call me now, wanna fuck. And he's sitting there putting the credit on his one of them adverts. This Ukrainian bird, wanna fuck? Call now. He's sitting there putting his credit on. Yeah, all right, babe, next minute.
Girl nearby, whatever.
Yeah, one of them spends all his fucking phone credit on dating sites. Get out of here, man. He ain't married.
Yeah, how long have we been on this fucking show, man?
I don't know.
Dear God.
It's fun, though.
Oh, man, maybe we should end it, no? Or what do you guys think?
Mr. Pigeon's girlfriend is like this goth girl. She's like one of those weird girls. Like, she doesn't consider herself a woman or a man. She's a cis, whatever.
Yeah, I bet he's quite happy to fucking pull them knickers down and see a big hairy bush staring at him. Just for the sake of diversity, get the fuck out of here.
He's hitting it, right, Stu? He's hitting it, and he's like, "Oh, I love this."
Equal rights, for the sake of equal rights.
Check it out, Stu.
I'm telling you something. Hey, mate, I don't accept hair. Listen, I don't care how strong a woman thinks she is. Right? She fucking takes her top off and there's hairy armpits there. She's gone. I don't care. I'm not dating some fucking. I ain't dating some fucking German long jumper, mate. I ain't doing it, man.
Didn't you see Kevin Costner riding out of those armpits?
Like fucking. Oh man. Remember one time I pulled this French girl. We had French students.
I'm getting tired of this Lofi guy. This Lofi guy is definitely a snowflake, bro. You ever see Lofi in the chat? Lofi has a picture of like a little dog.
It's a Chihuahua.
Yeah, it's a Chihuahua, whatever.
Well, there you go. That tells you everything.
He's like, end your show and delete your channel.
The voice, the fucking voice.
I can't stand people like that. Sorry, Lofi, I don't mean to pick on you, but you're one of the.
I like to watch. I like to watch a lot for the fucking speeches and the interviews on the universities have. You know, when they have people in, like they said, they had Michael Francesa and Oxford, I think, or Cambridge the other day.
Oh yeah.
I like watching things like that. But when you see these fucking beta males fucking presenting the thing, there's just not an alpha bone in their body. Just they've been from birth, they've been put in a fucking pink baby grow. You know, just don't make men like they used to. I tell you.
No,
I'm the last of
them,
the last of them. I'm one of them, I think.
They make them like Mr. Pigeon and Lofi.
Yeah. I bet his woman. I bet his woman takes his wages and then gives him pocket money.
Dude, I
literally know a guy like that. I literally know a guy like that. I feel bad. Like, Jesus, bro.
His credit card's got Mrs. on it. It's even in her name. Not a spine in his back. A wet fucking stickleback. That's what he is.
You know what I told my wife? Don't worry about the money. Just lay down the bills. I got it from here. That's it.
That's a real man.
That's it. Don't worry about it. All paid.
It's a real man. All she's got to do, make sure the house is clean. Yeah. Make sure the house is clean. Food's on the table. Kids are sorted. Something else cleaned at night. You know what I mean? In the bedroom. And then job done. That's her job for the day.
That's
Feels-
it. That way, when I come home, I can talk boxing. I can eat my food. I can have sex when I want.
He comes in 12-hour shift. He's making the dinner, isn't he?
That's right.
She sits down all slobbing it out with popcorn and stuff.
No, she's, you know, his girl's idea of cooking. Hey, honey, I ordered some Chinese, or I ordered some like fucking what's the new thing they like now? I ordered you a vegan burger.
What the fuck is a vegan burger? Hold on, what's a
Vegan burger is the most shittiest. Listen to me, Mark. If you've never tried one, do yourself a favor and never do.
Yeah.
Bro, I've no intention of eating anything that's vegan. Well, I have once, but like she was okay. She wasn't the best. But I'm not gonna.
A bit of mayonnaise with it.
What the fuck is a vegan burger?
Yeah, that's what I said when I heard it.
A veggie burger. It's like a veggie burger. But it's got no... fucking, I don't know. You got to be a cunt to fucking be one of them anyway, ain't you?
Let me actually Google the difference. It's probably got something random on in it, like an egg.
It's like, I mean, when I was seeing this girl, innit, she had a teenage daughter and a son and all that lot. I took some pizza around there to watch the films going on, so I said, and then I've ordered the pizza, innit, and then I've rang her up and said, look, yeah, I'm on the way. I've got this pizza. Oh, my daughter's a vegan, innit? Can you get her a vegan pizza? I went, no, I'll just take the fucking pepperoni off it, mate. She can have that. Jesus, Get out of here. I've just spent 16 quid for this pizza. You take the fucking pepperoni off.
Take the pepperoni off.
Yeah, fucking right and all.
She's vegan.
That's to all vegans.
All right, guys, I think we should end it. It's 8:30 over here.
Stay in the morning, and then she
I remember the first girl that ever told me she was...
bacon was being cooked, didn't it?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, guys, bacon was being cooked. I said, let her fucking freeze, bro. I want my bacon crispy.
Hey, Stu, the first girl to tell me that she was a vegan, I said she's lying.
Yeah, she weren't a vegan after that Frankfurter, was she? Recognised.
So I call bullshit on that. Come here.
Fucking recognise served it with onions, didn't you? Recognise.
A little bit of barbecue sauce, you know.
Yeah, fucking bit of fucking Puerto Rican sauce on there, mate. Job done.
little sazon on it, you know. So good from Goya.
I actually went on a date with this chick who didn't tell me she was vegan until like we were at the restaurant, right?
Oh.
And this was actually only a few weeks ago. I was already pissed because I took her. Like, I don't even know what's wrong with her. Anyway, we end up going to a movie after eating, right? Which was the worst experience of my life. We go to this movie, which is The Joker. She talks the whole way through it, yeah?
Ugh.
And, like, I end up fucking her the next morning. Not that night, because she was too tired, but I ended up fucking her the next morning. And she's upset for some reason that I don't call her back. Fam, you're vegan who talks through movies. Like, ain't nobody calling you back.
Good point.
She never stops and says, what's wrong with me?
Did I tell you when I fucking missed an Amir Khan Madonna fight? Because I went to watch it with this girl. She goes, oh, what you doing? I was seeing her and that. Like, a bit of a fucking weirdo. She's all right until she had a drink and then went off the fucking head. But she asked me to... I said, no, I'm going to watch boxing. Oh, come and watch it. I'll get it. I'll get mine. So I said, all right then. So got a bit of drink, went around there. Fucking late at night, and it's about 3 in the morning. Pissed it down the rain outside. Real cold day. Fight started. She's sitting there going, go on, get him, like commentating and getting into the. I'm like I've got enough of this fucking cunt, Jim Watt talking in the commentary. I don't need you at all. Do you know what I mean? I said, can you just leave it out? I want to listen to the boxing. And she just wouldn't leave. Honestly, and she was and then she was pushing me, leaning over and that. Like when I said, like, you ain't that excited about this. I mean, you're overdoing it there. Really ruined my experience. Fucking God, you know.
I can't stand it when women try to pretend they're actually enjoying boxing, you know, where they're like, oh, yeah, oh, Oh, throw the punch. Shut the fuck up. Go get me a sandwich. I'm trying to watch this. Don't fucking say throw the punch.
You know, if you shut the fuck up, we'll get on a lot better right now. I don't want to hear this. I've got Jim Watt in my ear. Well, that's enough. Commentating. I don't need you and all jumping all over me. In the end, I got up, right, walked home. It's about 6 miles because I left my car, didn't I? And I got a taxi to her, so I took some money with me. She goes, I'll stop at the shop, get me this, get me that, get me this, and all that lot. And I'll give the money back when I get home. So I thought that'd be my taxi, ain't that money. So I didn't think to bring my card. I never do, because I've leave my cards, take it out of my fucking pocket, and leave it everywhere. So I left it at home. Well, gave her a stuff, and obviously because we had an argument, I walked out about the boxing. She wouldn't give me my money to get a taxi. I had to fucking walk about 6 miles in the rain. I tell you what, right? Although I missed the Madonna fight, I was freezing my nuts off. It was soaking wet. That was the best walk I ever had.
Jesus.
Getting out of that fucking house with her, it was the best thing I ever did.
To this
day.
To this
And I cannot watch fucking boxing with women. I can't watch it with women. I don't need fucking female. I don't want to hear Michelle Phelps in the fucking background. I just want
the worst. Stu, you want to hear a funny one? This is about my ex-wife and her family. So when my ex-wife used to tell me about her sister, her older sister, who she didn't like, she would tell me all these kind of crazy stories about how she was kind of disrespectful when she was living with her mom and having sex, where you could hear her screaming really loud, right? So I was like, wow. You know, at that time I was younger. I was like, wow, she doesn't seem like that type. But anyway, so we were watching a boxing fight together. It was me, my ex-wife, it was her sister, my ex-sister-in-law, and her boyfriend or husband, whatever he was at the time. And so we're watching Riddick Bowe versus Evander Holyfield. And I think she was going for Holyfield. And so when Holyfield was winning the fight, because if you remember that fight, this is part 3. And until he got knocked out, he was beating Riddick Bowe up. So she starts screaming, "Ah, yes, yes!" She's screaming like this, "Ah, yes, pump it, pump it, pump it!" I'm like, holy shit! This is like she's having sex. This girl's having sex while she's like in her mind. It's the same thing. She's like, "Pump it, pump it, pump it!" And then when Evander Holyfield got knocked out, she just said, "The fuck? This is fucking bullshit. This is bullshit."
Yeah, man. Our whole orgasm got ruined.
Dude, she was having an orgasm on the she was cheering, man.
I recognise. I don't like that screaming shit. It puts me off. I feel like I'm Fred West to fucking torturing one of my victims when they're fucking screaming like that.
Yeah,
So
but
I
I'm
mean,
a sadist, so I get off on that when they start screaming.
Yeah, I don't. It's uncomfortable. I don't like it. I
So you know what?
When I lived with my mum,
ex-wife?
hey, listen to this. Recognise when I lived with my mum years ago, I was seeing this girl, bit of a right dirty bitch, a farmer's daughter. She was fucking millionaire, but to look at you, butter wouldn't melt. But one of the dirtiest bitches you'll ever meet in your life, right? And obviously, I'm doing our thing, you know what I mean? And she's loud, really loud, and extremely loud. Didn't think nothing of it. Next day, my mum goes, "Oh, did you have a good night last night then?" I said, "Yeah, it didn't do much." She goes, "Well, it did sound like it." I go, "What do you mean by it?" He goes, "She's fucking loud, she is, isn't she?" My mum heard it all, man. The embarrassment recognised me. I was like, "For fuck's sake." Don't like girls that do that.
Dude.
Mum was like, "She's loud."
Dude, I had to ask my ex-wife at the time. I said, "Is that what she sounds like when she's having sex?" And she was like, "The way she was screaming at the fight?" I was like, "Yeah." She was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Oh shit," because I didn't believe it at first. When you see this girl, you know, when you're younger, you have like a certain perception of what a freak is. You know, you don't really realize that. Trust me, the quietest girls are probably the freakiest. And so to me, it was like,
so true. That's so true. Like I said, that farmer's daughter, butter wouldn't melt. We had nothing in common. She liked equestrian and stuff like that, and I liked fucking boxing so it's one of them ones. But in the sack, one of the dirtiest bitches you'll ever meet in your life. An absolute filth pot.
Yeah.
usually the case. The ones that talk the good game, innit? Oh, get your dick out and all that. You fucking get it out and they run a mile.
They're lame.
They're lame, them bitches are, yeah.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, there was one who did talk a good game, and then she fucking sucked the chrome out of me cock, and there wasn't any in it. That's how good she was.
Oh, there's outliers. There's definitely outliers.
Like, she was straight up, right down the line. She fucking almost killed me, man.
You'd be lucky to
God
find
bless
one
her.
of them.
Hi,
God bless
guys.
her.
It's been 5 goddamn hours here.
5 hours?
Hours. I'm not even kidding.
Sorry, Bucho. My call says it's been 14 minutes.
That's a good point.
Yeah, you know what? It does say that, man. 5 hours and 20.
Time is relative, anyways.
Good point.
All right, gentlemen. I'm going to leave.
Yeah, I'll do one tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah, man. Fucking need to go to bed myself.
Yeah, what time is it over there, man? Ah, fuck.
It's 20 to 2.
It's about to hit 2 a.m. over there.
I'm off work, and I'm off work, man, because I've been sick, and I.
You guys need some sleep, man.
That's why I've been ill.
Bro, I just woke up.
Oh, that's why. All right, guys. Thanks for joining us. And Stu, thank you for hosting. You did a great job.
Peace, gentlemen.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Peace, gentlemen.
Take care, everybody in the chat. Don't forget to check out our Discord page. Link in the description. And we'll see you tomorrow for the marathon. All right, tomorrow. Oh, shit. Maybe I can't tomorrow. Maybe I'll leave it running or some shit. All right, guys. Take care.
There's gonna be a couple of days in this week that I might not be able to make it, but
Are you making it for Friday and Saturday?
I'll probably be here for fight night, but I won't be able to.
Okay, fight night. That's perfect. All right, guys.
All right, then, dude.
All right, man. Take
See you
care,
in a bit.
Stu. Everybody else in the chat. Quick shout out, Thelmus, Hawker Mustang, The Quacks, Transnational Inc., Seamus, Apology, Paulie Malinaji, Grievous, The Fight Scout, Hawker Mustang. Who else was in here? Pink Panther, Mr. Pigeon Mike Tyson, did I see The Quacks? Body Aces, Grievous, John Gonzalez, Sirhan is his real name. What else? Who else? L Dog. Everybody who contributed. Let's give the shout out to people who contributed. Let's see. Virtuoso, Chris K, Mr. Pigeon, Mike Tyson, L Dog, Box 88, The Big Steve Idiot, John Gonzalez, Steven Schneider, and Eric Rosas. Guys, thank you for your contribution. You're making BDA great. Alright, guys. Have a good night. Take care. Cut that music. Here we go.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I kiss you on the mouth.
No, I'm not cool with that. I'm sorry.
One more time. I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I mean, I'm dealing with degenerate animals.
I'm disappointed in everyone. Totally fucking disappointed in everyone. All right, come on.
Honestly, I can't do it no more.
I'm disappointed in everyone. Let me tell you why.
It's gonna be alright, Nicky. Go ahead, shoot.
He just killed a fucking man.
What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, because you got nothing. You don't got a thing. Yeah, because you got nothing. Lobito! Got nothing.
I want to get out of this rat hole. I want to get online. I need
BDA Boxing.